Ygritte lightly evaded the ice bear leader's front paw and slid between its hind legs. It brushed past the hind legs again, pulled out a dagger and cut the bear's tendon. Roar! That was the beginning. Ygritte unsheathed his longsword and deftly evaded the bear's enraged attacks, all the while shaving away at the giant monster's body with his blade. Tendons, claws, front paw, legs, torso, bits and chunks of meat from various areas of the monster sheared off and fell to the ground piece by piece. Ha! Jin-Woo could only gasp out in admiration at Ygritte's crafty and elaborate movements. The last place Ygritte hit was the bear's head. Slice! The giant ice bear's head separated from its body and flew away. Before it landed on the ground, though, Ygritte easily snatched it. He trod proudly towards Jin-Woo and knelt before him. Plop! And then, he placed the dead bear's head before Jin-Woo's feet. It was as if the knight was presenting the spoils of victory to his sovereign. Jin-Woo swallowed dry saliva and gazed at the kneeling Ygritte and his bowed head. If Ygritte decided to use his sword from the beginning, would I have been able to defeat him? The ice bears, without their leader present, lost all semblance of order and became utterly confused, before they were cleanly swept away by the remaining shadow soldiers. That brought about the end to the battles. The result was truly satisfying. Shadow Infantryman LV-2. Shadow Infantryman LV-3. Shadow Infantryman LV-2. Shadow Magic Soldier LV-2. The levels of the soldiers had risen up nicely. Also, as these shadow soldiers were seen as a part of his skill, even Jin-Woo's level had risen up by 3. Most of all, there was another point he found much to his liking. Rise up. Shadow extraction was a success. Shadow extraction was a success. Shadow extraction was a success. And that point would be the fact that he could recruit new friends now. Roar! From the shadows of several ice bears that Jin-Woo had selected, which obviously included the boss bear, black shapes began to slowly rise up. And I thought that armor-wearing bears would pop up. His expectation turned out to be far off the mark, unfortunately. These creatures came with the name tag that said Shadow Beast Soldier. At a casual glance, they kind of resembled bears, but it was still difficult to tell whether these monsters were actually corporeal or not. The creatures continued to pant as the black steam-like fog rose up from their backs. Well, they might not look that great, but they are definitely the shadows of the ice bears. That explosive strength, that destructive power. Without a doubt, they would prove to be useful. It happened then. Roar! Jin-Woo's ears twitched after hearing the roars of bears coming from the distance. There were several of them, as a matter of fact. Meaning, this isn't the only bear farm, huh? It was already getting too late today, so should he pay a visit there tomorrow? A bright smile formed on Jin-Woo's face. You walk. Ki-oh-heek. His comrades screamed in despair. Kim Cheol's bloodshot eyes shot open wide. No, this can't be. How can this Kim Cheol fail? He was supposed to become the elite of the White Tiger Guild. They even trained him with the special program so he'd enter the guild's main combat force right away. However, to fail like this? He could not acknowledge it. While enduring against the biting cold and starvation, they fought off against a group of snowmen. Then, they encountered snow giants. They lost 2 of their numbers, but in the end, emerged victorious against the giants. He thought that the conquest of this dungeon was going according to plan. However, as soon as the desperate struggle against the snow giants ended, the White Phantoms sneak attacked from the rear as if they were waiting for this chance. These wicked, treacherous Beasterisk had been in hiding, waiting for the raid team to exhaust all their stamina first. What happened next was a one-sided massacre. In the blink of an eye, the hunters were annihilated. Sea Captain. A fallen hunter reached out towards Kim Cheol with his bloodied hand. Kim Cheol could only retreat in faltering steps. Suddenly, a white phantom appeared on top of this fallen hunter. It pulled out a dagger and swiped it under the hunter's neck. Jock? The white phantom smiled as it sliced the neck off and raised its head to look at Kim Cheol. Kim Cheol could only scream in terror. Uia. And then, not even taking one look behind him, he ran straight into the forest. There were ice bears in the forest? Compared to snowmen, snow giants, and the white phantoms that appeared before him, those unseen ice bears came across as laughable existences right now. Kim Cheol summoned every ounce of his energy and then ran even harder. The white phantoms glared at the departing back of fleeing Kim Cheol and raised their bow. Just as they took aim and got ready to fire, a white phantom with white hair extending all the way down to its waist raised its arm and stopped the attack. The white phantoms lowered their bows. When the long-haired elf signaled the others to follow Kim Cheol, the white phantoms began disappearing from where they stood one by one. Kim Cheol ran out of the thick bushes. Pant, pant, pant. He couldn't catch his breaths at all. Still, when he recalled the derisive smirks on the white phantoms' faces as they massacred the hunters, he felt like peeing himself from fear. His gaze inexplicably lowered to his hands. He couldn't feel much from his frozen hands now. He had lost all feelings in his feet a long time ago. In his current condition, he couldn't even fight properly. If it weren't for this d*mn cold. No, if we weren't starving for several days, we wouldn't have been annihilated like that. But in the end, Kim Cheol couldn't acknowledge the failure of the raid team, no, his own failure. Muttering to himself, Kim Cheol raised his head. By the way, where am I? How deep in the forest is this? Kim Cheol began scanning the surroundings. Then, he picked up on a faint smell coming from a distance. Kim Cheol began following that smell. It wasn't that far. Once he walked past the trees and escaped out into an open area, he was greeted by an unbelievable spectacle. But, how can this be? He found over 20 dead ice bears surrounding a cave entrance. And he thought it was odd to not see a single ice bear when every single tree was marked by them. What is going on here? Kim Cheol investigated the conditions of the carcasses. They all showed sword-inflicted wounds. Some of them even had signs of being burnt alive. Almost immediately, Kim Cheol thought about Seong Jin-Woo and the hunters following him. Could they have? Did they do this to these ice bears? No, it couldn't be. Kim Cheol shook his head. The wounds on ice bears were inflicted with long swords. As far as he knew, none of the hunters that went into the forest used a sword. Besides, the two rank E hunters didn't even wield any weapons. If he were to look at the situation objectively, then there was no chance that those people were still alive. In that case, there could be only one explanation. There are white phantoms nearby. His heart fell to the pit of his stomach. Here he was, thinking that he had finally lost those d*mayable white phantoms, yet they were actually residing close by. Scared stiff now, Kim Cheol held his breath and hurriedly returned to the forest. A little bit further away, and a little bit faster than before. He wanted to escape from the territory of the white phantoms as soon as possible. Around the same time, Crew R. An ice bear cried out and fell to the ground. Shadow soldiers pounced on it and made sure it was no longer able to draw breath. Level up. Very nice. Jin-Woo was standing at another bear farm. It had been 5 days since his arrival in this snowy world. He had already cleaned up 3 bear farms in the meantime. Looks like I've killed most of the bears in this forest, but his level had risen up quite a bit during this time. It was the same story for his soldiers, too. Initially, they had to attack a bear in a pair to kill it, but now, they could eke out a victory in a one-on-one fight. This was very satisfying. Once the stats of the soldiers rose up, Jin-Woo assigned them different roles. He could store 30 shadows now. 28 soldiers participated in battles. One went around picking up magic crystals, while the remaining one secured the bear meat. He didn't even have to move a finger but still ended up with loot from the hunts, so this was proving to be oh so convenient for him. I can't sense the presence of other monsters around here anymore. It seemed that he had more or less took care of all the monsters inside the forest. In that case, should I think about killing the boss? It could be at least a month, or in the worst case scenario, several months before the dungeon break occurs. He couldn't just sit here and wait for a gate that who knows when it'd open up. And, I still need to kill that insolent little elf B****, too. That measly monster that dared to provoke hunters. Its cocky grin still remained etched in his memory. The scent of meat coming was from somewhere. Sniff, sniff. Kim Cheol sniffed the air with his nose, now super perceptive due to his extreme hunger. The only food he ate since his imprisonment behind the red gate was a single rabbit. Picking up on the smell of food, he reflexively swallowed down his ravenous saliva. Gulp. Perhaps, the white phantoms were having a meal nearby. Still, if their numbers are low, then he could subdue them and snatch away their food. His hunger was extreme enough for him to arrive at such a conclusion. Let's go and take a look. Kim Cheol walked as silently as possible and cautiously approached the source of the smell. And eventually, he hid inside the bush and discovered the hunters who had left along with Jin-Woo. Kim Cheol's eyes grew wider from the revelation. What the hell? The smell of meat was coming from the campfire they had raised. How can they still be alive? Kim Cheol began glaring. He couldn't find one rank E hunter among their midst. He must have been killed first after taking the lead like a fool. That would be an obvious thing, wasn't it? However, there was a not-so-obvious spectacle unfolding before his eyes. So, how should he go about explaining this situation, then? Something didn't add up. Wait, hold up. Their attire. Clothes and blankets designed to keep warm, tents and several pieces of equipment could be seen. They were obviously well prepared. Just how can this be? Kim Cheol was getting flustered even more, but then, his gaze had stopped by at a certain place. It was a piece of bread sitting next to sizzling meat. Meaning, these people even had food ready. His confusion immediately morphed into a rage. These B****stards. Grit. Kim Cheol began gritting his teeth. They had enough supplies to ensure their continued survival, yet they wanted to hog them all for themselves? If my hands hadn't frozen up, no, if only I wasn't starving, I'd have easily dealt with those ice elves. Realizing that these B****stards had snatched away the crucial supplies that should have been shared among the rest of the team, he couldn't hold back his fury anymore. Kim Cheol angrily ran out of the bush. You sons of B***cheese. Park Hwi-jin quickly shot up from her spot, clearly surprised. Kim Cheol? How did you get here? She found it rather difficult to lie here and say it was good to see him again. Because Kim Cheol's glare was full of murderous intent. Indeed, he didn't even bother to mask his hostility. My raid team failed to conquer this dungeon because of the lack of supplies, yet how can all of you find yourselves with this much food and this type of equipment? That is. Park Hwi-jin couldn't continue on. If she mentioned Jin-Woo here, then Kim Cheol's rage would be directed towards the youth. To her, Jin-Woo was her savior. Also, that man always looked at Jin-Woo in a suspicious manner. Park Hwi-jin shut her mouth immediately. That prompted Kim Cheol's eyes to open even wider in anger. Even I don't think all of you were complicit in this crime. So, who had hidden these? Tell me the truth, and I will ignore everything else. A thick vein popped up on Kim Cheol's neck. Tell me who monopolized all the gear and drove his comrades to death. His angry roar reverberated throughout the forest. Kim Cheol was planning to shed blood here if it would appease the sin of betraying his comrades. I'll count to 3. If you don't reveal who it was by then, I'll take it as the sign of all of you being complicit in this matter. Han Sang-yi tugged at Park Hui-jin's sleeve. You uni. Park Hui-jin hugged Han Sang-yi. Both Go Myung-hwan and Yoon Ki-jun swallowed their saliva as cold sweat soaked their backs. Kim Cheol was a rank A. Even if everyone present worked together, they wouldn't be able to win against him. However, none of them still mentioned Jin-Woo's name. 1. Kim Cheol yanked loose his sword from the scabbard attached to his waist. 2. Even then, the lower-ranked hunters showed not one sign of opening their mouths. How dare lower-ranked hunters ignore his order? That point alone stoked the flames of Kim Cheol's anger even higher. Just what these B***stards think of me as. Murderous intent burned brightly in his eyes. He'd kill that woman first. He'd kill Park Hui-jin before anyone else, the one who betrayed the raid team and left along with these lower-ranked hunters. That's right, she left the raid team because she must have been scheming something. He could only think that way. Kim Cheol stood before Park Hui-jin and spat out the last countdown. 3. Park Hui-jin squeezed her eyes shut. It was then. 4. Pow! Kim Cheol was struck super hard by something in the back of his head and kissed the ground as his entire body slid across the snowy ground for several meters. The eyes of the hunters grew wider. Team leader! Jin-Woo had hit Kim Cheol so hard that steam was still rising up from his palm. Jin-Woo spoke in a dumbfounded voice. How dare you speak rubbish when it was you who drove your friends to death? Chapter 62 Fin. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 63. Chapter 63, Chapter 63. Jin-Woo Appa. Han Sang-yi displayed her happiness as tears formed in her eyes. Team leader. It wasn't as much as Han Sang-yi, but still, the two male hunters' expressions also brightened up considerably. Park Hui-jin also breathed a sigh of relief after confirming Jin-Woo's face. Unfortunately, Jin-Woo didn't have much leeway to respond to their welcomes. SSH. Jin-Woo placed his finger on his lips and gestured them to keep quiet. The four people, seemingly getting ready to embrace Jin-Woo at any moment now, all froze up like ice statues. Park Hui-jin cautiously asked. What's the matter? Jin-Woo glared at the fainted Kim Cheol, the dumb B***stard who deserved to be beaten up, before turning around. Looks like Kim Cheol brought along unwanted visitors. He sensed countless presences hiding in the forest. Right now wasn't the time to worry about Kim Cheol or Go Cheol or whatever. The real problem lay elsewhere, after all. Shururu. After sensing Jin-Woo's glare, the white phantoms undid their stealth and revealed themselves one by one. At a quick count, there were around 20 of them. And among them, Jin-Woo's glare was fixed on a long-haired white phantom riding on horseback. That has to be the boss. An overwhelmingly mighty aura was coming from that creature, incomparably heavier than any ice bears and the white phantoms near it. If that guy wasn't the boss of this dungeon, then just who else could be? For the first time in a long while, Jin-Woo's skin broke out in goosebumps. Just as Jin-Woo was shivering ever so softly from its powerful aura, the boss also recognized Jin-Woo's strength in one go. So, there really was one. A truly worthy being among all the human trash. What did you just say? When Jin-Woo spat out a response purely out of reflex, the boss displayed an expression of pure surprise. Can you understand our language? Jin-Woo was also taken aback. How is it possible to converse with this guy? Not only could he understand what a monster was saying, but he could also actually converse with it, too. A language he couldn't even remember learning before fluently rolled out of his mouth as if it was his mother tongue. You know how to speak the language of the monsters? Park Hui-jin's expression said her shock was so extreme that she didn't know what to do now. Seeing that, Jin-Woo realized that only he could understand what that boss was saying here. Is this because of the system? Like, an automatic translation feature? Jin-Woo shifted his gaze back to the boss. The boss returned the gaze with great interest. To be able to converse. Very good. There is someone I wanted to introduce to you. The boss pointed at one of the white phantoms standing behind it. I'm sure you're familiar with him already. Jin-Woo's glare sharpened instantly. Indeed, he recognized that particular white phantom. That guy was none other than the beastard that fired an arrow at Han Song-yi before breaking out in a mocking grin. How could he forget that arrogant beastard's face? That exact same smile was still etched on the monster's face. This friend informed me of a truly strong being among the humans. And this friend wishes to challenge you to a duel, so how ab? Even before the boss finished his words, the night killer Jin-Woo flew in a straight line. Stab! And the dagger landed right in the middle of the grinning white phantom's face. Heek, dot. The shocked cry came from the hunters, though. Jun Ki-jung hurriedly covered his mouth to stifle the cry he let loose inadvertently just now. Plop! The white phantom collapsed on the ground. Jin-Woo extended his hand out, and the night killer buried in the dead elf's face shook around a little before it got pulled out and flew back to him. Jin-Woo grasped the returned night killer in reverse grip and lowered his posture. Anything else you want to say? The boss spoke up in admiration. You are indeed very strong. Then, it climbed off the horse. However, as if it wasn't planning to fight yet, it didn't draw its weapons nor showed any willingness to engage in battles. However, you know this already, don't you, dot. The boss maintained a leisurely expression and continued to engage him. That you can't fight this number all by yourself. There were over 20 ice elves here. However, their number wasn't important. No, the real danger came from the fact that there was the boss monster among them. The rest of the white phantoms were no match for Jin-Woo, who had raised his level as much as he could by hunting every single ice bear in this forest. Exactly like the fool who got killed with a dagger to its face. So, how should I go about killing the boss? While Jin-Woo began kicking his brain into gear, the boss continued on. So, I shall make a simple suggestion. A suggestion? That's right. It won't be such a bad suggestion for yourself. Jin-Woo was inwardly surprised. It was a well-known fact that humanoid-type monsters possessed intelligence. But he never expected to see a monster trying to negotiate with a human. So, he couldn't help but get curious here. I'll hear it. The boss smiled as if it had expected that answer and opened its mouth. Before that, I want to ask you something. Why are you among these humans, when you're not one of them? Jin-Woo's expression crumpled deeply. What nonsense are you talking about? Ah ha ha. It seems that you have no idea. The boss guffawed out loudly, before pointing to its temple. Every one of us can hear a certain voice repeating itself in our heads. It tells us to kill humans. However, I can't hear that voice when I'm looking at you. Ah. That's what this guy meant, dot. In that case, Jin-Woo could think of a reason for that. When the boss says humans, it's probably talking about hunters. The thing was, he had changed to this strange something called player through the system, during his ordeal in the underground temple. Technically speaking, he was slightly different from other hunters, meaning, other awakened human beings. That's why that guy thinks I'm not a human. That made perfect sense. When Jin-Woo's expression slowly changed to that of an understanding, the boss nodded its head. There is no need for us to fight each other. And our side does not wish to see needless casualties, as well. The boss finally got to the main topic. Hand over the humans behind you. Then, we will guarantee your life. How does my suggestion sound to you? Before he answered, Jin-Woo asked back. I want to ask you something, too. Fine. Go ahead. Just who are you? Where did you come from, and why do you wish to kill humans? We are. It happened then. The smiling face of the boss suddenly froze stiff. But that odd state lasted only for a brief moment. The boss regained its original expression and continued on. There is no need for us to fight each other. And our side does not wish to see needless casualties, as well. What the hell was that? Jin-Woo frowned deeply. The boss repeated itself like an NPC from a game that was asked a question that was not in the script, or one that it was not permitted to answer, to begin with. Hand over the humans behind you. Then, we will guarantee your life. How does my suggestion sound to you? Its expression showed how relaxed it was. In other words, it had not recognized how odd its own actions were. The white phantoms standing behind didn't display any reaction towards the boss's strange behavior either. Jin-Woo continued to wordlessly observe then, prompting the boss to begin urging him. Will you accept my suggestion or not? Jin-Woo wanted to find out more about the monster's origins and their true intentions, but as it turned out, it was all a waste of time. In that case, the only thing remaining was to choose. But then again, he had made up his mind already a long time ago. I refuse. The corners of Jin-Woo's lips arched up. You see, you possess a far too tempting shadow for me to let go. He was planning to kill the boss and take away its shadow. And there was no way he'd change his mind now when he was constantly thinking about how to carry the plan out ever since the boss made its entrance. Are you planning to fight my soldiers all by yourself? Do you truly believe that you can overcome the disadvantages in numbers all alone? Jin-Woo smirked derisively. Soldiers, was it? You think you're the only one? I've got them too. He summoned his shadows. According to his wishes, the soldiers hiding in Jin-Woo's shadow all revealed themselves in the blink of an eye right behind him. You look. Again, the cry came from the hunters this time as well. Yun Ki-jun cried out in fright as the shadow of the ice bear, the shadow beast soldier, suddenly materialized right next to him and he fell hard on his A*S. When Jin-Woo took a glance at the pale faces of the surviving raid team, he felt that it was a bit regretful, but this was an emergency situation. There was no time to explain things to them here. Well, I wouldn't explain things to them even if this wasn't an emergency, though. After summoning 29 shadow soldiers, Jin-Woo stood before them and glared at the boss. So, who's disadvantaged now? Finally, the boss displayed its hostility. You seem to know some petty tricks, don't you? Fine. If it's your wish, I shall grant your death. The boss unsheathed 2 daggers from his sides. This was what Jin-Woo wanted, as well. He grasped the Night Killer in his right hand, while the left grasped the poison fang of Kasaka as he got ready for battle. Petty tricks, is it? The boss had a point there. Jin-Woo might hold an advantage in numbers, but his army was slightly lacking if he wanted to hunt the boss down. Jin-Woo knew this very well. The boss's self-confidence could have come from this fact. Indeed, he now needed more comrades. Powerful comrades. If it's a powerful comrade, then there was one candidate here. Jin-Woo sneaked a glance to his side. The still unconscious Kim Cheol was lying there, unmoving. Attack! When the boss issued the order, the white phantoms pulled on their bowstrings. Bears. Jin-Woo placed the beast soldiers at the front. Stab! 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 Crew. The beast soldiers, with arrows sticking out of their bodies, all roared out in anger. Before the white phantoms could knock the next volley of arrows, the infantrymen rushed forward. The magic soldiers also began chanting their spells. Meanwhile, Jin-Woo's eyes gleamed dangerously. "You're mine." Jin-Woo deliberately pushed Kim Cheol's longsword towards its owner with his heel, before pouncing forward himself as well. His sight was fixed solely on the boss of the White Phantoms. The boss too was waiting for Jin-Woo's arrival. Soon, sparks endlessly flew as the 4 daggers wielded by 2 creatures clashed in mid-air. Clang! 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 Dot! At the same time, the Shadow Soldiers and White Phantoms also slammed into each other as well. Go Myung-hwan looked at Park Hui-jin next to him. So, shouldn't we lend assistance here? Park Hui-jin shook her head. This isn't a fight where we can but in, you know. This was a battle where huge black monsters were swinging their giant claws, the destroyed black soldiers were regenerating to their original state in the blink of an eye, and the gleaming blades and the arrows fired from the upper rank monsters, White Phantoms, were chaotically flying around in the snowy field. So, what can a rank B or C do in this place? Indeed, the only thing they were permitted to do here was to pray. Park Hui-jin could only stare at Jin-Woo with a tight chest as he fought the long-haired White Phantom. Ko-hyuk! Jin-Woo gasped out. As expected of a boss from the high-ranking dungeon. The fight looked to be even from the side, but Jin-Woo was getting cut and sliced constantly all over his body. Would he be able to last 3 minutes at this rate? His MP was also rapidly depleting away as his soldiers constantly regenerated. Finally, the magic soldiers managed to finish their chants. A ball of flames larger than a volleyball flew in the midst of the White Phantoms. Kaboom! That was the power of the leveled-up magic soldiers in full display. Awakened by the resounding eardrum-shaking explosion, Kim Cheol regained his consciousness and opened his eyes. Dot. Kim Cheol raised his head to look. Clang! Clang! Pow dash! His blurry vision picked up on the sight of White Phantoms fighting against the unknown black soldiers. What the hell is going on here? He couldn't figure out what happened while he blacked out, but at least, he knew very well why he was lying on the ground like this. The hand that slapped him in the back of his head. And the voice that came from behind him. That voice definitely belonged to Seong Jin-Woo. Now that he had regained his bearing, the sense of shame and rage bubbled over like crazy and the ends of his fingertips trembled. How fortunate that he could feel the hilt of his sword. If he was surrounded by the White Phantoms, then he'd not get out of here alive. In that case, he must. I'll kill that starred Seong Jin-Woo with my own hands. His maddened eyes finally spotted the back of Seong Jin-Woo. There he was. He was too busy fighting a White Phantom and wasn't paying any attention to his rear. This was his chance. Kim Cheol stood up right away. And then, ran. Yuwa het. After sensing Kim Cheol running towards him, Jin-Woo laughed out inwardly in elation. Right, if it's you. Kim Cheol ran with all his might and after taking aim at Jin-Woo's neck, swung the sword, hard. Die. In front, the boss. From behind, Kim Cheol. Even though he was stuck in a seemingly dangerous situation, Jin-Woo still managed to shout out. Excerpt. As if he'd been waiting for that call, Excerpt jumped out from his shadow immediately and easily deflected Kim Cheol's sword. Clang! No! Kim Cheol's bloodshot eyes opened wider. However, even before he could say anything, Excerpt's sword pierced deeply into his chest. Stab! The blade ran straight through his chest and emerged from his back. Ki-oh-heek! Jin-Woo quickly took several steps back. I knew Kim Cheol would act this way. This fool was someone who didn't think about anything in depth, and only acted according to his emotions. They had been together only for a short while, but that was enough for Jin-Woo to figure this guy out. Kim Cheol glared at Jin-Woo. You. And with that, Kim Cheol breathed his last. As Excerpt stepped up to delay the boss, Jin-Woo issued an order to the shadow of the dead Kim Cheol. Rise up. when that happened. Yuawa dash. Accompanied by a heavy, somber cry, a huge hand emerged from the shadow. Chapter 63 Fin. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 64. Chapter 64. Chapter 64. Shadow extraction was a success. There you go. Jin-Woo clenched his fist tightly. The final piece of this puzzle called the boss raid had fallen into its place. The Black Knight that emerged from Kim Cheol's shadow was far bigger and sturdier than the original version. And it even carried a huge warhammer in one hand as well. The other hand held a shield as tall as a grown man, and the overall impression this guy gave off was truly oppressive and threatening. Kim Cheol was a muscular man, but this shadow was just too over the top. Even though it was an urgent situation, Jin-Woo couldn't help but leak out a gasp of admiration. Please set the soldier's name. Ah, right. The name. Jin-Woo sneaked a glance to his side. Perhaps finding the battle quite tough, Ygritte was having a hard time right now, being pushed around by the boss. Currently, he was barely buying enough time by relying on his cheat-like regenerative ability. Slice. Ygritte's arm was sliced off, then. I don't have much time to waste here. A name, was it? Should he go with whatever? Maybe, Kim Cheol. Jin-Woo immediately shook his head. To call an undead with a name it used while it was still alive. That just didn't sit well with him. Right, his name was Kim Cheol. Cheol, so iron, it is. TL, Cheol is a Korean word for iron. The name had been decided. As soon as Jin-Woo thought of that name, it was bestowed on the newly birthed Shadow Knight. Iron LVU1. Knight grade. A knight grade. It was the same grade as Ygritte, but again, there was no time to celebrate. I can't waste any more time than this. Jin-Woo pointed to the boss. Iron. Iron's large frame lumbered forward quite heavily like a mountain. Thud, thud, thud. Jin-Woo really liked the new guy's huge frame, but he couldn't help but worry whether that lumbering speed could even catch up to the agile boss or not. Fortunately, such a worry was put to bed really fast. Iron leaned back and roared out loudly. Whoa! What was that? Just as Jin-Woo was getting flustered, several messages popped up in his view. T-ring. Iron has used skill, Shout of Provocation. The owner of the dungeon has fallen into an aggroed state. An aggro skill. Kim Cheol was actually a rank A tanker. So, quite obviously, he possessed a high-level aggro skill, and the Shadow Knight extracted from his shadow, Iron, had retained that skill in full and was able to use it no problem. The head of the boss swiveled towards Iron. Although it could have chosen to finish Ygritte off right in front of its eyes, the boss simply pounced on Iron as if it had been hypnotized by a ghost or some such. Iron used the skill reinforcement and endured the sharp dagger attacks of the boss digging into his body. Nice. Jin-Woo nodded his head in approval. In the meantime, Ygritte's sliced arm regenerated to full. Shururu. The black smoke began oozing out from the stump and coagulated to form a new arm. Meanwhile, the boss was still preoccupied with Iron. And seizing this chance, Jin-Woo and Ygritte's combined assault began on the boss. Park Hui-jin became utterly speechless as the unbelievable spectacle unfolded right before her eyes. What she was seeing right now proved to be too unrealistic, too outlandish. She didn't even want to ask for clarification. Not anymore. From her side, Han Sani asked her with a timid voice. Uni. Park Hui-jin responded belatedly to her. Ing? Do all fights of hunters look like that? She must have been frightened silly, because Han Song-yi's voice was trembling noticeably. Park Hui-jin replied to her, sounding helpless as well. If that were the case, then I'd never have earned my license, you know. Go Myung-hwan asked next, looking utterly dazed out of his mind. Could it be that we are dreaming right now? If this was indeed a dream, then it must have been a nightmare, instead. Park Hui-jin looked back at the battlefield where the monsters and the black somethings were having a chaotic throwdown, and spat out a long sigh. At the same time, a new worry formed in her head. When we get out of here, without a doubt. There was no doubt that, as a survivor, she'd be asked several uncomfortable questions. How should she go about explaining what she was seeing here, then? Park Hui-jin couldn't even begin to fathom just where she'd start her explanations on what happened inside the Red Gate, and in particular, the man named Seong Jin-Woo. After she raised that point to everyone. But, still. Yoon Ki-jung, sitting on the ground and shaking like a leaf, spoke with some difficulty. Isn't it an incredible thing that we can actually worry about what'll happen to us once we get out of here? The hunters all nodded their heads in unison. This was an upper-ranked dungeon. Not only that, a red gate, too. Even though they found themselves in such a dangerous area, they were now worrying about the matters that would take place outside. This was all due to the power of one man. Park Hui-jin's gaze was directed to Jin-Woo. Mr. Seong Jin-Woo, you're... Her feelings had moved way past shock and gratefulness, and she was beginning to feel a sense of awe towards him now. Stab. The poison fang of Kasaka stabbed into the boss's shoulder. Effect, paralysis has been activated. The effect has been cancelled due to the high resistance of the target. Effect, bleeding has been activated. The effect has been cancelled due to the high resistance of the target. With the increased levels of the enemies he'd been facing lately, the additional effects of the poison fang of Kasaka failed to activate properly more often than not. Still, inflicting injuries was a good thing in a fight. Nice. The boss's agile movements were being hampered gradually due to the increasing number of wounds being inflicted on its body. Kwahahak. The smile had disappeared from the boss's face a long time ago. The boss had been dodging the combined attacks of Jin-Woo, Ygritte and Iron rather freely until then, but now, it was quite obviously running out of breath. Just a little bit more. Iron suddenly bear-hugged the boss. Now! When Jin-Woo gave the signal, Ygritte rapidly retreated. Jin-Woo too quickly stepped back. The boss's eyes widened in confusion. What are you trying? Before he could finish, the magic soldiers completed the explosion spells and they rained down on Iron's position. Qua-boom. Boom. Ki-o-heek. For the first time ever, the boss spat out a sharp cry of pain. The B** star twisted its body around, and Iron's arms fell off. Grit. The boss's enraged, murderous eyes were now firmly fixed on Jin-Woo. Kwahahahak dash. Seeing this, Jin-Woo could only feel admiration towards the boss once more. Even with such a heavy wound, it can still exhibit that much strength. As expected of a high-level dungeon's boss. Unfortunately for it, the scale had tilted away from it some time ago. Dagger throw, ... Just like what he did to that arrogant white phantom, Jin-Woo threw the Night Killer at the boss, and added even more momentum by using the ruler's reach. Shuck dash. The dagger flew to its target in the blink of an eye. Cook. The boss realized that it was difficult to dodge the throw, so it used its own dagger to deflect Jin-Woo's blade. Crack. The Night Killer flew at such a frightening speed that the boss's dagger actually cracked from the impact force. And at the same time, Jin-Woo used stealth and dash skills to close the distance to the boss, and stabbed the poison fang of Kasaka deeply into the B** star's waist. Stab. The boss's eyes widened considerably. Ki-o-heek. However, the boss still managed to grab Jin-Woo's wrist even in the midst of all this. It was not that hard to see the boss's desire to not go down without a fight from its crazed eyes. Kawak. Just as the boss raised its dagger above its head to stab at Jin-Woo, Jin-Woo simply smirked. At the same time, a huge war hammer slammed into the head of the boss. Slam! The boss's face crashed into the snowy ground. Behind the boss, Iron was raising his hammer up high again, both of his arms already fully regenerated. The huge hammer flew down again. Swoosh dash. Splat. Ygritte was getting ready to attack, but then, sheathed his sword back into the scabbard attached to his waist. Jin-Woo also stored his daggers back inside the inventory. And the expected messages popped up right away. T-Ring. You've killed the owner of this dungeon. Level up. Level up. Phew, it's finally over. Jin-Woo sighed grandly in relief. What a hard-fought victory this was. He was about to take a breather, but then, saw Iron and his eyes went extra round in surprise. Hey! You can stop now. Jin-Woo hurriedly stopped Iron. He was about to smash down with his hammer again, but finally stayed his hands. Perhaps it resembled the original too much, because the guy turned out to be a bit simple in the head like the original. Meanwhile, the boss's corpse had been pummeled into a meat paste already. However, its shadow isn't affected, so it's fine. Jin-Woo smirked deeply. Finally, the reward for this incredibly hard battle, the one he'd been salivating over, was right by his feet, waiting to be taken. Jin-Woo issued his order. Rise up. It was now 3 a.m. The facial expressions of 4 men waiting around the red gate were, as expected, not so good. Unable to endure any longer, Hyun Ki-cheol finally opened his mouth. Guildmaster, we'll remain here and wait, so how about going home first, sir? My guild members are trapped in there, so how can I even think about going home to relax now? Baek Yunho was resolute in his decision. Indeed, that wasn't something the leader of a large guild, not to mention as a currently active rank S hunter, should entertain under this sort of situation. It was here that on Sungmin's eyes widened. Ha! Look, the red gate. Hyun Ki-cheol and Ju Sungchan also discovered an oddity with the red gate. The red gate is opening up. The dungeon's been cleared. There are people coming out. Baek Yunho clenched his fists tightly. That Kim Cheol. Did he manage to pull it off? Everyone waiting there hurriedly rushed towards the front of the gate. Baek Yunho, unable to hide his excitement, began searching for the leader of this team, Kim Cheol. However, even though all of the survivors came out, the big guy couldn't be seen. This can't be right. The one who had been insisting on believing in Kim Cheol, Ju Sungchan's previously confident attitude was gone now, and his expression was getting warped as well. Park Hui-jin Hunter Nim. Go Myung-hwan, Yun Ki-jung Hunter Nim. Seong Jin-Woo Hunter Nim. After spotting Jin-Woo walking along with Han Sang-yi right behind the others, An Sung-min's face was quickly filled up with a huge smile. I thought as much. It was such a noticeable contrast from the face of Ju Sungchan. However, his smile also faded away quickly. When 5 people, including Seong Jin-Woo, walked out from the gate, the portal to another world slowly disappeared from their view. It can't be. Is this everyone? Jin-Woo nodded his head, looking rather exhausted. Hyun Ki-cheol had asked that question, and after getting that silent answer, his expression hardened instantly. How can this be? Hyun Ki-cheol's eyes teared up, and he reluctantly began crossing out the names of the deceased off the member list. This was a terrible job, but it had to be done regardless. Baek Yunho had been staring at this in a daze, before gasping out in sheer shock and disbelief. Only the lower-ranked hunters returned? Never mind the A rank, only a single rank be survived? Such a thing should not happen. Just what on earth happened inside that dungeon? Let's go. I'll take you home. Jin-Woo was about to lead Han Sang-yi and leave the location, but Baek Yunho reached out and grabbed his wrist first. Excuse me. Wait. Slap. Jin-Woo fiercely shook off that hand. Baek Yun-ho's eyes sharpened immediately. We need to talk for a second here. Jin-Woo turned around. I'm too tired. If you have questions, you should ask your own guild members. Baek Yun-ho couldn't hold back and revealed his identity. I'm Baek Yun-ho, the guild master of the White Tiger. Jin-Woo's eyes remained cold, however. So what? Being on the receiving end of Jin-Woo's cold response, Baek Yun-ho's eyes suddenly transformed to that of a monster's. No, they completely resembled a beast now, instead. We lost 9 guild members through this incident. As the master, I have the right to ask you a couple of questions regarding this matter. This was no longer a request. It was an order. Or even a threat. Didn't matter what anyone thought of his words, he was not planning to let Jin-Woo go that easily here. But then, Jin-Woo too angrily glared back. He was not being cowered by the intense hostile aura oozing out in full force from the rank S hunter, Baek Yun-ho. I rescued 3 of your people. If you're really their leader, shouldn't you be saying thanks to me first? It was Baek Yun-ho who had to withdraw his threatening aura first, as he was bombarded with this incredible pressure emanating from Jin-Woo. Besides that, what he said was logical, as well. Baek Yun-ho couldn't argue against the point raised. I apologize. Baek Yun-ho lowered his head. Seeing this, Jin-Woo turned around once more to leave. Han Sang-yi, let's get going. Okay. Han Sang-yi carefully studied the mood of this place and followed after Jin-Woo. The two of them got on the van and not too long after, left the location. This doesn't make any sense. Baek Yun-ho's thoughts were now in complete disarray. He quickly ran towards the sole surviving upper-rank hunter, Park Hwi-jin. Excuse me, Mississippi Park Hwi-jin. She had been trying to warm herself up with the cup of hot tea Hyun Ki Cheol had handed over. She raised her head to meet Baek Yun-ho's gaze. What is the matter with that guy? Why was he so downbeat like that? Indeed, that man had probably gone through an unimaginable hell and finally managed to escape from the Red Gate, yet why was his attitude so murderous? Park Hwi-jin shook her head, displaying her own confusion. I also don't know, sir. After killing the boss, he stood in front of the dead body and shouted something out 3 times, and after that, he's been like that. But he was okay until then? Park Hwi-jin looked at Go Myung-hwan and Yoon Ki-jong. The 2 men nodded their heads simultaneously. What a strange man. Baek Yun-ho muttered to himself as he stared helplessly at the street Jin-Woo had disappeared in. An Sang-min saw the state his boss was in, and became incredibly nervous as if he had done something wrong instead. My apologies, Guild Master. I'm sure he's like that because he's just exhausted. He's not a bad person, I assure you. At least, I believe he's not. No. That's not the problem. Pardon me? Baek Yun-ho turned around to stare squarely at An Sang-min. Why haven't you scouted that man already? An Sang-min couldn't hide his fluster. But it wasn't strong enough to best the fluster Baek Yun-ho had felt just now. Against me. Baek Yun-ho recalled Jin-Woo's fierce glare and could only nervously swallow his dry saliva. Gulp. Abruptly, he thought that, were he to fight that man, he'd have to resolve himself to lose an arm or 2. Maybe, even worse than that. Quickly figuring out what Baek Yun-ho meant, An Sang-min hurriedly replied. We're doing our very best, sir. That is clearly not enough. Baek Yun-ho's eyes began to sparkle rather dangerously. Seong Jin-Woo. Indeed, Shifan's discerning eyes were on the money again. From today onwards, you'll receive all the resources you need. You must bring that man into our guild, no matter what. Chapter 64 Fin. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 65. Chapter 65. On the way home. The room. Jin-Woo was busy licking his lips in unhappiness as he drove the van. TSK. Was it because the gap between his stat values and the extraction targets were too great? What a disappointment it was, but his extraction attempts ended in failure. What a waste, but there's nothing I can do now. He'd still be able to kill a boss from a high-ranking dungeon in the future. What's important now was to quickly raise his skill levels high enough so that he'd not miss out on another chance. Leveling up. Now that was something Jin-Woo excelled in. And also, Jin-Woo's hand left the steering wheel for a little while, as a dagger with an elegant, flowing, arched blade appeared in his grip. Item, Baruka's dagger. Rarity, A. Type, dagger. A dagger used by the great warrior Baruka. Weight reduction magic has been applied to it, allowing the wielder's movements to become even more agile than before. Attack, plus 110. Agility, plus 10. Well, he didn't walk away completely empty-handed. This was the dagger the boss had been using. There were two, but one of them was broken, so he threw that away and took the remaining dagger. The Baruka's dagger, eh? Not only did it feature high attacking power, but it also raised his agility, too. On that front alone, there was no need to compare it to Night Killer, a dagger ranked B he paid handsomely for, never mind the rank C Poison Fang of Kasaka. Its rarity alone was at a 2. This was probably one of the best weapons to replace the Poison Fang of Kasaka that had been losing its effectiveness lately. I like the way it feels in my hand, too. While he was mulling over the things that happened inside the Red Gate, they had arrived before Han Song-yi's home. Screech. She had been sitting in the passenger seat without saying a word, as if she wasn't even there in the first place. As soon as the van came to a stop, she climbed out of the seat and bowed her head. Drive safely. I will. Good night. Han Song-yi turned around to leave. Seeing her slumped shoulders and powerless gait, it seemed that the original goal of this trip had been met, one way or the other. Well, although things did get a lot complicated, I was trying to change her mind anyway. It was rather likely that she wouldn't try to become a hunter in the future. It'd be the same story for anybody if their first dungeon experience just so happened to be a Red Gate. He nodded his head in satisfaction and was about to start the van again, but then, the passenger side door was abruptly opened from the outside. Jin-Woo shifted his gaze. Han Song-yi had returned to the van and was holding on to the door. What's the matter with her? His curiosity only lasted for a little while. Han Song-yi bowed her head deeply again, this time looking much calmer than before. Thank you for everything, Appa. He only now realized that, from some time ago, the honorific she used to address him changed from Ajusi to Appa. Sure thing. Don't mention it. Excuse me. Tomorrow. No, see you later. Later? Before he could ask her for clarification, Han Song-yi hurriedly ran away. After her back disappeared from his view did he realize what she was talking about. Aha! From today onwards, he'd be teaming up with Eugene-ho again to mop up the rest of the raids. Han Song-yi was a raid team member, so of course, they'd see each other again later on. Ah, so she meant that, huh? What a relief that was, though. His plan would have been affected pretty badly if Han Song-yi refused to come out of her house because of the trauma from this incident. This worked out for the best. And now, he would use his shadow soldiers to clear out the rank C dungeons even faster than before. He felt utterly confident of clearing up the remaining raids in the shortest time possible. Also, he couldn't wait to see how Eugene-ho would react after witnessing his shadow soldiers in action, too. The reactions of that man Yoon Ki-jun were really priceless, weren't they? Jin-Woo chuckled softly and leisurely turned the steering wheel. The next morning. Yawn. Jin-Woo yawned grandly as he stepped out of the apartment's foyer. He only closed his eyes for a bit, but hell, it was time to meet up with Yoo Jin-ho already. Hyung-nim, good morning. He heard the familiar energetic voice greeting him. Yoo Jin-ho was already here, waiting. You don't even have a car, so how did you get here? The raid team's favorite ride, Mr. Van, had been commandeered by Jin-Woo last night and was currently parked neatly in the apartment's parking lot nearby. I caught a taxi, Hyung-nim. Ah, a taxi. And here he was, thinking of going to fetch the kid instead. Oh no, it's fine, Hyung-nim. I'm the one asking for your help, so it's only right that I'm the one driving you around, at least. Yoo Jin-ho grinned happily and replied. This morning started like any other. However, Yoo Jin-ho discovered something new. And that was a cylindrical something held in Jin-Woo's hand. Yoo Jin-ho's curiosity piqued in an instant. Hyung-nim, what is that? This? Jin-Woo grinned mysteriously. I'm going to use it inside the dungeon today. Heek. Suddenly, the chill invaded Yoo Jin-ho's back. Is it a weapon he's going to use inside the dungeon? Hyung-nim had already displayed many extraordinary things before. Just what kind of a horrifying weapon was he bringing to a dungeon today, then? Yoo Jin-ho was getting pretty psyched up already. Gulp. Yoo Jin-ho swallowed his dry saliva and raised his head after finally settling his mind. Hyung-nim, let's get going. Hold on. Jin-Woo pulled out his phone and dialed someone. There's someone we should take along, as well. Excuse me? Who? Hey, Songy. It's me. Meet us at the parking lot. We'll go to the gate together. Songy. Could it be that Songy? As soon as Jin-Woo ended the call, Yoo Jin-ho asked him. Hyung-nim, the person you want to take with us, is she that high schooler in our team? Jin-Woo nodded his head. Han Songy lives near here, and their destination was the same, so there wasn't any reason to go there separately, now was there? Unfortunately, Yoo Jin-ho didn't see it that way. Han Songy. The rather cute high school girl with her hair tied up in a bun. He already knows her number, and can talk to her in such a friendly manner, too. Could Hyung-nim and her have formed a much deeper relationship than meets the eye? For sure, Hyung-nim was a cool guy even from another man's perspective. Especially when he uses nothing but a dagger to totally rip apart a monster. While Hyung-nim wouldn't be interested at all, it'd not be a strange thing for an impressionable schoolgirl to fall for a man like that. Yoo Jin-ho nodded his head. If this was the case, then there was something he had to make sure right away. Hyung-nim. Should I call Miss Han's sister-in-law from now on? Did this guy fall off the bed and hit his head or something? Jin-Woo's crumpled expression was implicitly implying that. Even if Yoo Jin-ho was not too quick on the uptake, he should still be able to figure that one out pretty easily. You two aren't dating? She's a friend of my little sister. Oh. So, that's what happened. Yoo Jin-ho finally understood the situation. He didn't even know what was going on, yet he was thinking of calling that girl his sister-in-law. His face reddened up considerably. Soon enough, Han Songy came to the parking lot. Not only that, she was noticeably better dressed than how she was usually. Seeing this, Yoo Jin-ho grinned slightly. Yup, she's definitely a teen girl, wanting to look nice in front of the brother of her friend and all. As the leader of the raid team, he was thinking of praising the fellow raid team members' choice of wardrobe, but then, Jin-Woo greeted her first. Did you get some sleep? In that instant, Yoo Jin-ho's expression froze stiff. Han Songy smiled and shook her head. I couldn't catch a wink. I'm sure you're still exhausted, so get some rest in the van, but... Listening to the two young people's conversation, the thought process of Yoo Jin-ho became more and more messed up. Han Songy asked Jin-Woo this time. What about you, Appa? Did you get some sleep? Well, only for a little bit. It was already 4 a.m. by the time I got back home, anyway. Well, true that. Night? Couldn't catch a wink? Still exhausted? 4 a.m. by the time he got back home? Just as Jin-Ho's panic state was morphing into a full-blown freakout, Jin-Woo stopped walking towards the van and looked back at him. What are you doing, Jin-Ho? Well, Hyung-Nim? Well, the thing is, Miss Han Song-yi is still a minor, Hyung-Nim. Okay. So? Never mind, Hyung-Nim. Truly now, Hyung-Nim was a man among men. Jin-Ho was deeply impressed by Jin-Woo, who didn't care about the glares of the public and thought that, indeed, he's extraordinary. He also began to reflect on his foolish ways of trying to apply the standards of the regular people on Hyung-Nim. Around the same time, inside the private conference room of the White Tiger Guild. That's everything I saw. Park Hui-jin finished her report. Although Baek Yun-ho tried to dissuade her, saying that she should rest up first, she readily agreed to participate in the debriefing right away. She added that her stay over there was comfortable, comparatively speaking. The two men who sat through the debriefing, the guildmaster Baek Yun-ho and the section chief On Song-min, were left utterly speechless. The agent in charge of yesterday's disastrous training, Hyun Ki-cheol, was not present, currently in the Hunters Association, to discuss how to handle the fallout from this incident. So, there were only 3 people inside this conference room. On Song-min was the first one to break the silence. Everything you told us, are they all true? You can speak to Go Myung-hwan and Yoon Ki-jung. They will corroborate everything I've said. Those 2 hunters went home right away, saying they missed their families. Park Hui-jin was 100% certain that her testimony and theirs would not be any different. Well, I only described the things I saw, after all, but such as, when that man wasn't around, she'd hear the pitiful screams of ice bears every now and then coming from the forest some distance away, or such as, when he'd suddenly wake up in the middle of the night to perform push-ups while everyone was fast asleep. She didn't bother to talk about things other hunters might have experienced, those that she didn't get to see. Ha! On Song-min spat out a gasp that could either be a sigh or a groan. Seong Jin-Woo knocked out Cold Aranka Hunter in one hit. He could use separate space magic freely, and most important of all, he controlled dozens of summon creatures. Every one of those were unbelievable things to swallow. And even more shocking news than that was, he had cleared the upper rank dungeon almost all by himself. Baek Yun-ho broke his silence and said that sentence, word by word, syllable by syllable. He was qualified to say that, because he was an S rank. Now that is the most unbelievable thing out of all of them. Sure, the summon creatures fought alongside him, but then again, those summons weren't his comrades, to begin with. No, they were simply a part of Seong Jin-Woo Hunter's skill. In other words, it was pretty much the same thing as Seong Jin-Woo clearing the dungeon alone. Even if you're a really high-ranked hunter, clearing an upper-ranked dungeon by yourself is incredibly difficult. Not only that, it was a red gate, to boot. What if it was Baek Yun-ho? Perhaps, he might be able to solo a rank B red gate, albeit just barely. This feat was only achievable because Hunter Seong Jin-Woo was capable of summoning and controlling dozens of summons. On Song-min remained stupefied as he spoke up. There's no doubt that he's a reawakened possessing an extremely rare skill. Baek Yun-ho agreed. It is already rare to see a hunter controlling a summoned creature, but he can control several tens of them. While working as the S-rank hunter, Baek Yun-ho had met countless other capable hunters, and had talked to a lot of them, too. But he had never, ever heard of such a skill before. A reawakened possessing a rare skill that's on another dimension compared to every other rare skill. Baek Yun-ho expressed his admiration once more. It was here that On Song-min thought of a question. If we were to evaluate Mr. Seong Jin-Woo's ability in monetary terms, how much could it possibly be? Even Baek Yun-ho couldn't answer that. However, without a doubt, it didn't matter what Seong Jin-Woo's current value was, as soon as he went through the reassignment test, his value would shoot up several times more. They needed to sign him up before that happened. The White Tiger Guild had already lost a rank A and several rank Bs through this incident. If they failed to secure the winning lottery ticket called Seong Jin-Woo at this time, then the losses incurred would be rather too severe to just write them off. I shall place my full trust in you, Chiffon. Baek Yoonho's eyes gleamed in the light of faith. On Sungmin formed a dignified expression. It was then. Mm? The gazes of Baek Yoonho and On Sungmin were directed to Park Hwi-jin. She had her hand raised slightly. Baek Yoonho asked her. Is there something you'd like to ask us? Succeeding in her mission to draw the attention of the two men, she lowered her hand and spoke. Please, allow me to participate. In what? The recruiting of the raid team leader. No, I mean, Seong Jin-Woo Hunternim. Baek Yoonho and On Sungmin exchanged glances for a bit, before looking back at her. The person in charge of scouting and recruitment, On Sungmin, tilted his head. But, why would Park Hwi-jin Hunternim, I've spent the most amount of time with Seong Jin-Woo Hunternim out of everyone in the White Tiger Guild, so surely, my familiarity with him would prove to be useful in reeling him in. It had been 6 hours in reality. But, inside the Red Gate, it was almost a week. Park Hwi-jin's suggestion sounded logical from Baek Yoonho's and On Sungmin's point of view. On top of this, Park Hwi-jin was a beauty as well. One could say that the power of a beautiful face was absolute when seducing another person. Sensing that the thoughts of the guildmaster and the section chief had been swayed, Park Hwi-jin finally got to the main topic. However, I have a condition. Baek Yoonho asked her. And what could that be? When Seong Jin-Woo Hunternim signs up with our guild, please place me in his raid team, no questions asked. Chapter 65 Fin. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 66. Chapter 66. Chapter 66. Park Hwi-jin had realized something back then. And that would be the level of terror an upper-ranked dungeon could possess, and how powerless she was in front of such overwhelming odds. It's like, I'm the one who ended up learning what Mr. Seong Jin-Woo wanted to teach Han Sung-yi. It was kind of embarrassing, but what could she do? Pretending that terrifying things weren't terrifying was an exercise in foolhardiness and stupidity. The experiences she had back in the Red Gate were enough to make her skin crawl. However, just because of her fear, she couldn't give up on all the sweet treatment and the status enjoyed by a rank B hunter. The sky-high annual salary. The plentiful societal benefits. And finally, the public recognition. If one disregarded the inherent danger, then being a hunter was pretty much the perfect career. Precisely because of the high-risk factor, the return on investment was equally huge. But now, Park Hwi-jin had figured out a surefire way to decrease the risk associated with her job. And that is to go on a raid together with the team leader Seong Jin-Woo. The one person Park Hwi-jin was utterly envious of back in the Red Gate dungeon was none other than Han Sung-yi. There was only one reason for that. And that would be the promise Seong Jin-Woo made towards Han Sung-yi. I brought you here with me, so I will take full responsibility and protect you. If you analyze those words in a different way, then he was trying to say that he had no reason whatsoever to protect other team members besides Han Sung-yi. No, they were just baggage. So, she was constantly worried that those two folks would abandon the group and sneak away unnoticed. But on the 6th day, Seong Jin-Woo really did clear the upper-ranked dungeon all by himself and took Han Sung-yi home, safe and sound. He had kept his promise. Seeing that, Park Hwi-jin became sure of one thing. And that would be, as long as she was working for him during the raids, she'd never find herself in danger. The moment she realized this, her heart began pounding uncontrollably. And the level of her excitement hadn't cooled off even until now. His calm and cold decision-making. His excellent abilities. And not only that, his sense of responsibility, too. She really wanted to go on a raid together with Seong Jin-Woo. That was why she came up with that term of hers. They must put me in the team leader Seong Jin-Woo's raid team, no questions asked. Baek Yoon-ho and On Sung-min chatted to each other. And a little bit later. We accept your terms. Baek Yoon-ho smiled genially. In that case, Mississippi Park Huijin, act together with Chief On for the time being. Thank you very much, sir. However, she was well aware that scouting that man wouldn't be easy. Seong Jin-Woo was more than well aware of his own true worth, after all. Even during the Red Gate, he was always so full of confidence. Indeed, making him move would be one hell of a challenge. Still, she now had another chance to meet him again. An imperceptible smile formed on Park Huijin's lips. Baek Yoon-ho was pondering something until then, before opening his lips in some difficulty. Chief On. Yes, sir. I'd like to know Mr. Seong Jin-Woo's contact details. Guild Master, that is. On Sung-min decided to tell everything regarding on why he had to conceal the matters regarding Jin-Woo until now. Baek Yoon-ho wordlessly listened to it and gravely nodded his head. It's understandable that he wishes to remain anonymous, what with him possessing such incredible abilities. After all, there are enough people in this world who wish to stay out of the limelight, too. But then, such a guy did reveal his powers in front of quite a few eyewitnesses. Sure, the situation back then might have been urgent, but it was also likely that he felt more or less okay about letting the world know of his powers. As long as the matter isn't blown out of proportion, I'm sure Mr. Seong Jin-Woo won't blame you, Chief On. On Sung-min nodded his head. Of course, no one present in this room wished to leak this story beyond these walls. Never mind for Seong Jin-Woo, it would not be a good thing for both the association and the White Tiger, as well. That's that, but... On Sung-min was worried about something else, though. And that would be his boss rushing things and ending up screwing everything up because he didn't know of Hunter Seong Jin-Woo's rather decisive character. He dearly wanted to prevent that, at least. Sir. I think, you directly contacting him is a bit. Baek Yoon-ho quickly figured out what On Sung-min was trying to say here. Don't worry. I'm not trying to contact him in regards to the recruitment. Pardon me? But then, why? It's as Mr. Seong Jin-Woo said last night. Baek Yoon-ho realized something after listening to Park Huijin's debriefing. Seong Jin-Woo was the White Tiger Guild's benefactor. He had saved 3 new recruits of the guild. Not only that, but he also took care of the Red Gate, thereby ensuring that the honor of the White Tiger wasn't tarnished. Even though the association's people made the blunder, just how bad would the impact on the guild's public image have been if this news got out, and everyone learned of them losing almost all of their new recruits? Just imagining it gave Baek Yoon-ho nightmares, enough to have a total freak out, almost, right here. And there I was, trying to stop that person no matter what just to get to the bottom of the incident. He could now understand the reason why the youth was feeling quite grumpy at that time. If he didn't know the circumstances, fine, but now that he knew, he simply had to do a certain thing as a living, breathing human being. As the representative of the White Tiger Guild, I'd like to officially express my gratitude to Mr. Seong Jin-Woo. And to properly apologize for yesterday's incident, as well. If that's what he means, then. On Sung-min could understand now. With Baek Yoon-ho's straightforward, no-nonsense personality, he wouldn't bother Seong Jin-Woo with the matters of recruitment under the pretext of thanking the youth. And well, he also wanted to convey his gratitude as well. I understand. On Sung-min pulled his phone out and found Seong Jin-Woo's numbers rather quickly. What is his number? Baek Yoon-ho also pulled his own phone out to save the contact number. It was then. His number is, ... Just as On Sung-min was about to read the phone number, he felt something was off, and turned his head to his side. Excuse me. What are you doing, Forc-Re28-Hunter Nim? Well, With an awkward smile on her face, Forc-Re28 sneakily hid her phone away, its screen still displaying add new contacts. Inside the #1 guild in Korea, the Hunters. A rather interesting piece of news found its way to the owner of the Hunters and the currently active Rank S Hunter, Choi Jong-in. Has this been confirmed? Would anyone knock on their boss's doors with unconfirmed information? Chief of the recruitment department, Jo Myung-ki, nodded his head. Yes, sir. We received this info earlier today from the association. Every major guild had 1 or 2 informants inside the association. It might not be a kosher thing to do, but this was the only way to stay one step ahead of the competition, contacting an exciting new talent first if one were to emerge out of nowhere. However, earlier today, the Hunter's informant had leaked a pretty strange story. And after lengthy deliberation, Jo Myung-ki decided to come to his boss's office with this news. Why? Because the White Tiger Guild is on a roll nowadays, and they are large enough to threaten us, the Hunters. So, he figured that this information was worth reporting to the boss man. Exactly as Jo Myung-ki had suspected, Choi Jong-in displayed great interest in the matter right away. From a red gate that killed 1 rank A and 6 rank BS, 2 rank CS returned alive? Not only that, they managed to clear the dungeon, too? That is pure nonsense. Even if there was 1 rank B among them, there was no way that this was true. Choi Jong-in shook his head as he continued to read the memo. Without a doubt, there was someone else helping them out. Someone not mentioned in here. Choi Jong-in was certain of this. His extensive experiences in raiding dungeons told him as so. Jo Myung-ki replied. Looks like the association also suspects that, sir. However, it seems that the White Tiger isn't saying anything. So, is the association planning to overlook it, then? I heard that they don't want to conflate the matters any further, since their fault in this incident is already too significant, sir. Choi Jong-in rested his hand against his chin. It was a habit of his whenever he fell into deep thought. It was understandable from the association's point of view, but why was the White Tiger keeping quiet on this matter? There could be only one reason. The White Tiger must have received help from someone they don't want others to know about. I also thought the same thing, sir. The opinions of the 2 people present matched. Choi Jong-in's brain rapidly kicked into gear. A nameless helper who can rescue lower-ranked hunters from a dungeon that's difficult enough to kill most of the higher-ranked hunters. He could barely hold himself back from the curiosity now. A newbie who hasn't gone through the rank assignment test? Or, maybe a convict whose identity can't be revealed. Either case was okay with him. If it was a newbie, then the hunters must bring that person to their fold. If it was a convict, on the other hand, then he'd be able to throw some mud in the White Tiger's direction. Choi Jong-in's eyes began sparkling. Looks like we need to find out who was there. Have you thought of a good way, sir? If you want to catch a hidden raccoon, you have to set the raccoon's hole on fire first. Jo Myung-ki's eyes grew extra round. Are you planning to set the White Tiger Guild on fire? You think I'm crazy? Why should I set someone else's perfectly fine organization on fire? My apologies, sir. Since you are such an excellent magic-type hunter and all, his nickname wouldn't be the ultimate weapon for no reason, now would it? If Choi Jong-in got serious and used his powers in full, then blowing up a building would be as easy as pie. In any case, Choi Jong-in continued on. Not that. We just have to create a hot mess. So, it was fire. When Choi Jong-in began glaring at his underling, Jo Myung-ki hurriedly shut his mouth. We leak this to the media. That is. Jo Myung-ki's eyes widened. The big mistake of the Hunters Association, a massacre of the large guild's members, and finally, the ensuing mystery that got buried underfoot. The media just loves that kind of stuff. Wouldn't you agree? Jo Myung-ki's head automatically went up and down in a nod. Choi Jong-in chuckled slyly. Once they get bombarded by the non-stop barrage from the media, the white tiger will grow too fed up and in the end, reveal the identity of this mystery helper. So, there was a method like that. Jo Myung-ki also began smiling as well. This was a great chance to sucker punch the persistent white tiger that dared to chase after the Hunters Guild. The ends of Choi Jong-in's lips arched up. Call the reporters right away. You have entered a dungeon. As soon as he stepped foot inside the dungeon, Jin-Woo took in a deep breath. After being confined to an open-field type dungeon for a few days, the air inside the cavern-type dungeon felt new and refreshing. Yoo Jin-ho followed him into the dungeon soon afterwards. Hyung Nim, I wonder just what kind of monsters would come out in this dungeon. Yeah, me too. I can sense their presence close by, though. Indeed, they were quite close, but they couldn't spot any. But, when Jin-Woo took one step forward, the floor of the cave began rising up here, there, and everywhere. Crumble. Rumble. Humanoid monsters with skins made out of rocks appeared. Yoo Jin-ho quickly recalled their name. Hyung Nim, it's the Stonemen. Jin-Woo nodded his head. These B***stards were known to possess the toughest exterior out of all the monsters that appeared within lower-ranked dungeons. Common sense was to use magic when one was to hunt down a stoneman, but... Hold this for me, will ya? Jin-Woo entrusted the cylindrical vinyl package to Yoo Jin-ho and walked towards the monsters. Heek! Yoo Jin-ho flinched grandly, thinking that the content was a weapon, but nothing particularly noteworthy happened. It wasn't a weapon. Meanwhile, Jin-Woo stood before the stoneman and summoned both the Baruka's dagger and Night Killer. Slice! In the blink of an eye, the head of the stoneman in front of the pack rolled to the ground. Jin-Woo looked at the Baruka's dagger and smiled in satisfaction. It's pretty good, . Then, suddenly, the smiling Jin-Woo disappeared from the spot. Tab! Just as Jin-Woo reappeared past the group of the stonemen, all 10 plus of them collapsed to the ground. Rumble, crash. My body has gotten a step lighter and faster after the Red Gate thing, hasn't it? But, of course it would have. His current level was 60. His level had risen up by 9 from 51 after killing all those ice bears and white phantoms. And now, the rank C monsters felt like those goblins from the rank E dungeon to him. At this rate, I don't even need to use my weapons. Now that he had warmed up nicely. Should I increase the hunting speed, then? Time to summon his shadow soldiers. With an excellent timing, another group of stonemen was slowly lumbering towards his position from the deeper part of the cave. Summon! As soon as he issued an order, the soldiers confined to Jin-Woo's shadow rapidly revealed themselves behind him. And sure enough, there was a loud scream accompanying that, too. You wo ache. Oopsie. Jin-Woo facepalmed and turned around. I forgot he was here with me. He got way too excited and completely forgot about Yoo Jin-ho for a moment there. Hiya Hyung Nim. While plopped on his A**s, Yoo Jin-ho pointed his trembling finger at the shadow soldiers standing right in front of him. What are these? It's a bit complicated to explain. Well, it's my skill. You can summon these things as your skill, what? Jin-Woo nodded his head. Yoo Jin-ho's jaw remained slack and didn't want to close. Ah. Him and Hyung Nim had entered dungeons together 11 times already. He thought that he wouldn't get shocked anymore, but he was proven wrong once more. As expected, Hyung Nim was an existence that easily exceeded one's imagination. Gulp. Jin-Ho laboriously swallowed his saliva as his eyes took on the black armored soldiers emitting a blood-chilling aura. Meanwhile, Jin-Woo shifted his gaze away. The lumbering stonemen had already arrived near their vicinity. Jin-Woo pointed at them with his chin. Go! As if they were waiting for that, the soldiers silently rushed forward. Rumble! The floor of the cave shook hard as the 40-odd armored soldiers all ran at the same time. For sure, with the addition of Iron and the Beast soldiers, the overall weight of the group had increased by a lot. It's like I'm looking at a fleet of tanks, isn't it? Jin-Woo formed a very satisfied expression. What with the shadow soldiers sweeping through everything, the dungeon got cleared in the proverbial blink of an eye. The only things remaining on the floor were the scattered and broken bits of stonemen that resembled cookies made out of dirt. A rank C dungeon was destroyed in no time at all, in other words. Ho! Jin-Woo exclaimed in admiration. At this rate, we might get to mop up the rest of the raids pretty quickly, no? It seemed that the remaining 8 raids would not take that long to finish up. As soon as the battle ended, the shadow soldiers retrieved the magic crystals and stood before Jin-Woo in orderly columns. Excerpt and Iron stood in front of them. The 2 knights stepped to the front and knelt down. Once the soldiers stopped moving, Jin-Ho finally sneaked in closer to Jin-Woo's side. Hyung Nim, here. He then returned the mystery vinyl package back to Jin-Woo. Jin-Woo wordlessly took out the tumbler contained with the vinyl pack and began sucking on the straw. Hyung Nim, what is that? It's veggie juice. Oh. I kinda like its taste, actually. Slurp, slurp. After he almost completely drained the tumbler, Jin-Woo asked Jin-Ho. Hey, Jin-Ho. How many gates did you book today? Jin-Ho was in the middle of cautiously reaching out to touch the fur of one of the beast soldiers, but he quickly pulled his hand back and turned back to Jin-Woo. 4 gates, Hyung Nim. With 4 today, only 5 would remain. He didn't see any reason to waste any more time on this. In that case, let's finish up everything by tomorrow. It doesn't matter if a gate is a bit far away, anyway. You mean, tomorrow? Inexplicably, Jin-Ho took a look around him. Seeing all the broken wreckage of stonemen littering the floor, he couldn't help but slowly nod his head. For sure, with this kind of speed. Understood, Hyung Nim. By the way. Jin-Ho hesitated slightly, before opening his mouth with some difficulty. Can I be the one to retrieve the magic stones? Why? I'm kinda upset because it feels like my role's been stolen by these guys, Hyung Nim. Jin-Woo burst out into a soft chuckle. Yup, this kid really is a weird one. And a day later, Jin-Woo finished the 19 raids he had promised Jin-Ho. Chapter 66 Fin. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 67. Chapter 67, Chapter 67. Hyung Nim. Now that the raids are over, how about we celebrate with a hearty meal? As they were driving back home, Jin-Ho cautiously asked. Celebrate? But, there's no one with us, though? The raid team was disbanded as soon as the last raid was completed. Even Han Song-yi said that she had someplace she had to stop by, so there were only Jin-Woo and Jin-Ho in the van. Jin-Ho spoke as if he was embarrassed by something. I've been receiving your help all this time, Hyung Nim, so I just wanted to treat you to a good meal, at least. Why was he having so much trouble saying the words, let's have a meal together? Jin-Woo chuckled wryly. Since the kid was implying that he wanted to splurge on a grand feast, there was no reason for Jin-Woo to refuse the invitation, now was there? All right. Jin-Ho's expression brightened considerably as soon as Jin-Woo said okay. Hyung Nim. Should I take you to this restaurant in a certain hotel that I know? They know how to make a mean steak, you see. No, not something like that. Unless such dishes came out in public engagements he simply had to attend, Jin-Woo would rather prefer to eat a simpler meal in peace with Yoo Jin-ho in an easygoing, relaxed atmosphere. What a good timing it was, since he spotted one such place that fit the criteria. The tip of Jin-Woo's pointing finger pressed on the van's window. How about that place over there? Ah, you wanted to enjoy Hanwoo, Hyungnim? TL, Hanwoo, Korean beef. Much more expensive than imported beef. No, the place next to that one. Yoo Jin-ho's eyes narrowed to a slit. A restaurant next to that one. He could only see a common diner there. Day of flower blooming on pork belly, thinly sliced pork belly specialists. By any chance, are you talking about that pork belly place, Hyungnim? What, you don't like pork? Yoo Jin-ho grinned refreshingly. Not at all. I also love pork belly, Hyungnim. They parked the van in the nearby parking lot and went inside the diner, only to find the place was packed to the brim with patrons, as well as part-time workers busy moving around without a moment of rest. Right now, it was 7 in the evening. No wonder the diner was so full. Welcome. How may I help you? One of the part-time workers walked over with a smile and engaged the two men. How many customers will we be serving this evening? Us too. Please follow me. After hearing Yoo Jin-ho's answer, the part-time worker guided the two men to a spot in a secluded corner. However, hold on for a second. Yoo Jin-ho took a look around and pointed towards the empty table by the windows. Can't we sit over there? I'm sorry, sir. That table has been booked already. A large group must have made a booking, because several tables had been brought together. Currently, they were all empty. Yoo Jin-ho stared at the empty tables with a rueful expression and shook his head. In the end, the two of them had to occupy the most secluded, out-of-the-way spot in the diner. Yoo Jin-ho lowered his head in shame. I'm sorry, Hyungnim. There's nothing for you to apologize for. I was the one who suggested that we come here, anyway. Even still, I should have taken you to a bit better spot than this one. Jin-Woo smirked and lightly patted Yoo Jin-ho on the shoulder. Don't sweat over such things and enjoy the food, okay? Actually, Jin-Woo was inwardly worried about a scion of a chaebol finding the taste of such cheap meat to his liking or not. Also, even though I didn't say anything, but well. Jin-Woo scanned his surroundings. He could see people, and then, more people. He spent quite a lot of his time in a silent apartment with no one in it, so he kind of enjoyed this hustle and bustle. Here are your orders of 3 portions of pork belly, and 2 bottles of soju. TL, soju, Korean distilled spirit. Soon, the part-time worker brought out their orders. Sizzle. The thinly sliced portions of pork sizzled enticingly on the heating plate. And sure enough, pieces of meat began disappearing real fast. Fortunately enough, Yoo Jin-ho seemed to like it. Well, the thing is, me and my friends frequent pork belly diners whenever we have the chance, Hyungnim. Oh, really? Friends from the university? Yes, Hyungnim. It's just that, I seem to mix better with friends from my university rather than the classmates from the expensive private schools I went to. Jin-Woo smirked slightly and nodded his head. If it was Yoo Jin-ho, then that sounded about right. Here, let me pour you a glass, Hyungnim. Yeah, you too. Gulp, gulp, gulp. They filled their glasses with soju, clinked them a little and one-shot them. Kya ha. Unlike Yoo Jin-ho, who was immensely enjoying the bitter taste of soju, Jin-Woo could only frown deeply in unhappiness. Mm? Hyungnim, is something wrong? No, it's nothing. Jin-Woo could only stare at the empty glass with a bitter expression on his face. He had forgotten one crucial fact about his body, what with him being so busy lately and all. T-ring. Harmful substances have been detected. Effects of buff, detox will now commence. 3, 2, 1. Detoxification has been completed. I forgot that I can't get drunk anymore. D*MN. It was the same story regardless of how many glasses he knocked back. Tearing, tearing, tearing. As long as the buff good health and long life was in effect, soju would remain as only slightly bitter tasting water and nothing more. Jin-Woo angrily spat out a cuss in his mind. God D*MN it. Rather than drinking bitter water like an idiot, he decided that it'd be infinitely better to order a soda instead. Excuse me. A part-time worker hurriedly came over to their table. I want to order 2 more portions of pork belly, as well as a bottle of Sprite, please. TL note at the end. Okay, please wait for a moment. After the waiter left, Jin-Ho began tilting his head. Hyun-Nim? Why didn't you order more alcohol? I'm not that good with alcohol, you see. Jin-Woo replied, his expression not even changing slightly, but as usual, Jin-Ho didn't quite catch that. Instead, a loose smile crept up on his alcohol-tinged reddened face. Hyun-Nim still has a humane side, like this one, but... Jin-Ho kept on giving him a strange but meaningful look, but Jin-Woo simply ignored him outright. It's not as if he started acting strange all of a sudden just today or anything. Actually, he was getting curious about something else here. What are you planning to do from now on? When Jin-Woo asked in a serious voice, Jin-Ho sat upright like a job seeker waiting for his job interview to start. As soon as I complete a simple written test at the Hunters Association, they should issue my guild master license right away, Hyun-Nim. I'm planning to negotiate with my father with that license in hand. Determination flooded in Jin-Ho's eyes. He had invested a lot of his own moolah for this purpose, and there was no room to retreat now. Besides, I also made a promise with Hyun-Nim, too. The guild building he promised to Jin-Woo. That part of the bargain could be upheld only after Jin-Ho successfully persuades his father, Myung-won, to install him as the new guildmaster. On the other hand, Jin-Woo was feeling rather liberated. Sure, it'd be nice to get my hands on that 30 billion won building. But well, that would only be an added bonus to him. His real purpose had always been leveling up. While entering all those rank C gates, he had reached a far higher level than he initially bargained for. In other words, he had achieved his goal. And the results of his frantic leveling up spree. One punch from him, and the rank a hunter with a guaranteed annual salary of billions of won, Kim Cheol, lost his consciousness. Just like that. At the bare minimum, I can make more money than that guy now. If one possessed excellent abilities, wealth was sure to follow. There was no need to feel nervous at all. And his relaxed mindset could clearly be seen on his demeanor. Jin-Woo began reminiscing about the last few days and smiled to himself. It was at this moment that Jin-Ho asked him a question. What are your own plans now, Hyun-Nim? Oh, me? Did I ask something that I shouldn't? Jin-Ho thought like this and flinched slightly. But he breathed a sigh of relief after spotting Jin-Woo's relaxed expression. I'll be out of reach for a while, actually. There's this place I have to go to, you see? That one sentence caused Jin-Ho's face to harden visibly. After forming an expression of an abandoned puppy, Jin-Ho emptied the soju glass in one go. Tap. He then placed the empty glass on the table, filling it up back to the brim. After knocking back another glass, he began to open his mouth with some difficulty. Hyun-Nim. Please tell me straight if I've been bothering you. If that's been the case, I shall make sure never to bother you again in the future. This idiot. The moment Jin-Woo said that he'd be out of reach, this idiot must have misunderstood his words again. Jin-Woo scratched the side of his head and asked a question instead of a proper reply. Hey, Jin-Ho. Yes, Hyun-Nim? What do you think of me as, Well, Jin-Ho's eyes rolled around this way and that as if he couldn't come up with a good enough answer, before he raised his head. Hyung-Nim, I have a brother who's over 10 years older than me. Jin-Woo remembered hearing that from somewhere. The firstborn son of Yu Myung-hwan, Yu Jin-song. My brother doesn't really like me, so I think the time I spent with him is far shorter than what I've spent with you, Hyung-Nim. Compared to him, you have saved my life, helped me out with my dream, and... Jin-Ho stared straight at Jin-Woo. To me, you're more like my real brother than him, Hyung-Nim. He was still a bit scared of Jin-Woo, though. Still, he'd never, ever forget these past few days following around Jin-Woo for the rest of his life. Indeed, his respect was far greater than fear of Jin-Woo at this point. If you see me as your brother, then... Jin-Woo smiled deeply. I'll think of you as my younger brother as well. Hyu. Hyung-Nim. The tip of Jin-Ho's nose reddened and he began to get teary-eyed all of a sudden. If that was all, it'd have been fine, but then, he tried to get closer to Jin-Woo out of nowhere. Hyung-Nim. I want to give you a big hug. It's fine, right? Hey. You're drunk, dude. Stop it. No, that's not true. Hyung-Nim, I've never been this clear-minded in my life before. Hyung-Ni-Theum. Say that with your eyes open, will ya? Whale. Either he was far too moved by his emotions, or he just was a bad drunk. Jin-Ho collapsed over the table and began crying his eyes out, prompting Jin-Woo to pat him on the shoulder. Soon enough, Jin-Ho fell asleep and the table had quietened down now. Ha, what a helpless kid. Jin-Woo leaned back on his seat and lightly clicked his tongue. Jin-Ho. He was a troublesome kid in many ways, but for some reason, Jin-Woo didn't find him dislikable at all. Next up on the bulletin. Jin-Woo heard that voice and shifted his gaze over to its source. A TV mounted on the wall of the diner was showing a news bulletin. Is it 9 in the evening already? He thought like that and stared the screen, only to spot someone rather familiar appearing there. Jin-Woo's eyes widened. It was none other than Baek Yun-ho, and he was being bombarded with an unending stream of questions from the reporters as he exited from the White Tiger's headquarters. Is it true that there was a huge incident during the training of your new recruits? Is it also true that only the lower-ranked hunters returned alive while all the higher-ranked ones had perished? What do you think about the rumor of a mystery person allegedly aiding the survivors during this incident? Baek Yun-ho was doing his best to ignore the reporters, but in the end, he had no choice but to respond. This incident has been investigated by the association already. It was true that there was an incident, but there was no mystery helper at the scene. No, the White Tiger Guild's proud hunters combined their powers and managed to clear the upper-ranked dungeon. And many hunters lost their lives or got injured during the process. That is all. Another reporter quickly fired in a follow-up question. If that's the case, why are you forbidding us from interviewing the survivors? Those folks managed to avoid death's doorstep by a hair's breadth. So, why do you wish to speak to those people regarding this deeply traumatic event? That's as far as I'm prepared to answer you people. Baek Yun-ho made a quick getaway from there after climbing into a car. Jin-Woo's eyes remained wide open. They were talking about me, right? A little while ago, somewhere in the eastern United States of America. A shrill scream exploded out inside a certain dungeon. Yuwahak? A hunter named James plopped down on his butt. His legs had lost all strength and he could only crawl on the floor to run away. But when he realized that he only managed to corner himself against a wall, despair quickly dyed his expression. Oh, dear God. The rank for this dungeon was estimated to be A. And in order to clear this gate, suitable hunters were recruited to form a raid team. However, every single one of them was annihilated. Technically speaking, they weren't dead, but unconscious on the floor, though. I can't believe this. James leaned against the wall and breathed heavily before roughly shaking his head around several times. Today had been a series of truly unbelievable events. When the raid team entered the dungeon, they could not find a single monster. Because there was seemingly no monster inside. A dungeon without monsters? Can such a thing even exist? If that was the case, where did the magic power emission that the measuring equipment had picked up outside the gate come from? The hunters came up with all sorts of theories by themselves. This was already a hard-to-believe phenomenon, yet something even more shocking was waiting for them by the boss room. When they entered it, they did find a single monster. And it looked exactly like a human being. Indeed, there was only one, but from that monster's single attack, every raid team member lost their consciousness. This creature proved to be far, far too powerful for them. Only James had somehow escaped from the boss room. Wait, could it be that all the magic energy emission detected on the outside of the dungeon is coming from that thing alone? The measurement took place far away, from outside the gate itself, yet its magic power was already exceeding the level of a rank A? James shook his head again. That's just F*King impossible. But then. This, really now. That lone monster walked out from the darkness and stepped into the light. James began screaming once more after he saw the approaching creature. You walk? A few. That hurts my ears, you know. The monster, no, an oriental man with long, unkempt hair and a bushy beard roughly scratched the top of his head. James no longer screamed but began leaking out scared gasps instead. The mystery oriental man stood before James and placed his hands on his waist. What the hell? So, who told you to attack first without warning? I told you that I'm not a monster, but a human being. I'm a human. Unfortunately, James could not understand a single word of this strange language. Naturally, his complexion progressively worsened. The Oriental man stared at the terrified American hunter with a troubled expression on his face. Eventually, he spat out a long, long sigh. Dang it! What a pain, trying to talk to these big-nosed foreigners. In any case, he tried to initiate another conversation one more time. He squatted down low enough to match the American's eye level and did his best to sound as friendly and non-threatening as possible. Hey, man. He could recall a few English words. With such a poor grasp in that language, he couldn't really tell if he was making any sense at all, grammar-wise. I am a Korean. So, he tried to enunciate every word to the best of his ability. I want to go home. Chapter 67 Fin. TL, originally, the raw said our MC ordered cider, but the thing is, in Korea, all non-alcoholic soda-like beverages with clear coloring, like Sprite, are colloquially referred to as cider. Not sure how that came about, though. So, if you hear/read about someone ordering cider in other forms of Korean media, such as dramas or other KR novels, don't be surprised, as there is no alcohol involved. TL, in case you haven't noticed it yet, the mystery Korean man had been speaking in Korean, while James was speaking/thinking in English. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 68. Chapter 68. Chapter 68. An event of an unprecedented scale. A trapped person walked out of a dungeon, alive. The U.S. Hunter Bureau went into overdrive right away. The deputy director of the Bureau personally came down to the interview room after hearing this news. Beyond the one-way mirror, he could see an Oriental man quietly sitting on a chair, with a pair of handcuffs on his wrists. Is he that man? That's correct, sir. He looks like a regular civilian, doesn't he? Yes, sir. It was as he said, once that man's unkempt hair and the messy beard were taken care of, his facial features would be that of an average middle-aged Oriental male commonly found everywhere. Have you found out his identity yet? He has repeatedly stated that he's a Korean hunter. South Korea? Yes, sir. How can a South Korean hunter come out of a dungeon on the other side of the world? He says that he was trapped inside the dungeon for the past 10 years after the gate closed on him. And when he reopened his eyes, he's in America? Is that it? That's what he'd been saying until now, sir. The deputy director massaged his forehead. How was he to explain this to the director? He felt a migraine beginning its vicious assault on his head. If that's the case, then what are you guys waiting for? Why aren't you in there, trying to get more information out of him? Never mind his director, the deputy was worried about having to report directly to someone even higher than that. Or worse, someone much, much higher up the food chain. In other words, there was no time to wait around sucking on thumbs like this. Too bad, the section chief in charge of information did not share his sentiment. Sir, we're currently focusing on the possibility of this man being a monster who possesses a human's memories, instead. Okay, so, If it suddenly reveals its true intentions during the interview process, the entirety of Washington could be in danger. That made sense. A raid team consisting of several Ranka hunters proved to be utterly helpless against that man, after all. They could not afford to be careless here. Looks like we'll have to get a powerful hunter to continue on with the investigation, then. Preferably, a rank S, too. The section chief nodded his head in agreement. There is a rank S hunter who can converse in Korean residing nearby. The deputy director's expression brightened. He was none other than the deputy director of the Hunter Bureau. He had memorized back to front the list of all rank S hunters living in the States already. Mr. Huang. Is he coming here? Yes, sir. One of the main hunters of the Scavenger Guild, Hwang Dong-soo. Just how much effort did the Hunter Bureau have to put in order to bring that man here and naturalize him as an American citizen? If it's him. Even if something bad did happen, it'd not be too much of a big problem. The deputy director smiled deeply. Oh, right. I almost forgot. A question belatedly formed in his head. If he were to make a report to the higher-ups, he at least needed to know the subject's name. What was the name of that man? It was a difficult-to-pronounce name, that's for sure. The section chief confirmed it on the report submitted to him by one of his underlings and spoke up. His name is Song Il-won, a hunter from South Korea. Hwang Dong-soo had no time for such things as mercy. Especially if it was against monsters. He lost his parents to a dungeon break many years ago and grew up with only his older brother as the sole surviving family member. That was why when he awakened as a rank S, he knew this was his heaven-sent opportunity. The opportunity to rip apart and kill as many monsters as I can. Perhaps that was the reason why the glare of Hwang Dong-soo as he entered the interview room was icier than usual. A man who came out from a dungeon, even the magic energy wavelength this man emitted apparently had a similar pattern to that of a monster. If a monster is pretending to be a human, then he'd kill this abominable creature right here, right now. His glare met the man's gaze. They silently exchanged their gazes. Hwang Dong-soo put the file with this man's information down on the table, pulled the chair out to sit, and opened his mouth. It'll be better for you to cooperate with me. One word from me will determine how others will see you, a human or a monster. Got that? Understood. Before he got started, though, a deeply personal question floated up in Hwang Dong-soo's head. His older brother who died inside the dungeon, was there any possibility that Hwang Dong-suk could return alive? He wanted to know about that first. Is there any chance of other hunters returning from a dungeon, just as you have? The man shook his head. Hwang Dong-soo's brows quivered just then. How can you be so sure? Because I'm well aware of the reason why I came back. The reason? What is it? Let me ask you something before I answer that. I'll be the one asking questions here. Huang Dongsu's eyes narrowed to a slit. However, the man continued on with what he wanted to say regardless. The gates, monsters, and dungeon breaks. How much do you know about them? If this man had asked a stupid question, Huang Dongsu might have used force to shut this man up right away. But he couldn't do that right now. Because that question was something that countless tried to answer ever since the first gate opened and awakened people began appearing 10 years ago. This very moment could be when the answer finally revealed itself. Deputy Director. Shush. The agents of the Hunter Bureau all nervously swallowed their saliva as they stared into the one-way mirror. Huang Dongsu asked. Are you saying that you know? Dungeons, gates, monsters, all these are merely preludes to a true war about to happen soon. And recently, a being that will become the greatest calamity ever seen has opened its eyes. So, the reason why you returned here is in order to stop that calamity. And what is, or who is, this greatest calamity ever seen? That, I can't tell you. Huang Dongsu smirked derisively. A man who came here to stop a calamity can't talk about what it is? I don't know what that thing could be, but surely, rather than trying to stop it all by yourself, wouldn't it be better to work together with others? The man shook his head. The number of people means nothing when facing this being. Doesn't matter whether lots of amateurs decide to work together or not, they will only become its prey and become its pawns, instead. So, you are saying that only you can stop it? The man nodded his head. Huang Dongsu inwardly clicked his tongue. This guy's gone off the deep end. It wasn't that hard to understand, though, if this man had been truly trapped inside a dungeon for 10 years. Or, alternatively, there had been some kind of an error, a mistake, during the process of the monster trying to copy a human's memories and consequently, its brain had melted somewhat. In any case, Huang Dongsu decided to humor the other party for the time being, and see where this thing would go. You must be awfully confident of your skills, then, let's just say that, besides my skills, I've other factors in my favor. Well, if you say so. Just what kind of information could he even extract from a madman? Huang Dongsu decided to stop the questioning here. Instead, he opened the man's case file, thinking of finishing up the Bureau's request, which was to investigate the man's background. Your name is Seong Jin-Woo. The photo supplied certainly matched the man's face. Rather than 10 years, though, it's like only a couple of weeks, maybe months, have passed by, instead. However, Huang Dongsu decided not to mind it. He heard that high-ranked hunters could even skirt past the aging process. Your records as a hunter look pretty good. You could have earned quite a lot of money these days, but Seong Jin-Woo didn't respond to that. Back then, there was no proper system of hunters in place. Hell, there wasn't a ranking system for hunters, even. Huang Dongsu began reading the file. Your spouse, Park Jae-hyun. 2 children. The son's name is. As he read down the names of the children with no emotion on his face, Huang Dongsu's eyes opened up slightly wider for a moment. Seong Jin-Woo? But it only lasted for a truly brief second. Huang Dongsu did his best to remain calm and continued on. Seong Jin-Woo. And the name of your daughter is? Seong Jin-Ah. Okay. Next. It happened then. Wait. Before Huang Dongsu could flip to the next page, Seong Jin-Woo stopped him. Huang Dongsu raised his head. And he found Seong Jin-Woo's glare had become as cold as his own. Why did you emit a murderous intent when mentioning the name of my son? Huang Dongsu placed the file on the desk between them. And then, killed the mic feed to the outside of this room. I told you that I'll be the one asking questions. I'll have to hear your answer, first. What if I'm not interested in answering you? I'll use force, if necessary. Seong Jin-Woo's eyes began gleaming coldly. He didn't even show any hints of backing down. which prompted Hwang Dong-soo to smirk deeply. I got it. So, you were a monster, then. How dare a measly little monster threaten a hunter? An intense hostility directed to him, now that was enough of an evidence to label this man as a monster. No, wait. This could be my second heaven-sent opportunity. Hwang Dong-soo decided as such, and switched the mic on again. Click, beep. Deputy Director? This guy is a monster. Evacuate immediately, because he might start attacking very soon. What? Hold on. Beep. People panicking beyond the one-way mirror quickly ran out of the room. And soon, a loud wail of a siren resounded within the building. Meanwhile, a silver light began emanating from Hwang Dong-soo's hands. I'm planning to visit South Korea soon. After getting ready, Hwang Dong-soo threw an insidious smile at Son Il-won. So, what last words from his father should I deliver to your son? The TV was still talking about the Red Gate incident. Jin-Woo scratched the back of his head. This thing is getting out of hand, not. Still, he didn't feel all that troubled. It was like, he felt a bit weird, instead? He found it rather odd that some people who didn't even know anything him were trying their darndest to find more about him. Especially when he wasn't even there. But, what if they find out about him? Didn't matter, really. Well, I've already leveled up to the point I was aiming for, anyway. The reason why he decided to keep his abilities hidden in the beginning was that he had a lingering fear that he might end up being used by some unscrupulous B***stards. But now, the story was different. Even when the guild master of the White Tiger, as well as a rank S hunter, Baek Yunho had grabbed his arm, Jin-Woo could yank his arm free without a problem. He wouldn't have even dreamed of achieving such a feat in the past. Surely, I'd have wet myself just from meeting eyes with that man. An imperceptible smile formed on Jin-Woo's lips. In times like this, he should have been enjoying the drunken bliss, with reminiscence serving as the perfect side dish, but then. Tearing. Harmful substances have been detected. Effects of buff, detox will now commence. 3, 2, 1. Detoxification has been completed. What a regretful thing it was, his wish couldn't be granted. Jin-Woo smiled rather ruefully. But, his facial expression became serious and determined, more than ever before as he put the soju blast down. I don't have any plans to stop here, though. Jin-Woo summoned his status window. T-ring. Name, Seong Jin-Woo. Level, 61. Class, Shadow Sovereign. Title, The One Who Overcame the Adversity, Extra 1. HP, 13,001. MP, 1,677. Tiredness, 0. Stats. Strength, 142. Endurance, 101. Agility, 121. Intelligence, 89. Perception, 103. Available stat points to distribute, 0. Reduction in physical damage, 46%. His level was 61. Thanks to investing all of the points he earned via daily quests and intelligence, that stat was getting ever closer to the 100 mark. I've got a long road ahead of me, though. But, he knew he could climb even higher. To an even higher place. To a place that possibly no one else could get to. That possibility made his heart palpitate. And the beginning of this climb would be at the demon's castle. The system definitely said that's the one item I wanted more than anything else. He recalled the time he got the blessed random box. Blessed random box. Presents the player with the item he wants. And he got the key to the instant dungeon, Demon's Castle, from it. The monster he ran into had a high level, and the rewards were top-notch, too. He had confirmed these two facts before exiting from there. He had no idea what might come out on the higher floors, but it did not deviate too much. And so, it was now the time to go and reap his rewards. He was planning to enter there and spend a good few days inside. Jin-Woo's only worry was, once I'm inside, I won't be able to contact the outside. What should he tell his little sister, then? Deciding to come up with a suitable excuse on his way back home, Jin-Woo got up from his seat. Tap, tap. Hey, Jin-Ho. Tap, tap. You Jin-Ho. Slurp. Jin-Woo shook and lightly tapped Jin-Ho, but the kid had completely blacked out. What should he do now? And he's supposed to go to the association tomorrow to take the written test, too. Well, taking a test was one thing, but the most urgent thing to worry about right now was sending him home safely from here. Jin-Woo pulled out Jin-Ho's phone. Obviously, I can't call either the chairman Yu Myung-hwan or Yu Jin-sung. Just who should he call here that would inflict the least amount of harm on Jin-Ho? Jin-Woo pondered his choices, before spotting a name on the contact list. Yu Soo-hyun. Unlike with his father or his older brother, Jin-Ho had exchanged quite a few messages with this person. It had to be a woman, judging from the name. Jin-Woo deliberated for a while on whether to call this woman or not, before putting the phone down. Wait a minute. He quickly confirmed his store just in case. And sure enough, there was a certain item he was thinking of. He found it. Item, Status Recovery Potion. Rarity, E. Type, Consumable. A liquid potion that can recover one's status. Once consumed, undesirable status ailments will be cured. Can be stored in your inventory, but it can't be handed over to someone else. As soon as he confirmed the purchase, a yellow potion vial suddenly materialized on the top of the diner's table. It was of a noticeably brighter color than the healing potion's deep red color or the blue of the MP recovery potion. Jin-Woo took a look around him to make sure no one was looking before he quickly tipped Jin-Ho's head over and poured the status recovery potion down the kid's throat. It was then. Jin-Ho's eyes snapped open. Hyun-Nim? Are you awake now? Jin-Ho's head was tipped backwards. And Hyun-Nim was staring down at him from above. Hyun-Nim, what are you doing there? Jin-Woo couldn't come up with a good enough explanation right away. In times like these, pretending that nothing had happened was for the best. Let's go. Oh. Yes, Hyun-Nim. Jin-Ho stood right up from his seat, before tilting his head slightly. Why do I feel so refreshed? Jin-Ho moved his body this way and that, before a refreshing smile formed on his face as he followed after Jin-Woo. And as they left the diner, the news continued on. This is next item on the bulletin. The American government has continuously delayed releasing any official statement on the mysterious explosion that rocked the headquarters of the American Hunter Bureau. Chapter 68 Fin. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 69. Chapter 69. Chapter 69. On the first light of the day, Jin-Woo headed to the Daesun Tower. It sure is really big, Trying to look up at the top of this 100-floor-tall skyscraper from nearby made his neck hurt. But, why are there so many people around here? Unlike the last time, there were way too many people coming in and out of the tower. The difference in foot traffic between the nighttime and daytime was far too huge. Not only the building's entrance but the streets surrounding it was packed full as well. It'll probably get real noisy if a person suddenly vanishes in a place with so many people in it, right? Not only that, the media was casting a spotlight on this mystery helper or whatever, so there wasn't any reason for him to go out of his way and draw attention to himself, was there? Obviously not. Jin-Woo wasn't someone who enjoyed the attention, to begin with. He made his way to an area with not much foot traffic and pulled out the key to the demon's castle from his inventory. It was a long, slender, golden key. At a casual glance, it even resembled a fancy decorative item. No one's around me, right? After scanning his surroundings, Jin-Woo nodded his head. Let's enter from here. Jin-Woo activated his stealth skill. Shurarek. After vanishing from view, he returned to the main street and walked closer to the tower while brushing past the countless passers-by. Tap. Tap. As befitting the busy street in the middle of the city, and during the daytime, no less, the distance he had to walk wasn't far, but he still ended up bumping into quite a few shoulders as he blended in with the crowd. However, not one person noticed it. If I were to abuse this stealth skill, I can do pretty much anything, no? He even thought that this had to be the reason why high-ranking hunters possessing the stealth skill were closely monitored at all times. His aimlessly wandering mind didn't stay like that for long. Just like the first time he came here, the surrounding view suddenly transformed as soon as he stepped across the invisible boundary. Rumble. I can already hear the sounds of flames burning from this far away, so just how hot is it in there? The giant tower enveloped in flames, the demon's castle, replacing the Daesung Tower, filled up his entire view. The thing was that though, humans were supposedly capable of quickly adapting to their situations. Well, it's not as bad as the first time, but for sure, he didn't feel as nervous as the first time he saw the demon's castle. No, maybe it's because I have leveled up sufficiently enough. Jin-Woo stored the key to the demon's castle in his inventory, and summoned an ash-colored key, instead. Item, key to the castle's gate. Rarity, A. Type, key. The key to unlock the gates of the demon's castle. Can be acquired only after killing the gatekeeper. It was the key he got after killing the gatekeeper, the Cerberus. Back then, he didn't even dare to use it after getting almost bitten to death by the Cerberus, but now, he could use it. Shurarek. Next up, he summoned his weapon. On his left hand, the key, and on his right hand, the Baruka's dagger. Jin-Woo cautiously approached the front gate of the tower. He couldn't see the Cerberus. Could it be that monsters don't respawn in the demon's castle? He couldn't be sure, but there was some possibility that it might be, just like with the Cerberus. In that case, the layout of this dungeon could be very different from other instant dungeons where monsters always respawned. Jin-Woo expanded his perception to the limit. Thump, thump, thump. By expanding his perception stat that had broke past the 100 mark, he could even hear his own heart beating as loudly as thunderclaps. However, I'm not scared at all. Unlike before, he was certainly feeling a lot more confident, knowing how strong he was currently. Maintaining his vigilance and shivering from fear were two very different stories, after all. T-ring. When he stood before the castle's gate, a new message popped up. Will you use the key to the castle's gate to enter? Y/N. You think I'm going back home after coming this far? Jin-Woo snorted at this nonsensical question and chose yes. Kriya-ak. He didn't even do anything, yet the huge pair of doors began moving as the hinges issued loud creaks. Slam. Ha! Jin-Woo was flustered next. He had had his perception expanded to the max, yet he couldn't sense a single presence of monsters from beyond the castle gates. There are no monsters? Jin-Woo had been worried about precisely the opposite situation happening to him. He had even thought about going through a special training by deliberately entering the penalty zone to fight against those desert centipedes or whatever, in case monsters crazily rushed out as soon as the castle gate opened up. But, what the hell? What the hell was the meaning of this? All his efforts so far seemed to be in vain. The interior was utterly devoid of any life. Ha! Well, this is. Feeling somewhat dumbfounded, Jin-Woo stored Baruka's dagger back to his inventory and entered the demon's castle. It happened, then. T-ring. As soon as a mechanical beep rang inside his head, he immediately summoned both of his daggers. But that beep was nothing more than an alert to let him know that a new message had arrived. A new quest is available. A new quest, is it? It wasn't a daily quest? Well, it'd be strange if it was, since Jin-Woo made sure to complete the daily quest and pocketed the rewards before coming here. Meaning, this had to be a regular quest. And that would be his first, ever. Well, yeah, I've been getting only the hidden quests or emergency quests until now, so... Excluding the daily quests that showed up every day regardless of how he felt, of course. Jin-Woo tilted his head slightly and confirmed the contents of the message. Confirm. Then, the information on the quest appeared before him. T-Ring. Normal quest, collect the souls of demons. 1. Demons are everywhere within the demon's castle. Kill the demons and collect their souls to receive special rewards. One soul can be collected from a single demon, but on higher floors, there are demons with multiple souls. Quest generation condition. Entry into the demon's castle. Quest clear condition. Collect 10,000 souls. Rewards. Any one item available in the store. Plus 20 bonus stat points. An unknown reward. 20 bonus stat points. That was the very first thing that attracted Jin-Woo's attention, the stat points. I can raise my intelligence by 20 points. A smile instinctively formed on his face. He'd been feeling his lack of MP for quite some time now. I need lots of mana if the shadow soldiers need to regenerate, but... And, was mana his only problem? He had already confirmed that the number of shadows he could extract, as well as the number of soldiers he could store, increased when his intelligence stat also improved. So, for him, increasing the intelligence stat was a must. There always has been a limit to increasing that stat through level ups and daily quests, but now... If he could get his hands on that 20 points via the completion of this quest, then his problems would be solved in one fell swoop. Gulp. He was salivating already. Not only that. Jin-Woo's gaze landed on other rewards. Rewards. Any one item available in the store. Plus 20 bonus stat points. He was feeling grateful for the bonus stat points, but now, he could even choose one item from the store, too. Can I really choose anything? Jin-Woo recalled those ultra-expensive items he saw on the store's menu. I definitely saw. There were some S-rarity items that cost billions, hell, even tens of billions there. Well, those billions weren't the real-world currency but gold that only existed within the system, though. Still, just how amazing was this? The Night Killer he'd been using so nicely until now cost only 3 million gold. A 3 million rarity item already possesses this high quality and attack power, so just what will those costing billions be like? His curiosity had been stoked for sure. Never mind the mystery third reward, just from looking at those two rewards alone, he knew right away that he couldn't let this quest slip through his fingers. For this kind of rewards, killing one or two monsters is a walk in the park. Jin-Woo was genuinely elated now and thought about finishing this quest real fast to receive those rewards, only for his eyes to bulge out after confirming the quest clear condition. 10,000? He gasped out in sheer shock. This was already far beyond the notion of killing one or two monsters. What the hell, what kind of slave labor is this? He had no idea what kind of a monster these demons could be, but hell, 10,000 was a scary high number, indeed. Still, a smile crept up on Jin-Woo's face. Well, that would have been, if I was alone. Currently, the number of shadow soldiers he possessed was 50. If each one killed 200, this quest would be cleared. If he pushed his soldiers to work hard, surely this sort of quest would prove to be nothing but a cakewalk. Will you accept the normal quest, collect the souls of demons? 1. Of course. He had no reason to refuse. You have accepted the quest. The penalty for failing this quest would be him wasting a bit of time, that'd be all. Compared to other quests, a few. Without a doubt, this was truly a wonderful quest when compared to the class change quest or emergency quests where his life was on the line. Jin-Woo raised his head. I wonder, is that thing supposed to display my progress from now on? As soon as he accepted the quest, a counter he hadn't seen before appeared in the air, just above his line of sight. Collected Souls of Demons, 0/10,000. 10,000, so far away. A bitter chuckle leaked out of his mouth once he got to physically confirm the number that had been floating inside his head is nothing but a vague notion until now. It was then that he discovered a different counter to the left of that one. Ha! EXP needed for the next level up, 60,000. There it was, 60,000 clearly displayed via the holographic display. As soon as he met that, he'd level up, or at least that's what was written there. Even my experience points are being displayed now? However, he had never seen anything like that prior to his entry into the demon's castle. Maybe. To make sure, Jin-Woo took a step backwards and left the demon's castle. Sure enough, both the counter for souls and experience points disappeared. When he stepped back inside, they showed up again as if they had never disappeared in the first place. Yeah, they only show up inside the demon's castle. Although it was unfortunate that he couldn't see them outside the castle, but at the least, it'd be quite convenient to have them inside, that's for sure. If he looked at it from another perspective. Does this mean that it'll take a long time for me to conquer this place? That was a distinct possibility. Jin-Woo carefully read through the quest details one more time and closed the message windows. That should be enough preparation, I think. Finally, he had some leeway to take a closer look at the interior of the demon's castle. Heek. Jin-Woo's eyes widened immediately once he did. Whoa! Inside of the castle was a ruined city. Quite unexpectedly, it was a field-type dungeon. What is this place? Is this Seoul? If everyone in Seoul died and 100 years had passed by, would the city look like this? Within this lifeless, ash-gray cityscape, only the lonesome streetlights flickered as if they were having a seizure. I never expected it to be a field-type dungeon, though. Not only that, a dungeon created to look like the metropolis of Seoul. This was the kind of scale that utterly disallowed any comparison to other instant dungeons that were based around a special location such as subway stations or department stores. Jin-Woo's eyes narrowed to a slit. So, where should I go now? Where should be his destination? Jin-Woo's gaze scanned the surroundings and the distant horizon. Thankfully, his dilemma didn't last for long. In the far-off distance, in the direction where the famed Namsan Tower should have been, there stood a massive pillar of light stretching beyond the sky. Let's head over there. Jin-Woo began walking in that direction. He also made sure to memorize the surrounding area of the castle's gates in case he got lost on the way, too. However, his steps had to come to a stop not long after. Kakik. Kakak. Monsters with smallish physical sizes began creeping out from the gaps of ruined buildings, one by one. Low-ranked demon. Jin-Woo immediately recognized what they were from the dark red name floating above their heads. They look like These creatures reminded him of gargoyles, but without wings. There were a total of 8 of them. Seeing them, the corners of Jin-Woo's lips arched up. Well, for starters, I got myself 8 souls. Right away. Kwajiek. The Baruka's dagger pierced deeply into the forehead of one of the demons. You killed a low-ranked demon. You have earned 100 experience points. You have collected 1 soul of demons. Kayak? Ki-heek? The moment the demon's attention had shifted to the one with the dagger stuck to its forehead, Jin-Woo rapidly approached another one to separate its head from its body. Slice. You killed a low-ranked demon. You have earned 100 experience points. You have collected 1 soul of demons. This one also gave him 100 EXP. And I need 60,000 experience points. If he hunted down 600 low-ranked demons, then he'd get to raise his level. The remaining demons were taken care of in the blink of an eye. Kiyak? Kek. He had collected 8 souls, and the experience points earned were 800. Hey, this is not too bad. And they said that the journey of 1,000 miles started with the first step. Jin-Woo's eyes began sparkling brightly as he began searching for his next prey. Inside the office of the White Tiger Guild's guild master, Baek Yunho was browsing through several documents he had been neglecting in the past few days because of his busy schedule. Beep dash. He picked the phone up after hearing that beep. Master, Min Byung-gu Hunter Nim wishes to speak to you. What should I do, sir? Let him through. Yes, sir. A short while later, a familiar voice came from the phone speaker. Baek Hyung, why did you switch your mobile off? Baek Yunho spat out a long sigh. Because of the D*MN reporters. I was thinking of being out of the public's eye until this whole thing dies down. Ah, that. The Red Gate incident. Yeah, I saw the news here in Japan, too. Hyung, I had no idea that you were that photogenic, you know? Stop riling me up, man. I'm not in the mood to kid around. If I find out just who leaked it to the media, I'm gonna. Hyung, don't sweat over it too much. The whole thing's gonna get buried soon, anyway. You see, there is going to be bigger news, soon. Big news, is it? From Japan? Yes. This is going to be a bigger issue than you can imagine. You'll most likely hear about it soon in Korea, too. What happened? About a week ago, the Japanese Hunters Association secretly contacted several of Korea's large guilds. They said that they needed advice from the Korean hunters. And so, 2 days after that, a few of Korea's elite hunters traveled to Japan. The hunter Min Byung-gu was one of them. Baek Yunho had been curious about that matter for a while now. Stop building up the suspense and tell me what happened already. This was the first time the Japs have asked for advice from us. What made them do that? What did those prideful B***stars want? Baek Hyung. I'm sure you still remember the ants of Jeju Island, yes, that. 4 years ago, a rank S-gate opened up on the island of Jeju. Ants came out of there. There had been 3 separate subjugation operations since then, and all of them ended in failure. In the end, the Korean government gave up on the island, and it was now a barren land ruled by monsters. How could I forget? I nearly died back then. Well, looks like there's been some kind of a mutation. A mutation, is it? But, what does it matter to us? Aren't they just going to fight among themselves while being confined to that island? Well, the thing is. The voice coming from the phone sounded rather troubled. The Japs found a corpse of a winged ant on the coast of Japan, actually. Chapter 69 Fin. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 70. Chapter 70, Chapter 70. You killed a low-ranked demon. You have earned 100 experience points. You have collected 1 soul of demons. You have earned 100 experience points. You have collected 1 soul of demons. For the next 2 hours, he madly hunted down every low-ranked demon he could find. Afterwards, Jin-Woo confirmed the number of souls he managed to collect. Collected souls of demons, 309/10000. He had now completed about 3% of the quest. If he could continue hunting at this speed, then according to his calculations, he could level up in another 2 hours. His current level was 61. In the past, he needed experience points from 9 rank C dungeons in order to level up from 60 to 61. And the time spent was around 2 days, too. But here, he could already think about leveling up only after 4 hours? This is crazy. A thick smile formed on Jin-Woo's lips. Just how long had it been since he could hunt this enthusiastically? Is this the first time since then? He couldn't really remember ever being in a similar situation since he went to the Hapjeong subway station and repeatedly cleared the first 2 underground floors until his level didn't want to rise anymore. Ki-eek. Whenever Jin-Woo's dagger flashed, one low-ranked demon fell without exception. Kayak. Kichk. Kiegek, kek, dot. Sometimes, even several of them, too. In the blink of an eye, Jin-Woo killed 20 more low-ranked demons. This is a gold mine. Both his experience points and the number of souls continued to rise as he continued to hunt down the demons. Not only that, there was the added bonus of loot drops, too. A bright smile formed on Jin-Woo's face as he collected the loot. Their horns come out almost all the time, don't they? Item, low-ranked demon's horns. Rarity, none. Type, miscellaneous. 2 horns attached to the head of a low-ranked demon. Demon's horns are used as base ingredients for high-grade magic spells and therefore can be sold at a high price. The Japtum demon's horns, selling it in the store would net him 200,000 gold. Each of those fangs of Cerberus or whatever got me 150 grand each, but this, well, monsters of the demon's castle are really generous, aren't they? After experiencing the usefulness of the store multiple times recently, these Japtums no longer remained Japtums in Jin-Woo's eyes. All the gold earned through here would eventually become his flesh and blood later. I can't throw anything away. Feeling really chuffed, Jin-Woo sold off what could be sold and stored what should be stored as he rummaged through the remains of the demons. In the midst of this. What's this? He found an item he hadn't seen before. And the thing with its end poking out from the busted gut of a demon was. Item, entry permit. Rarity? Type, dot. A permit allowing you to enter the 2nd floor of the demon's castle. Can only be used on the 1st floor transfer magic circle. TL, I'll use the North American way of counting floors from here onwards. It was a document scroll, tightly rolled up. An entry permit? When he unfurled it and took a look, he found all sorts of undecipherable drawings and letters adorning its surface. In the end, the only thing that helped him understand its purpose was the item explanation. An item that lets me go up from the 1st floor to the 2nd, is it? Could it be? Jin-Woo took a look around. This place was inside the demon's castle, but at the same time, he was also inside the Daesung Tower. If the demon's castle was also divided into floors like the tower, then he'd be on the 1st floor. Since this place looked like a field-type dungeon, I didn't expect there to be different floors. Could it be that, just like the Daesung Tower, there were 100 floors here, too? Jin-Woo was left agape by the sheer scale of this particular dungeon. It can't really be 100 floors, can it? There was only one way to confirm this. And that would be to locate the transfer magic circle and see for himself. Now, where would this floor transfer magic circle thing be in this place? Jin-Woo's wandering gaze stopped at the pillar of light piercing the sky. Well, that has to be it, dot. Getting there was his initial goal, but his attention got robbed by the hunting of the low-ranked demons, and before he knew it, he had moved further away from his destination than before. Should I head there now? He thought that this might be a good time to think about heading there. Also, he had hunted down all of the low-ranked demons nearby, too. Jin-Woo grinned brightly. Summon. The shadow soldiers stored inside his shadows via the shadow storage skill didn't require any chanting or whatever to summon them, unlike when he was trying to extract shadows. Shurarek. In front of Jin-Woo, the giant beast soldier extracted from the leader of the Ice Bear pack appeared silently. Growl. And it was a giant monsterish bear standing on its hind legs. It was as large as a house. But to Jin-Woo, it was not much different from a mild-mannered lovable puppy. Get down. Growl. When the shadow beast soldier laid down on the ground, Jin-Woo lightly jumped on top of its back. Giddy up. As soon as Jin-Woo lightly tapped the side of the beast with his leg, the shadow creature rushed towards the pillar of light with a frightening turn of speed. Thud, 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 thud. The massive creature also possessed incredible agility as well, and before long, the distance between him and the destination rapidly closed up. Of course, they still encountered obstructions every now and then. Kareek. Keek, keek. Roar. One thunderous swipe from the beast soldier, and the situation normalized right away. Ho-oh. Jin-Woo formed a deeply impressed expression. I only decided to write it for fun, but isn't this actually pretty cool? Thinking that he should utilize this means of transportation often from now on, he even named his new ride right there and then. From now on, your name shall be Tank. Roar. The beast soldier, no, Tank, roared out while raising its head high up. Was it trying to say it liked it, or hated it? What with its incredibly powerful vocal cord, Jin-Woo couldn't really tell which was which. In the meantime, the light pillar got closer and closer. Tank gradually slowed down and eventually stopped before the light pillar. Nice work. Jin-Woo got down to the ground and patted Tank once, before storing the big guy back into his shadow. Then, he turned around to face the magic circle. The familiar mechanical beep rang inside his head as soon as he did. T-ring. You have discovered floor transfer magic circle. There was a magic circle carved on the ground. The light shooting out from it was reaching into the sky. Without hesitation, Jin-Woo stepped inside. Nothing happened. Jin-Woo tilted his head this way and that, before taking a few more steps to stand in the middle of the circle. Only then another message popped up in his view. No floors have been opened. Which floor would you like to transfer to? How many floors are there? Of course, there was no reply. Is there no other way to find out how many floors are there, except for finding out for myself? Jin-Woo pondered for a moment. There wasn't that much left for the experience points, so should he stay and raise his level before going up, or should he just go up and level up there? Unlike other instant dungeons, there is no monster respawn in this place, so staying on one floor will be inefficient in the long run. Besides, the system said that demons with more souls existed on upper floors as well. He concluded that, for both his experience points and to clear the quest, it could be more advantageous to get to higher floors as quickly as possible. Fine. Let's go up, then. Jin-Woo spoke up. Second floor. You need the entry permit. Jin-Woo summoned the scroll as per the instruction. As soon as it appeared, it dissolved into the light. The second floor of the demon's castle has been unlocked. You are transferring to the second floor. Buzz. An even stronger ray of light began rising up from the magic circle. At the same time, Jin-Woo realized something. Ah. So that's how it works. As it turned out, this whole thing was just an elevator. The moment he realized what this pillar of light actually was, Jin-Woo was immediately transferred to the second floor, along with the blinding explosion of light. Second floor, third, fourth. And eventually, the 27th floor. That was the result of grinding for 2 days straight. He told Gina, his little sister, that he'd be on a week-long trip. I have 5 more days, that. Considering his gradually increasing clearing speed, he began to think that it might be doable to get to what he assumed to be the last floor, the 100th floor, within the next 5 days. Maybe even sooner than that. Jin-Woo took a look at his surroundings. It was still a ruined city. I can't tell which city this floor is based on anymore. Every floor was modeled off on a different city. However, the higher he climbed, the state of destruction the city was in got worse and worse, and on this 27th floor, he found it hard to tell whether this place used to be a city or not. Would a city look like this after having experienced a concentrated carpet bombing? Jin-Woo quickly threw away useless thoughts and shook his head. I shouldn't be wasting time like this, stat. He checked the time with his wristwatch, and it was already 11 in the evening. There was no daytime or night inside this dungeon. So he needed to rely on his watch to keep time. 11 would be a good time to get some shut-eye if he wanted to continue clearing this dungeon tomorrow with a refreshed body in mind. But before that, should I check the result of my hard work first? Jin-Woo shifted his gaze over to the quest progress window. Collected souls of demons, 116 out of 10,000. Over 2,100, is it? Meaning, he had hunted down over 1,000 demons in a day. He had killed quite a lot during the last 2 days, that's for sure. It was still a long way off from the goal of 10,000 souls, but he was betting on the demons of the upper floors that allegedly possessed multiple souls. Right, getting to higher floors should remain as my priority. Next up, his level. Heek. Jin-Woo's eyes opened wider. Level, 67. His level had climbed to 67 even before he had noticed it. He'd been hunting low-ranked demons worth 100 EXP for a while, but then, his leveling up speed exploded upwards after he began hunting mid-ranked demons that gave out 300 EXP each. My level is climbing up real nicely, too. Lots of monsters, rich experience points, and the perfect level of difficulty. The Demon's Castle was the best level up zone one could ever hope for. His level wasn't the only thing experiencing a rise, either. Jin-Woo's proficiency with his various skills was also rising up, as well. Currently, the Night Killer was floating above Jin-Woo's palm. He was using the skill ruler's reach. The power that allowed him to physically manipulate objects without actually touching them. Even when he was doing nothing, like right now, he devoted himself to increasing his proficiency with the skill. Well, this ruler's reach skill doesn't require any mana, to begin with. It was a bit tiring mentally because he had to constantly focus on the skill, but compared to the potential uses this skill had, a small little headache was a cheap price to pay. With a nice timing, a good piece of news arrived before his eyes. The level of the skill, ruler's reach, has increased. Nice, dot. Jin-Woo grinned brightly and leaned against a wall. He felt safer and more content as he became stronger bit by bit. His eyelids slowly closed. Now that I think about it, the Guildmaster license must have been issued by now. Was Yu Jin-Ho doing well? Perhaps because it had been a while since he acted alone, he couldn't help but recall the mug of Yu Jin-Ho who used to follow him around. The successful firstborn who had become an excellent entrepreneur, and the secondborn with the qualification to become a master, but who was still a university student. The fight between them would not be easy. Do your best, Yu Jin-Ho. After cheering Yu Jin-Ho on in his mind, Jin-Woo slowly drifted off to a deep slumber. Yu Jin-Ho entered a luxurious traditional Korean restaurant with a determined face. He chose this place after taking into account his father's taste. Has the chairman arrived yet? Yes, he's waiting for you. Yu Jin-Ho swallowed his saliva after hearing the maitre d'hotel. Please, this way. He was guided to the private room where his father, Yu Myung-han, was waiting for him. The traditional sliding paper door was opened and immediately, Yu Jin-Ho's nervousness increased by several folds after seeing his father's face. He wondered if he was getting weak-kneed again, but Yu Jin-Ho hardened his resolve and settled down on the opposite side of his father. What's the occasion? You even called me first for this meeting, dot. Father, before I begin, I'd like you to take a look at this first. And this is my guild master license, as well as the records of the raids I've been in so far. Your master license? Yours? When Yu Myung-han formed a disbelieving face, Yu Jin-Ho nodded his head with a smile. Yes, father. Yu Myung-han wordlessly took a look at the documents his son had handed over. And then, a certain light began gleaming in his eyes. While his father maintained a weighty silence, Yu Jin-Ho's heart was beating so madly that he found it hard to even breathe properly. And so? Yu Myung-han carefully placed the documents on the table and continued on. You wish to run the Yujin Guild, is that right? That's correct. HMM. It was at this point that a hint of a dilemma, alongside the emotion of shock, appeared on Yu Myung-han's face. To think that father is pondering between me and my older brother. Yu Jin-ho was genuinely moved inside. The fact that his father was thinking about this matter was a big win for Yu Jin-ho. If it was in the past, he'd be satisfied with this much. However, he had no desire whatsoever to back off now. As you know already, father, giving the position of the guild master to an outsider carries too much risk. Enough. Yu Myung-han raised his hand. At the same time, Yu Jin-ho's mouth stopped moving. Father's enough was one of the most absolute commands that no one in the Yu household could go against. There is someone I want you to meet. Pardon me. Yu Jin-ho's eyes went round at that. He was the one who called and asked for this meeting, yet his father wanted to introduce him to someone? Who could it be? Just as Yu Jin-ho's curiosity piqued, the door opposite to the one he used to enter the room slid open. Ah! Hello, there. Was he in the late 20s? Or early 30s? A man around that age group awkwardly greeted Yu Jin-ho as he entered the room. Who was this man? Yu Jin-ho couldn't recognize this man at all. When Yu Myung-han signaled with his chin, this unknown man settled down next to him. This here is Hunter Go Myung-hwan. Go Myung-hwan? Yu Jin-ho tilted his head. He had never heard of this name before. Father nodded his head as if he had expected this already, and continued on. He is one of the survivors from the White Tiger Guild's Red Gate incident, the one that's been making so much noise lately. Chapter 70 Fin. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 71. Chapter 71. Chapter 71. Yu Jin-ho was taken by surprise. The Red Gate? Why was the story of the Red Gate brought up here, out of the blue? Since the incident had been talked about nonstop in mass media, even Yu Jin-ho knew what had happened. But this timing was suspiciously coincidental, and so he found it difficult to figure out where his father was going with this. And this man here. A man who was supposed to be a survivor of that incident. Why did the survivor that the media was madly scrambling over to find appear here? Yu Jin-ho's curiosity continued to balloon greatly. After staring at his son for a little while, Yu Myung-han slowly opened his mouth. Looks like you haven't heard of it yet. Pardon me? Yu Myung-han disregarded the still confused Yu Jin-ho for the time being and shifted his gaze over to Go Myung-hwan, sitting there in nervousness. Mr. Hunter. Yes, Chairman. Please inform my son who was there besides the White Tiger Guild's new recruits on that day. Understood. Go Myung-hwan's stare now was directed to Yu Jin-ho. Unintentionally, Yu Jin-ho met Go Myung-hwan's gaze, and a question mark floated up on his face. Go Myung-hwan opened his mouth. There was a young female hunter who looked to be a high schooler, and a young female hunter? Even then, Yu Jin-ho couldn't imagine just whose name would pop out from Go Myung-hwan's lips. And Mr. Seong Jin-Woo. Tumble. Yu Jin-ho thought that he could hear his own heart fall to the pit of his stomach. Hyun-nim was there at the Red Gate incident? What was going on here? He was already feeling quite confused, but now, his thought process devolved into an even more complicated mess. In the middle of his confusion, he suddenly remembered something. Wait. Now that I think about it, a few days ago, Hyun-nim was conversing with such familiarity with Han Sang-yi, someone whom he didn't even share a casual greeting before that day. Do you still remember the name of that female hunter, by any chance? It was Miss Han Sang-yi. How can this be? Jin-Ho's jaw dropped to the floor. To think, there was such a secret to the mysterious relationship between those two people. Wait, if that's the case, then, the identity of the potential helper the news outlets were talking about was. As if he knew what Jin-Ho was about to ask, Go Myung-won quickly confirmed the truth. We, the members of the White Tiger Guild and Miss Han Sang-yi, could escape from the Red Gate all safe and sound thanks to Mr. Seong Jin-Woo. Ha, ha ha, ha. Hyung-nim, just what did you do in there? Jin-Ho formed an expression comprised of half surprise and half joy. He even forgot that he was in front of his father, and asked out loud. What happened inside the Red Gate? Go Myung-won glanced to his side, to the head of the dining table. Myung-han nodded his head. Go Myung-won carried a face of a man dying to open his mouth until then, and as soon as the permission was given, he began to tell his story with great relish. So, what happened was... Jin-Ho's eyes twinkled as he listened. At first, everyone was taken back somewhat, after learning that a pair of rank E hunters were coming to observe the new recruit training process. But then... Go Myung-won began describing what happened that day with a hyped-up voice reminiscent of a little kid proudly showing off to a friend the brand new toy he got as a gift. However, he did what to a rank A hunter? Go Myung-won wasn't the only overexcited person in the room. Exactly. With his palm, he went like, pa. He smacked the back of Kim Cheol's head, and ha! As he listened to the exploits of Hyung-nim, Jin-Ho's heart beat faster as if he was there, experiencing everything personally. As expected of Hyung-nim. To him, hunting down high-ranked monsters was nothing. Well, he could knock out a rank A hunter with a single slap, after all. Jin-Ho felt so moved and proud at the same time after realizing that such an incredible person had been standing by his side until now. Meanwhile, Go Myung-won continued on with his story. I really thought that we'd die for sure when dozens of ice elves showed up. But then again, was he paying too close an attention to the story? Time flew by really quickly. The definitely not short story of that day's events was finally coming to its end. The excited Go Myung-won's voice became louder. So, what I'm saying is, this whole thing is just too unfair. Mr. Seong Jin-Woo saved our A*SES back there. He's my life's savior. Jin-Ho unconsciously nodded his head in agreement. He could understand where Go Myung-won was coming from. He also had received similar help before, too. But then, I'm not supposed to reveal the existence of Mr. Seong Jin-Woo? I find it difficult to accept the decision of the White Tiger Guild. However, Chairman Yu has given me a call out of the blue, and so, here I am, but... It was at this point that Myung-han stopped Go Myung-won in a dignified manner. Go Myung-won Hunter-nim. Yes? I believe that should be sufficient. Ah. My apologies, sir. I got carried away. Go Myung-won embarrassedly lowered his head. Myung-han's stare then shifted over to his son, Jin-Ho. In the process of investigating more about Hunter Seong Jin-Woo, a name that I never expected to hear popped up. At the ends of Myung-han's pointing finger. His index finger pointed to a piece of paper with Jin-Ho's name written on it. And it was none other than the raid records Jin-Ho handed over to his father. His index finger pointed lower and stopped at the three words Seong Jin-Woo next. The raid leader, Jin-Ho. The raid member, Seong Jin-Woo. This was irrefutable evidence. I'm busted. The truth about Hyung-nim helping him out during the process of acquiring his guild master license was now out in the open. Jin-Ho's expression hardened. Hunter Seong Jin-Woo aided you greatly during your attempt to earn the guild master license. Do you acknowledge this fact? Yes, father. Is there anything else you want to add? Jin-Ho's vision darkened. Now that the matter of Hyung-nim lending aid was out in the open, it was impossible to convince his father that he was the right person to take on the position of the Yujin Guild's new master. He sensed his father's strict eyes bearing down on him. In the past, being subjected to that withering glare, Jin-Ho would lose all strength in his legs. However, he couldn't give up like this. For the first time ever, Jin-Ho summoned his courage in front of his father. He lowered his head and raised his voice. "Can you entrust the Yujin Guild to me, father?" "I will." Eh? At that refreshingly simple answer, Jin-Ho hurriedly raised his head. "I shall entrust the Yujin Guild to you." "But, why? Didn't you say it yourself? It is too risky to entrust the guild to an outsider. With you here, is there a reason to take on that risk now?" But, I tried to deceive you, father. You thought I'd scold you and kick you out because of that? What was going on here?" Jin-Ho thought that his father was smiling, for some reason. But, Myung-han's lips would always remain in a straight line, no matter what the occasion was. "So, how come? If you entered the dungeons without any plans whatsoever, then I'd have done just that. Because I don't remember raising an idiot's son like that." Jin-Ho's face became hot at that moment. "If I hadn't met Hyung Nim, then I'd be getting scolded by father right about now." No, wait, he'd be dead long before that. Jin-Ho spat out a sigh of relief inwardly. "However, I have a condition." "Yes, father." "This hunter Seong Jin-Woo, can you bring him over to Yujin?" Jin-Ho's eyes opened wider. "You mean, Hyung Nim?" "Hyung Nim?" The light within Myung-han's eyes flickered a little just then. But that didn't last for long. "That's correct, dot." Jin-Ho became speechless, then groaned. Even a snot-nosed brat would know that now was the right time to confidently say something in order to leave behind a positive impression. However, the one they were talking about was none other than Hyung Nim. Jin-Ho could ask, sure, but he wasn't confident of anything else besides. So, he replied honestly. "I can't be certain." "Very good. There is no meaning if the challenge is too easy for you." The chairman Myung-han took a sip of water and lightly wiped the corners of his lips with a handkerchief. "If you fail, I shall hand over the guild to your brother. So, how about it? Will you accept?" Jin-Ho's expression became grave. "This is the shot I struggled so hard to get, dot." If he backed out now, then he wouldn't be able to show himself in front of Hyung Nim, who helped him right until the end for this opportunity. Jin-Ho became deeply earnest as he replied. "I accept, father." "Good." With that reply, the negotiation between a father and a son had come to a conclusion. Myung-han wordlessly nodded his head, and Jin-Ho stood up, bowed his waist, and left the room. Myung-han took the handkerchief away from his lips. It was getting harder to suppress the smile trying to form on his lips. This boy wanted Yujin Guild. He suspected something was up when they agreed to meet today, but he didn't expect his son to be this daring. Indeed, a tiger's cub is still a tiger at the end of the day, dot. The smile finally began to spread on Myung-han's lips. That famous chairman Myung-han is actually smiling. Go Myung-won's eyes were growing large as he witnessed everything. The widely known nickname of Chairman Myung-han was Poker Face. He was famed for never showing any emotion whatsoever, whether it be a joyful occasion or a sorrowful one. When Go Myung-hwan continued to stare utterly mystified, Chairman Myung-han turned to him and asked, "Hunter Nim, was there anything you wanted to add?" Suddenly finding himself on the receiving end of that stare, Go Myung-hwan got flustered and hurriedly shook his head. "And no. Not at all." 47, 48, 49, 50. With a frightening clearing speed, Jin-Woo climbed up the floors. "You have killed the mid-ranked demon. You have earned 300 experience points. You have acquired 1 Soul of Demons. You have killed the mid-ranked demon. You have killed the mid-ranked demon. He didn't feel tired at all when looking at the total experience points and the accumulated number of souls climbing up higher every time he hunted a monster down. Collected number of souls, Forc-Re28-Vol03. It's not even at the halfway mark yet, huh? He had been endlessly hunting demons down ever since entering this place, but as expected, the wall of 10,000 souls was indeed high, and difficult to overcome. However, what about his level? Level 69. In the space of one day, it had risen by another 2. The leveling up speed had slowed down compared to the beginning, but it could still be considered as blistering when looking at the rate of collecting the required souls. Even now, the experience points were quietly piling up. Ki-heek. Killed the mid-ranked demon. You have earned 300 experience points. You have collected 1 soul of. Phew. After finishing off the last demon still standing before his eyes, Jin-Woo stretched his back and scanned his surroundings. Beneath the confidence-inspiring shadow soldiers standing around him, the countless corpses of mid-ranked demons could be seen littering the ground. Clap. Jin-Woo smiled deeply and clapped his hands. Nice work. The soldiers who fought hard for him all returned to his shadow in an instant. The magic crystal could be collected by them, sure, but loot had to be manually collected by Jin-Woo. Will you take? Well, he had to manually click yes on every system message that popped into his view, that was why. This is a bit cumbersome, isn't it? So, that was why when there weren't that many demons, he took care of them himself real fast. And, when they were in a big group like this time, he fought together with his soldiers. As soon as the battle was over, he'd start collecting the loot right away. Just what's so fun about this that you Jin-Ho insisted on doing it? Jin-Woo extracted a piece of loot from the dead demon and smirked to himself. There was one more cumbersome thing about this place: it was impossible to extract shadows inside the demon's castle. Didn't matter whether it was a mid-ranked or low-ranked, the black fog-like thing that denoted if he could perform the shadow extraction or not didn't rise up from the demon's corpses. Even when I'm staring at the remains, too. This mana is tainted. It's impossible to perform shadow extraction. Nope, he only got some messages saying that he couldn't extract shadows because mana was supposedly tainted. Is there anything I can do about this? Just as Jin-Woo scanned the remains of the demons with a helpless expression on his face, a new message popped into his view. T-ring. You have discovered 29 item, horns of mid-ranked demon. Will you take them all? Jin-Woo grinned brightly. Of course. Jin-Woo quickly shook away the regret he felt over the shadow extraction problem, with the help from the abundant loot falling on his lap. Nothing I can use directly among the pile, eh? In that case, sell them all. As soon as he sold off all the Japtum, more gold got neatly deposited into his bank balance. Current gold, 914,690,772. Heek. Jin-Woo checked his inventory without thinking too much, only for his eyes to shot open real wide. The amount of gold sitting pretty in there had shot past 900 million already. Well, each pair of demon's horns are worth about 200,000, and I hunted down well over 4,000, so. Not to forget, he also sold off other unnecessary Japtum on his way here as well, so it was understandable that gold would accumulate at a frightening pace. Should I buy a rarity S weapon or armor? Before long, though, Jin-Woo shook his head. He wasn't in a need for one, so no real need to force himself to spend money just because he had some. Right, there will come a time when I need to splurge on something. Jin-Woo closed the inventory window and lightly dusted his hands. He was done with cleaning up his surroundings. He had procured the important entry permit for the 51st floor a long time ago. So, the only thing remaining was to get to the floor transfer magic circle and go upstairs, but Jin-Woo's sight shifted towards the pillar of light. More specifically, a short distance in front of that pillar. and a massive demon, plus scores of high-ranked demons, were standing there, waiting. Jin-Woo raised his sight up higher, and he could see the giant demon's name, floating in the air in a deep crimson hue. The sovereign of the lower floors, the avaricious Vulcan. That thing consisted of a huge mess of fatty flesh that must have weighed dozens of tons. No, maybe even several hundred, instead. And then, the massive club this thing was holding in hand looked rather horrifying as well. However, a smile was etched on Jin-Woo's face. So, that's the mid-boss of this place, huh? He held only the nicest memories of the bosses found inside the instant dungeons. They all gave him plenty of experience points as well as wonderful items. Compared to the boss-level monsters found in regular dungeons that required lots of hard work to kill but little reward to show for it, these boss monsters of instant dungeons were more like boxes of gifts, all nicely wrapped up. So, then, what items would that guy cough up? Gulp. Jin-Woo smiled brightly and began drooling. Chapter 71 Fin. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 72. Chapter 72, Chapter 72. Should I get started, then? Shadow soldiers were summoned behind Jin-Woo. Not just the regular foot soldiers, but also the magic soldiers, the beast soldiers, as well as the two knights, too. And in front of them stood Jin-Woo. The two knights strode forward and stood on either side of him. Jin-Woo took a glance at Ygritte to his right, and Ion to his left, and a grin formed on his lips. Feels so reassuring. Even though this was his own skill, the fact that he had comrades watching his back helped greatly to calm his mind. However, still, it's a bit too much to go with a frontal assault, isn't it? The whole thing looked kinda dangerous. And that was all thanks to that wooden-looking club held tight in Vulcan's grip. It's just unbelievable that a tree that big actually existed, right? He guessed from the size of Vulcan and the wooden club that one swing from the demon would be enough to wipe away his entire platoon. It's fine if they get swept away, but, the real problem would be the MP required to regenerate the fallen soldiers. Without a doubt, continuously regenerating his soldiers that got repeatedly obliterated by that thick blunt weapon would bottom out his MP in no time at all. In that case, there was only one way to do this. I'll have to take care of the boss. In other words, he'd let his boys deal with Vulcan's underlings, while he himself would fight the boss. This was the best plan he could think of. Well, all I have to do is hunt it without getting hit. Unlike with his soldiers, Jin-Woo was confident of dodging Vulcan's attacks. In order for his plan to work, though, he had to separate Vulcan from his underlings first. Jin-Woo ordered his magic soldiers to initiate the assault first. Use the ranged attacks to summon Vulcan's lackeys over here first, and I'll fight that big guy lumbering along at the rear. It was a simple enough plan to carry out. Now, when Jin-Woo gave his signal, flames flew out from the hands of the magic soldiers. Swyish. Swyish. Kaboom! The flames exploded near the subordinates of Vulcan, signaling the beginning of the operation. Tearing. The sovereign of the lower floors, the avaricious Vulcan, has discovered the intruder. Vulcan's loyal guard has discovered. Vulcan's loyal guard has discovered. Tearing, tearing, tearing. The warning beeps resounded out in his head at a frightening pace. And at the same time, Vulcan and its lackeys all turned their heads towards Jin-Woo and his army. Alright, He succeeded in drawing their attention. In order to hit Vulcan coming up from the lackey's rear without getting discovered, Jin-Woo activated stealth and hid himself. Shururu. Everything seemed to be unfolding according to plan. That's what he thought, but then... Thud, 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 thud. Vulcan broke his expectation and bolted forward like a streak of lightning. What the hell? What is up with that movement? It's like I'm looking at video footage sped up several times. Quite literally, in the blink of an eye. Vulcan had ran past its lackeys and arrived before the shadow soldiers. Oh, crap. Jin-Woo's eyes widened considerably. This demon with a huge, mountain-sized body mass managed to exceed his imaginations. Vulcan lifted the club up high. Just before the club pointing to the sky fell down on the defenseless magic soldiers, Iron jumped out of nowhere and raised his black shield. Whoosh dash. Quadjiek. The attack was defended against somehow, but both arms of Iron were shattered into pieces. The sturdiest, toughest among the shadow soldiers couldn't withstand a single attack and was rendered unable to fight any further. Scatter. The shattered pieces of Iron's arms fell to the ground and scattered away. MMM? Perhaps finding its previous attack not to its liking, Vulcan tilted its head this way and that, while staring deeply at its club. But that was only for a brief period. The B** starred slammed down with the club once more. Quadjiek. Iron, who had lost all means to defend himself, as well as the magic soldiers behind him, were crushed to oblivion next. Crack! Witnessing that event unfold, something inside Jin-Woo loudly snapped into two. This son of a B** TCH dares to. Jin-Woo bit his lower lip. What he did next wasn't because his head told him to do it. Pot! When he regained his senses, he was already in mid-air, leaping towards Vulcan. His target was already set. And that would be that surprisingly beady little head attached atop the mountainous body. Jin-Woo twisted his body in mid-air. The muscles of his shoulder and the arm cocked rearward ballooned up. When he focused all his might on his clenched right fist, stealth came undone automatically. Belatedly, Vulcan discovered Jin-Woo. Too bad, Jin-Woo's fist was not slow enough for the giant monster to dodge when it was already near its nose. Swaik! His fist punched out like a bullet and slammed into the side of Vulcan's face. Qua-boom! Vulcan was flung away. The giant demon rolled away on the ground for a long, long time, before crashing into the skeletal remains of a building and came to a stop. Rumble, crash. Then, the barely standing remains all tumbled on top of Vulcan, burying the demon underneath. Tap. Jin-Woo lightly landed back on the ground, his eyes quite wide open. Why did it fly away that easily? Unable to comprehend what just happened, he stared at his own fist in disbelief. He couldn't even spot a single nick or a scratch on his fist that managed to blow away such a huge creature. Then, he suddenly recalled something. Now that I think about it. Jin-Woo raised his head. He summoned the stat window, and it quickly floated up there. Stats. Strength, 150. Endurance, 109. Agility, 139. Intelligence, 109. Perception, 111. That's how it was. He may have learned several assassin-related skills, and his class was set as a magic type, so he had been forgetting about a crucial part until now. Strength, 150. He had been using up all the spare bonus stat points on intelligence, yet strength was still ahead by 1.5 times. Well, I really did invest in strength blindly, didn't I? On top of this, his level had increased explosively, as well. Just from checking out each of his stats, he could definitely feel the results of all that grinding. One of those results was this. Jin-Woo stared at Vulcan, still buried underneath the rubble with a dumbfounded face, before a wry chuckle left his lips. Ha! It was hard to feel it when he was busy massacring the regular monsters, the low-ranked and mid-ranked demons. But, after punching the boss-level creature, he was certain of it now. I've definitely become stronger. Clench. He felt strength flowing into his clenched fists. Heightened excitement filled every inch of his body. It was then. The familiar mechanical bleep rang inside his head. T-ring. What was that? Jin-Woo raised his head. MMM? MMM? The fallen Vulcan used the club to prop itself and stood up from the rubble. Did the warning chime go off because the monster is getting up? Was his system that friendly, to begin with? As Jin-Woo tilted his head, the culprit for that beat popped up in front of his eyes. The sovereign of the lower floors, the avaricious Vulcan, has activated skill, rage. T-ring, T-ring, T-ring. The warning chime went in his head one after the other. The rage state will be continuously maintained. All of Vulcan's stats will be increased by 50%. Vulcan will feel less pain. Isn't that skill from? Even before Jin-Woo managed to recall the memories of Cerberus's Vulcan, with its two reddened eyes, rushed towards him like an unstoppable tidal wave. Thud, 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 thud. The ground rumbled, accompanied with the loud rumbling footsteps. Jin-Woo sneaked a glance behind him. Vulcan's lackeys were currently engaged in a bitter battle with the shadow soldiers there. Kroor. Ki-heek. In the midst of this confusing melee, Jin-Woo still could locate Iron. The impact force must have been too great, because Iron was still in the middle of regeneration. Iron! Jin-Woo called out. Iron quickly threw his shield to Jin-Woo. After catching the shield, Jin-Woo shifted his glance away to find Vulcan standing right before him. If I back off here, my soldiers will get wiped away. Without his soldiers, it had become far too difficult to hunt down Vulcan and its subordinates. So, Jin-Woo chose the method that could ensure the safety of his soldiers. He raised the shield, and his arm muscles tensed up. Shortly thereafter, Vulcan slammed down with its club. Slam. Kwang. Boom. Fearsome attacks that rocked the earth landed several times in a row without rest, but Jin-Woo patiently endured them all. His high physical defense and endurance stat allowed him to block these attacks. MM? When its attacks did not work, Vulcan became even more frenzied and pounded away with that massive club. Slam. Kwang. Boom. Kaboom. However, Jin-Woo was steadfast and his knees buckled not even once. Still, standing around like this blocking all the time wouldn't let him hunt the boss down. Deep frowns formed on Jin-Woo's forehead. The thing was, unlike how it was with Cerberus, Vulcan's rage skill didn't have a time limit, the trade-off being the skill not as overpowered as the Gatekeeper's version. Meaning, he couldn't remain passively defending forever like this. Slam. Boom. Jin-Woo gritted his teeth. Constantly getting pounded on isn't my thing, either. Kwang. Just as the club bounced off of the shield for the last time, Jin-Woo had been getting ready to counterattack and took the opening to leap towards Vulcan's head. However, he wasn't the only one waiting for an opening. Matching the timing of Jin-Woo's jump, Vulcan quickly leaned its upper torso back. What? And then, the club flew in towards him from the side while drawing an arc in the air. He got me. If there were places where his hands or feet could touch, the story might have been different, but there was no way he'd be able to dodge the attack in the middle of air. And, even if he managed to block it, who knew just where he would end up from the rebound? Swoosh dash. As the time slowed down in his perception, Jin-Woo stared at the club approaching ever closer and leaked out a groan. A way. There must be a way. If he could move his body, then surely, he'd be able to dodge this no problem. When his thoughts arrived at this point, moving my body? An idea suddenly popped up in his head. There was no time to think about this. As soon as the idea formed in his head, Jin-Woo activated the skill ruler's reach and pushed at Vulcan. Of course, the power behind the skill ruler's reach was far too low to move the massive body of Vulcan. However, the rebound meant that it was Jin-Woo who was pushed back, instead. Whoosh! The tip of the club missed him by a hair's breadth. I did it! Jin-Woo was flung away some distance and rolled on the ground a few times, but compared to what might have happened when hit by that club, his landing this time should be seen as far, far gentler. Phew dash! Jin-Woo managed to find his balance and sighed in relief. MMM? On the other hand, Vulcan's expression had crumpled quite unsightly. It attacked, feeling proud and all, but in the end, it was all for nothing. That fact caused its fury to reach the peak. Dot. Jin-Woo scratched the side of his head while staring at Vulcan's reddened face. Now what should I do about this? If he jumped to its front, the D*MN thing would evade him with not much difficulty. But then, attacking other body parts instead of its head didn't look like he'd be able to critically wound it, what with all those layers of flesh getting in the way. Is there a way to make it impossible to dodge? It was at this point that yet another, and an arguably excellent, idea popped up in his head. The corners of Jin-Woo's lips arched up. Suddenly, he turned around and ran. Vulcan mistook this action as him trying to escape, and hurriedly chased after him. Rumble, thud, thud, thud. Jin-Woo moderated his running speed so Vulcan could chase after him. As soon as he discovered a suitable remnant of a building, his eyes began gleaming brightly. That one. On the other hand. When the distance between Vulcan and Jin-Woo closed up, the giant demon lifted its club high up in the air behind it. To squash this bug-like creature. Finally, the chance to crush this annoying pest once and for all was here. A disgusting smile formed on Vulcan's face. And so, as the club came down with a whoosh, the insect-like creature suddenly sped up and ran up on the outer wall of the destroyed building. Something felt wrong here, but it was too late for the demon to slow down the descent of the club. Dot. In an instant, the insect had run up high enough to be at the demon's eye line, before he powerfully kicked the wall. Crack! As the spiderweb-like cracks spread on the wall, something shot towards this demon with never-before-seen speed. It was none other than that insect. Vulcan's eyes grew wider. A smile spread on Jin-Woo's face as he looked into those large eyes. The Baruka's dagger, gripped tightly in his right hand, sliced past the bulging artery of Vulcan's neck. Slice! From the blood vessel as thick as a grown man, blood spurted out like an overflowing fountain. Vulcan hurriedly discarded the club and tried to stem the loss of blood with both of its hands. Unfortunately, it was insufficient to block the overflowing of blood. At that moment, there was a visible tremor shaking Vulcan's eyes. Before it had the time to notice it, Jin-Woo had climbed up the demon's back and buried the blades of his daggers deeply into that thick neck. I guess, once isn't enough, huh? Jin-Woo tilted his head and pulled the daggers out, before activating his skill once more. Vital points targeting. 2 daggers stabbed deeply into Vulcan's neck again. Stab. Stab. Only then did the messages he was waiting for pop up. T-ring. You have killed the sovereign of the lower floors, the avaricious Vulcan. You have earned 150,000 experience points. The souls of demons trapped inside Vulcan's stomach have been released. You have acquired 72 Soul of Demons. Level up. Level up. Chapter 72 Fin. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 73. Chapter 73. Chapter 73. Thud. Vulcan fell to the ground, hard. Jin-Woo relaxedly walked out from the thick, ash-gray dust clouds rising up, and took a look around him. He was thinking of assisting the shadow soldiers right away, but even they seemed to be getting close to finishing up, as well. Keech. Kak. Keek. As the shadow soldiers hacked away with their swords, the number of Vulcan's underlings rapidly decreased. Status. Jin-Woo studied his status window. Since he had leveled up only a moment ago, both his HP and MP were full. I've plenty of mana, so I don't really need to help out, huh? As long as there was sufficient mana, shadow soldiers would be exactly like immortals. Now that was the true power of an undead army. Leaving the mop-up of the remnants to his trusty soldiers, Jin-Woo turned around in order to collect the loot. Was this feeling similar to unwrapping a gift? Seeing the dead body of Vulcan, a smile automatically formed on his lips. I wonder what'll come out this time. He could spy several lights sparkling on the body. Just like before, Jin-Woo extended his hand towards the lights. Then, item acquisition messages popped up in his view. Tearing. You have discovered item, Demon Sovereign's earrings. Will you take it? You have discovered item, Beat of Avarice. Will you take it? You have discovered item, Vulcan's Horns X2. Will you take it? You have discovered material item, Fragment of the World Tree. Will you take it? He had been feeling rather optimistic about fighting Vulcan, even before the battle started. And as he expected, items were quite literally pouring out from the dead demon. Having checked the list only once, Jin-Woo's face was brightening up considerably already. I can pretty much tell that Vulcan's horns should be Japtum. From its name to the total number he found, it wasn't that hard to guess that Vulcan's horns were Japtum only good for additional gold, just like the demon's horns he got after killing various demons. Which meant the remaining 3 were the real items. And there was this one item that attracted his attention more than the others. You have discovered material item, Fragment of the World Tree. Will you take it? What is this material item thing? What could he possibly make with something like that? Or, was the system trying to imply that it might be something related to a quest? Jin-Woo's curiosity roused from its slumber after reading about a type of item he hadn't heard of before. If he wanted to read the explanations on the items, he had to acquire them first. So, he chose yes on all the item acquisition messages. Take them all. The lights glittering from different parts of Vulcan all morphed into items and appeared near his feet as soon as he said that. A pair of earrings, a red marble-like object, and timber as big as a grown woman. He could immediately tell which one was the fragment of the world tree among them. Jin-Woo looked at the timber. When he did, the information on the item popped up. Material item, Fragment of the World Tree. Rarity? Type, material. Remaining part of Vulcan's club, originally fashioned out of a branch of the World Tree, after the contaminated portion had been removed. Timber from the World Tree possess extraordinary magical energy, and is seen as top material for the crafting of the very best magic tools available. Top material for the very best magic tool, is it? He was curious about just what could be made from this piece of wood, but too bad, that wasn't disclosed. Still, there was no doubt this thing was no ordinary item. Simply by standing near it, he could sense a powerful aura coming off of it. This timber. I think it'll come in handy later. Instead of selling off this fragment of world tree to the store, he decided to store it in his inventory. After he finished doing that, Jin-Woo confirmed the details on the other loot as well. Item, Demon Sovereign's earrings. Rarity, S. Type, accessory. Endurance plus 20, stamina plus 20. When worn together with Demon Sovereign's necklace and Demon Sovereign's ring, set bonuses will be unlocked. Set bonus effect 1. Locked. Set bonus effect 2. Locked. This one has hidden set bonuses, If only its additional stat boosts were concerned, then it was not that different from the gatekeeper's necklace in terms of usefulness, but this demon sovereign's earrings had hidden set bonus effects as well. Even if those set bonuses were ignored, the item itself was still quite brilliant. Both his endurance and stamina got a boost of 20 points, which was considerable. Every level up gives me 5 stat points, so he'd need to level up 8 times to get that many stat points. In other words, feeling genuinely pleased now, Jin-Woo picked the earrings up. Will you equip item, Demon Sovereign's earrings? Equip. Just like with other items, earrings disappeared from the view, but their options still activated with no problem. A satisfied smile formed on Jin-Woo's face after confirming the rise in his stats. So, the accessory set of a Demon Sovereign, then. Other accessories should be around here somewhere. Right? What with the word demon in their names, he could easily guess that those items must be somewhere inside the demon's castle. Just what kind of set bonuses would be unlocked if he managed to find the other two? He had found only one part of the set, but there was nothing he could do about his anticipation soaring higher. However, Jin-Woo's smile didn't last for long. What is this now? Item, Bead of Avarice. Rarity, A. Type, Magic Tool. Bead created by solidifying superior demon Vulcan's blood. Will strengthen all magical effects and cause greater damage. Effect Appetite for Destruction, x2 magic damage. It was a spherical red object the size of a billiard ball. Jin-Woo tightly grasped the Bead of Avarice. But there was no change to his stats. He then summoned and checked the class-related skill windows, since those were the only things that could be called magic in his repertoire, but he saw no change to the number of shadows he could extract nor the number that could be stored. Maybe it's not something I can use? Jin-Woo's head tilted this way and that. An increase of 100% in magic damage. That kind of performance was quite incredible, indeed. Now originally, tools that boosted magic cost an arm and a leg, so only a few mage-type hunters could afford to use them. Even then, Jin-Woo had never heard of an item that could double the power of magic among all those uber-expensive artifacts. If there were, then it had been utter chaos, with headlines and special reports and whatnot. So, there was no way he'd be unaware of one until now. However, this Bead of Avarice or whatever could supposedly double the amount of magic damage. But, so what? It doesn't really help me, anyway. Jin-Woo licked his lips. An item that doubled magic damage but did nothing else, would not have any effect on him. Both his shadow extraction and shadow storage had nothing to do with damaging something, to begin with. And the rest of his skills weren't magic related, either. At this point, he'd rather prefer to have an item that raised his intelligence stat, instead. TSK. Jin-Woo formed a wistful expression and lightly tossed the Bead of Avarice up and down in the air. Meanwhile, his soldiers arrived near him one by one after taking down Vulcan's remaining underlings. The first one to arrive was Ygritte. In the right hand, 3, and another 3 in the left, he carried a total of 6 demon heads and placed them before Jin-Woo. Jin-Woo looked at Ygritte kneeling before him and scratched the side of his head. Hey man. Can't you stop doing that? Of course, Ygritte and his gravely lowered head didn't reply. Because of you. Jin-Woo's gaze slowly shifted over to Iron. Nobody could tell just when he did it, but Iron had cut Vulcan's head off and dragged it all the way to Jin-Woo, before kneeling on the ground. This guy is starting to imitate you, you know? More importantly, Jin-Woo hunted Vulcan down, not Iron. Jin-Woo spat out a long groan while keeping his stare fixed to Iron. It was at this point that an amusing idea popped up in his head. Just like how I used Iron's shield, maybe should I try and let these guys use this Bead of Avarice? What a good timing it was, since he spotted the magic soldiers slowly walking behind the regular infantrymen. They were far slower compared to normal shadow soldiers, never mind the 2 knights. Jin-Woo summoned the first of the 3 magic soldiers to arrive in the vicinity. When he beckoned with his hand, the magic soldier decked out in the black robe hurriedly walked towards him. Maybe I should go there myself. Jin-Woo lightly shook his head and took large strides towards the magic soldier, before handing over the bead of avarice. And then, pointed at the remnant of the building he used to run up during his battle against Vulcan. Since all shadow soldiers could be controlled via his will, he didn't really need to issue any particular commands here. Jin-Woo simply gave the signal. Fire! Right at that moment, a ball of flames that was double the size of the usual attack suddenly materialized at the tip of the magic soldier's raised hand. Heek! Jin-Woo's eyes opened super wide. Without giving him enough time to get shocked, the ball of flames quickly flew out from the magic soldier's hand. Swoosh! Kwaboom! Ha! Jin-Woo's jaw dropped to the floor. The building was swept up in the grand explosion and collapsed like a house of cards. And the ferocity of the burning flames didn't show any signs of weakening at all afterwards. Jin-Woo stared in pure shock at the roaring flames, before he hurriedly took the bead of avarice back from the magic soldier. He then quickly checked the item information once more. It's not there. It's definitely not there. He went through the explanation several times to make sure, but without a doubt, there was nothing about him being prevented from lending this bead of avarice to someone else. Didn't this mean he could potentially sell this item? Gulp! Jin-Woo swallowed his dry saliva, before his gaze shifted back to the burning building. Rumble! Crackle! Yet another part of the still burning building issued a loud rumble and collapsed to the ground. Seeing that, the corners of Jin-Woo's lips began quivering uncontrollably. Well now. This is... Mage-type hunters would definitely go mad with greed over this thing. His previous wistful look was long gone by now, replaced by the expression of anticipation slowly filling up his face. In the middle of a sunny afternoon. The young man from the apartment 902, you say? And Auntie tilted her head and replied a short while later. I'm not sure. I haven't seen him lately. Ah, is that so? Thank you for your help. Hyun Ki-cheol lowered his head and said thanks. It had been 4 days since he began waiting for Hunter Seong Jin-Woo near the youth's old apartment building. However, he hadn't run into his target until now. At this point, Hyun Ki-cheol was beginning to feel that making veggie juice every morning was a bit of waste now. He let out a helpless sigh and pulled his phone out. Ring. Ring. Shortly afterwards, the recipient answered the call. I'm here, Ki-cheol. Section Chief. The recipient was, of course, the Section Chief Seong-min. Seong Jin-Woo Hunter Nim is nowhere to be seen. Residents of the building say they haven't seen him lately, either. Really? Yes, sir. It can't be helped then. From tomorrow onwards, come back to the office. Understood. Click. Seong-min ended the call and tilted his head. Just where did Hunter Seong Jin-Woo go to? No one could contact him for the past few days now. Wondering if he was avoiding phone calls for the time being, Seong-min had dispatched Hyun Ki-cheol over to where Seong Jin-Woo lived, but the news wasn't good. No one had seen the young hunter for a while. Seong-min couldn't help but wonder if something had strange happened. I can't figure out why I should be worried about him, though. In any case, this kind of felt rather weird to him. Tap, tap. Someone tapped him on the shoulder, and when he turned around to look, he found Hunter Park Hwi-jin standing to his side. She opened her mouth first. Apparently, he told his little sister that he'd be going on a trip with his friend for a week or so. You mean, Seong Jin-Woo Hunter Nim said that? Yes. In that case, he's probably not on Earth anymore. Pardon. Park Hwi-jin's eyes opened wide. Seong-min quickly explained himself. We haven't found any evidence of him going overseas. And there is no record of him drawing money from his bank or using his credit card either. You can even find out things like that? Well, it's our job to follow around various hunters, after all. Oh, my God. Anyways. On top of this, according to the association's last known location records, the communication with his phone was cut off in the middle of the city, as well. And that happened about 5 days ago. Doesn't all this sound too mysterious to you? He couldn't have been kidnapped, right? Park Hui-jin inadvertently voiced her worry in the ensuing confusion. However, the gazes of the two people soon met, and they began chuckling almost at the same time. It was hard to tell who started first. Seriously now. Just who was Seong Jin-Woo? He was none other than a hunter who soloed a high-ranking dungeon. Not only that, a red gate, to boot. Song-min scratched his cheek and spoke up. If you want to kidnap Seong Jin-Woo hunternim, well, you'd need at least the rumored Chinese special forces to show up. You know, the ones supposedly made up entirely of high-ranking hunters. Park Hui-jin nodded her head in agreement. Song-min continued to grin, but then found something rather odd and asked her. By the way, how did you find out about him going on a trip? Ah, that. It's from Han Sang-yi. I talk to her often, you see. She goes to the same school with Mr. Seong Jin-Woo's little sister, so I asked her for a favor. Aha! With Song-min's reply, their conversation came to an abrupt end. And then, they began thinking the exact same thing. Just where did that guy disappear to? Chapter 73 Fin. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 74. Chapter 74. Chapter 74. The upper floors are altogether on a different level, aren't they? Jin-Woo began recalling the first, and so far, the only, boss-level monster he had encountered since he set foot inside the demon's castle, Vulcan. That guy's title was the Sovereign of the lower floors. As soon as he went past the 50th floor the demon resided in, the difficulty curve suddenly spiked up. Before this, he'd climb up over 10 floors in a day. As much as 20, even. But his clearing speed had decreased so much so that he found it hard to even clear 7 or 8 floors in a day now. He was currently standing on the 74th floor. The high-ranked demons now appeared as regular mobs now, and along with the infrequently spotted superior demons, these two types of monsters displayed sizes and abilities that were worlds apart from those found on the lower floors. Stab. A high-ranked demon the size of a 2-story building slowly collapsed on the ground with a dagger stuck to its chest. Slam. You have defeated a high-ranked demon. You have earned 1,700 experience points. You have acquired 1 Soul of Demons. Jin-Woo pulled the Baruka's dagger out from the dead demon's chest. This one was the last. Yet another battle had come to an end. The victorious shadow soldiers crowded around Jin-Woo as well. Jin-Woo surveyed their conditions. There was no way that this was true for an undead army, but for some reason, he thought they all kind of looked exhausted. Indeed, that was how strong the monsters had been on the upper floors. Actually, this last battle happened to be on the easier side, simply because no superior demons showed up. Each one of those guys is on the level of a boss. This wasn't some random guess he just cooked up without any evidence, either. The beat of avarice he got after killing Vulcan. The explanation attached to this marble-like item said that it was created from condensing and solidifying the superior demon Vulcan's blood. If those words superior demon denoted Vulcan's grade, then it was about on the same level as regular monsters found on the upper floors. Because, since the 70th floor, superior demons appeared far more often than not. Well, it had been fine if it were only the monsters' levels that had increased, but no, there was another problem here, as well. The surroundings began changing gradually the higher he climbed. From the 51st floor onwards, the ruined cityscapes were burning in flames. And the higher the floor, the fiercer the flames got. When he finally went past the 70th floor, the surroundings had gotten so hot that, simply from standing still, he lost stamina like sweat drops pouring out of his pores. Just from moving for a tiny bit, his tiredness stat shot up. This place was no demon's castle, but more like the Burning Tower. The feeling he got before entering this dungeon was proven to be correct. Let's get out of here. This was as far as he could go, this time. He urgently needed to find a way to block out the flames first. Looks like I'll have to find an artifact that can defend against fire-type magic. Equipment used by high-ranked hunters was ruinously expensive. And there was no need to even mention the cost of an item imbued with defensive magic as well. He remembered hearing that a really expensive item could go for several tens of billions of won from a news program in the past. He managed to earn a fair amount of coin while clearing dungeons with Eugene-Ho, but even then, he couldn't help but worry a bit about whether he'd be able to afford an artifact like that or not. That was why he needed insurance. Selling this guy should be more than enough. Jin-Woo smiled while looking at the bead of avarice he also carefully tucked inside his inventory. Any mage-type hunter would drool non-stop at this item. How much would this bead of avarice go for if he put it up for auction? He guessed that, as long as he could properly demonstrate its effect, high-ranking hunters would form a long queue in order to buy it. Jin-Woo unsummoned the inventory window. The goal for entering this instant dungeon, to level up lots, had been successfully met. That was why he didn't feel too bad about delaying the clearing of the dungeon to another time. However, one thing did make him hesitate a little. Jin-Woo's gaze drifted upwards. Collected Souls of Demons, 9624/10000. Less than 400 souls remaining. If he could collect a little more of these Souls of Demons, then he'd be able to clear this quest. And today just so happened to be the 6th day. One more day should be enough to clear this quest. One of the advantages of the upper floors was that killing a single demon netted him multiple souls. Meaning, collecting 400 should be a cinch. I'll go home after clearing the quest. Making up his mind, Jin-Woo turned around. Maybe because he had a clear goal now, his steps felt doubly energetic. Floors 1 to 74 have been opened. Which floor would you like to transfer to? Jin-Woo stood in the middle of the magic elevator, no, floor transfer magic circle, and spoke up. 75th floor. What kind of good fortune was this? A smile spread on Jin-Woo's face as he stared at the monster guarding the distant floor transfer magic circle. The guide of the departed souls, Midas. Just from looking at that name alone, he could tell that the monster was a boss. Also, that guy was very eye-catching, what with it wearing a jet black robe and a shiny silver necklace. I'm sure that is the Demon Sovereign's necklace, but he originally was thinking of completing the quest, but at this rate, he should get to collect another part of the set equipment, too. However, that item wasn't the only thing making Jin-Woo smile here. Even if it was a monster that would cough up some great loot, it'd be meaningless if he couldn't hunt it. Jin-Woo grasped his 2 daggers tightly. And then, he ran forward. Soon enough, the skeletal mage decked out in the black robe discovered Jin-Woo's presence. Tearing. The guide of the departed souls, Midas, has discovered the intruder. Fitting for a boss-level monster, it instantly finished chanting its magic spell. As soon as a crimson magic circle formed beneath its feet, an ominous aura rushed all around it. The guide of the departed souls, Midas has activated skill, Accursed Voice. Heeding Midas's call, an army of undead suddenly rose up from the ground. And they numbered several thousand. A normal person would have been left breathless by the sight of this horrifying army, but when he found himself surrounded by so many enemies, Jin-Woo didn't even panic for a second. As I thought. Just as he expected. There were endless streams of black smoke rising up all around the boss monster. Seeing that, it wasn't all that difficult to guess what kind of monster this Midas happened to be. The guide of the departed souls, is it? And the monster's title only helped to further confirm his suspicion. Sure enough, Midas summoned a powerful undead army. Too bad, Jin-Woo just so happened to possess the best type of class within this field. Rise up! Uawa dash! Accompanied by painful screams, soldiers began rising up from the shadows of the undead. Their numbers were in the several hundreds. Compared to Midas's army, this number seemed completely ill-matched, but it was actually more than enough for him. Because the real deal was somewhere else, that was why. Create a path for me. Soldiers emerged from Jin-Woo's shadow. These guys were the real deal. While the hundreds of soldiers created from the skill shadow extraction bought them time, Jin-Woo's direct subordinates, the ones he paid careful attention to leveling up ever since his entrance into the demon's castle, carved out a path for him. His destination was obvious. Ygritte in Iron took the lead and with frightening speed and destroyed the opposing undead creatures. The distance to the boss, Midas, had closed up in an instant. This should be enough. Jin-Woo quickly shoved past and rushed out into the front. Dash. Skill level of Dash has increased. Thanks to him running around all over the huge demon's castle, the Dash skill had risen up a level. Nice. A grin formed on Jin-Woo's face. Jin-Woo escaped from the undead army's siege and stood before Midas in an instant. Their gazes collided mid-air. You didn't expect this to happen, did you? Jin-Woo's gaze was filled with victor's leisure, and Midas could only flinch from that. No, he thought that the monster flinched. Do monsters feel fear? Such a thought only lingered for a second, before Jin-Woo's daggers left behind dozens of afterimages. Plop. The boss-level monster weakly fell to the ground. He already knew through experience that mage-type monsters relying on controlling others to fight were very weak when the battle became one-on-one. The moment he saw Midas in the distance, he had envisioned this end. Jin-Woo returned the daggers to his inventory. Soon, the expected message popped up. T-Ring. You have defeated the Guide of the Departed Souls, Midas. You have earned 200,000 experience points. You have discovered souls of demons sealed within Midas's pendant. You have acquired 220 souls of demons. Level up. Level up. Jin-Woo clenched his fists tightly. 220 souls in one go. Now that was an unexpected windfall. Collected souls of demons, 9971/10000. A thick smile floated up on Jin-Woo's lips. Not much remaining now. He only needed to collect less than 30 now. It was a small enough amount to quickly fill up by hunting down a handful more demons. Jin-Woo really wanted to quickly finish this quest, and so, he hurriedly retrieved all the loot and entered the floor transfer magic circle. Which floor would you like to transfer to? 76th. The Eastern United States. Hwang Dong-soo writhed this way and that as if he was having a nightmare, before he shot up from the bed. The first thing he saw was the white ceiling. Hwang Dong-soo tilted his head at these unfamiliar surroundings. Is this a hospital? It wasn't. It wasn't a dream. Hwang Dong-soo wiped the strand of cold sweat traveling down to his chin. It was at this point that he discovered the patient gown he wore, and the 4 needles stuck to his arm. Hwang Dong-soo's expression hardened in fury. And then, he spoke in a cold voice. If you have something to say, hurry up and say it, and leave. The deputy director of the Hunter Bureau was there with him in the room. A middle-aged Caucasian man, with more white than black on his head, slowly approached Hwang Dong-soo's bed. There is something I wanted to ask you personally, so I waited for you to come around. What did he want to ask? Hwang Dong-soo raised his head. The deputy director held his gaze without backing down and asked. That man named Song Il-hwan, was he really a monster? Do you think I'd attack someone who was a human? I'm not saying that I don't trust you. Only that, I wish to confirm what I saw with my own eyes. The deputy director pushed forward his phone towards Hwang Dong-soo. A certain video footage was playing on its screen. And this is footage captured by CCTV cameras nearby on that day. In the footage, one could see an Oriental man rescuing employees from the collapsing Hunter Bureau building. There was no need to ask who that man was. How could Hwang Dong-soo forget? That face was the last thing he saw before he blacked out. That man was Seong Il-won. The deputy director's complexion darkened. I have never heard of a monster rescuing humans before. Is there no change to your opinion that this man is a monster? He's definitely a monster. Understood. The deputy director pocketed the phone. Once you're discharged from here, stop by the bureau. There are a couple of documents you need to sign. Hwang Dong-soo asked the deputy director as the latter was about to turn around and leave. What happened to that man? He disappeared after fighting you. We're in the midst of tracking him down, but he's powerful enough to knock you down easily, so whether he could be caught or not is, well. Just before he stepped out of the hospital room, the deputy director opened his mouth again, sounding more troubled than before. By any chance, do you have any idea where that man might head off to? Seeing Hwang Dong-soo resolutely keep his mouth shut as if he had nothing more to say, the deputy director quietly left the room. But, once he was gone, Hwang Dong-soo furiously yanked the 4-needle out of his arm. F***CK. What a humiliating defeat that was. Even before he could figure out what happened, he found his neck trampled on by Seong Il-won. Not only that, shamefully cowering on the floor, too. Just as he began gasping for air, Seong Il-won spoke to him. Don't come to Korea. This isn't for my son, but for your sake. You won't be able to close your eyes, even in death. And that's where his memory ended. Once he regained his consciousness, he found himself here. Can't close my eyes even in death? What did he mean by that? Was that a threat to kill Hwang Dong-soo in such a brutal way that he'd be unable to close his eyes? How dare he threaten me? Hwang Dong-soo's clenched fists began shuddering in rage. Not only did he lose to a monster, but that man also managed to inflict an unforgettable disgrace on Hwang Dong-soo, as well. I know where he will go to. Hwang Dong-soo would do anything to catch that man. But, how? Didn't matter whether that B*****'*'''''''''''''''''''''''''''''''''''''''''''''* star's identity was a monster or not, there was no denying the fact that he was strong. I need better equipment if I want to kill him. Thankfully, it wouldn't be hard getting his hands on that equipment. I should call my guild. The guild Hwang Dong-soo was a part of, Scavenger, was one of the very best in the world. Hell, there was even a joke doing the rounds that, if one were to tally up the value of all the artifacts in possession of the Scavenger Guild, it'd easily exceed the annual budget of a small nation. If I get my hands on some artifacts, there shouldn't be a problem. Madness burned bright within Hwang Dong-soo's eyes. To South Korea. That was Hwang Dong-soo's next destination. You have defeated a superior demon. You have earned 2,200 experience points. You have acquired 1 Souls of Demons. You have acquired 3 Souls of Slave Demons. I did it! Jin-Woo couldn't hide his elation. His luck was good, and he acquired 4 souls from the very last demon he killed. With that, he was able to meet the quest clear goal. Collected Souls of Demons, 10,001. T-Ring. You have completed normal quest, collect the Souls of Demons. 1. Your rewards are now available. Will you confirm the rewards? Y/N. Obviously. Once he made his reply, the list of rewards popped up in his view. T-Ring. The following rewards are now available. Any one item available in the system. Plus 20 bonus stat points. An unknown reward. Will you accept them all? Other rewards did catch his eye, but right now, the first one on the list demanded the most of his attention. It wouldn't be much of an exaggeration to say that he completed this quest solely for the first reward, too. Accept the first reward. Tiering. You can choose from any of the items available from the system. Is there an item you want? An item he wanted, was it? Of course, there was one. From the moment he saw the details of this quest, Jin-Woo was thinking of a certain item. What kind of a result would be facing him now if he chose differently back then? He was curious about this ever since that fateful day. However, he didn't know whether that thing was treated as an item or not. Still, it didn't hurt to try, at least. You can choose from any of the items available from the system. Is there an item you want? The system asked him again, as if to urge him on. After a short deliberation, Jin-Woo made his reply. The Cursed Random Box. Chapter 74 Fin. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 75. Chapter 75. Chapter 75. Back when he found himself standing on a crossroad, Jin-Woo chose the Blessed Random Box instead of the Cursed Random Box. And the result of that decision was the key to the demon's castle. Thanks to that, he gained entry to this instant dungeon and earned a lot. His level had risen up greatly, he acquired lots of items, and as for gold, well, it was overflowing to such an extent that he was beginning to think he should start spending some very soon. Even if I was given a chance to do over, I'd have chosen the same. However, just because he chose to take this path, that didn't mean he was not curious about the potential result of choosing a different path. The Blessed Random Box, supposed to give him what he wanted, and the Cursed Random Box that was supposed to give him what he needed. Just what could be inside the latter? I did get what I wanted from the Blessed Random Box, that's for sure. And so, the perfect chance to satisfy that curiosity once and for all had landed in his lap. His heart began beating a little bit faster than before. Jin-Woo quietly waited for the system's answer. He thought that its reply was slower than usual. Tearing. His anxiety turned out to be groundless, though, because the system did reply pretty soon afterwards. You have chosen item, Cursed Random Box. The chosen item is now available. Shururu. A small box slowly materialized in front of his feet. Yes. His heart beating much quicker now, Jin-Woo hurriedly picked the box up. However, he was suddenly overcome with this feeling that the weight of this box was rather familiar to him. Could it be? He quickly ripped the lid open and confirmed what was inside, only for his eyes to grow very large. Isn't this? Upon exiting the demon's castle, Jin-Woo headed home right away. He just wanted to take a shower and clean himself. While he was stuck inside the dungeon, he didn't even get to wash his face once. He could buy all the water he needed from the store, sure, but there was no space or time to wash inside the dungeon. I mean, there are monsters everywhere in that place, so just where would I find the leeway to take a shower? Shush. Arriving home, he immediately entrusted himself to the cascading warm water. Only then did the fact that he left the dungeon feel like reality. Yup, being home is the best. Changing to a new set of clothes, Jin-Woo left the towel on his wet hair and settled down on the edge of his bed. It was now time to get some things organized. First of all, he summoned his stat window. Status. T-ring. A long wall of text that managed to almost disorient him popped up in front of his view. Jin-Woo's gaze stopped at the status column. Stat points available to distribute, 20. The additional stat points he earned as the quest completion reward were still waiting for him. And of course, he put them all in intelligence. T-ring. Stats. Strength, 178. Endurance, 137. Agility, 147. Intelligence, 149. Perception, 119. Finally, intelligence had exceeded other stats. It was still some ways off strength, but when considering the fact that he didn't even pay attention to the intelligence stat until recently, this growth could only be called lightning fast. Strength, endurance, agility, intelligence, and perception. A good balance between them had been established now. Not one of these stats are useless to me. As it so happened, he had gone through stages of seriously investing in each of his stats. And now, he knew full well the effects and advantages each stat brought to the table. Hold on. Now that things had come to this, how about him raising all of his stats equally from now on, instead of focusing only on one? An all-stat player. Suddenly, the desire to become one gripped him tightly. What a happy dilemma to have. This was something only possible because it felt like not one of his stats was lagging behind others now. Once intelligence rises past strength, I should start slowly raising the others, too. Making up his mind, Jin-Woo shifted his gaze to the skill window next. That's where he discovered the third reward. Reward 3, Unknown Reward. He thought that the first reward, the item he wanted, and the second reward bonus stat points were more than enough, so he didn't pay all that much attention to the third reward. Maybe he was just mildly curious? Was that about it? But well, he already got the reward, so no need to be shy now, was there? Reward 3 has been made available. Along with that message, a scroll similar in size to the entry permit appeared in his hands. What's this? Jin-Woo's eyes opened wider at this unexpected type of reward, and he unfurled the scroll right away. Recipe, Divine Water of Life. You can learn the crafting methods of Divine Water of Life. Jin-Woo's eyes widened even further. I can craft an item with this? And here he was, thinking that only those who had awakened as mage types could craft weapons containing magical energy. Now that he thought about it, though, he was also a mage type, wasn't he? Still, to think, there was a way to craft something with just a recipe like this. Jin-Woo's heart began palpitating. But, a question formed in his head at the same time. Just what could he make here, anyway? What is this Divine Water of Life? Jin-Woo read the information on this Divine Water of Life written inside the recipe. Item, Divine Water of Life. Rarity, S. Type, consumable. A mysterious liquid medicine that cures any and all illnesses through the powerful magic contained within. The effect will only manifest after one whole bottle has been consumed. Cures any and all illnesses? The moment he read that information, he thought about his mother, still confined to the hospital. He had already confirmed through Eugene Ho multiple times that effects of various potions still worked on other people. If he could truly make this Divine Water of Life, then it meant that he'd be able to save his mother. His hands holding the scroll trembled from excitement. The ingredients were also on the simpler side, so to speak. Fragment of the World Tree. He earned that after killing Vulcan on the 50th floor. Spring water from the Forest of Echoes. He got that after killing Metis the Necromancer on the 75th floor. And finally, purified blood of the Demon King. This item hadn't shown up yet. However, thinking back to the two ingredients that had come out so far, he could easily guess where he might find some of this purified blood of the Demon King from. The upper floors. I'm sure it's with the final boss of the demon's castle, probably on the top floor. In other words, simply by clearing the demon's castle dungeon, the ingredients to craft the Divine Water of Life would fall into his lap one by one. It happened then. Ah! A gasp of epiphany leaked out of his mouth, completely unbeknownst to him. That's how surprised Jin-Woo was. Could it be that, the item he wanted as per description on the blessed random box said, could that be this Divine Water of Life? Mom! Thinking about the possibility that he'd get to see his mother again all healthy, his eyes began welling up with emotions. Then, a new message popped up. Ring. You can learn crafting skill via recipe, Divine Water of Life. Will you learn this crafting skill? The mechanical beat brought him back to his senses, fast. In order to craft this Divine Water of Life, he needed to clear the demon's castle first. Meaning, he had quickly get himself prepared and return to that place. He had no time to waste on sentimentality like this. I'm learning it. You have acquired crafting skill 4 item, Divine Water of Life. I'm not dreaming, right? As if to imply that his memories were functioning fine, a new column called Crafting Skill appeared on the skills window. Crafting skill. Consumable, Divine Water of Life, 2/3. The numbers behind the name probably indicated the 2 ingredients he already possessed, the fragment of the world tree, and the spring water from the Forest of Echoes. Ah, right. Next up. Jin-Woo summoned his inventory and retrieved an item stored right next to the spring water. It was a necklace, seemingly carved out from skulls of various small creatures. Item, Demon Sovereign's Necklace. Rarity, S. Type, Accessory. Agility +20, Intelligence +20. When worn together with Demon Sovereign's earrings and Demon Sovereign's ring, set bonus effects will be unlocked. Set effect 1, locked. Set effect 2, locked. The spring water from the Forest of Echoes wasn't the only loot he got from killing the guide of the departed souls, Metis. Indeed, this rather vile-looking necklace also came out, too. Why are the designs of all the necklaces I found so crappy? Jin-Woo frowned deeply while recalling the appearance of the dog collar he was currently wearing. He slowly brought the Demon Sovereign's necklace closer to his neck. Ring. Will you replace Gatekeeper's necklace with Demon Sovereign's necklace? Both necklaces boasted rather similar additional effects. Both raised 2 of his stats by 20 points each. However, the Demon Sovereigns also had the set effect to consider, as well. Replace. Shurarek. You have equipped item, Demon Sovereign's Necklace. The skull necklace disappeared from his hands, only to be replaced by a dog collar. He quickly shoved the dog collar inside his inventory, and checked the newly unlocked set effect of the Demon Sovereign's accessory set. Item, Demon Sovereign's Necklace. Set effect 1, all stats +5. Set effect 2, locked. All of my stats rose up by 5 points. He only managed to unlock one set effect, yet he received a boost similar to leveling up 5 times. And then, he still had one more unknown effect to go, the one he'd receive after gathering all the accessories. The Demon Sovereign's Ring. When considering the possibility that the last unlocked set effect from all 3 accessories being in one place should be even greater than the individual parts on their own, this really was already an amazing performance. However, acquiring accessories rated at S was only a part of the harvest he enjoyed after entering the demon's castle. The real profit was his level jumping up so high. Jin-Woo stared at his level that had climbed up to 77 and smiled in content. I leveled up 16 times inside a week. Such a leveling up speed was unthinkable when entering rank C dungeons. He had definitely extracted suitable compensation for going through hell. For 7 days. He still had some unfinished matters there, but well, this week's conquest of the demon's castle should be called a roaring success, regardless of what. Just that. Except for one, there was one thing he couldn't really figure out yet. Jin-Woo let the light from the lamp fall on the object that came out of the cursed random box. Just what the hell is this thing? It was a pitch-black key that seemed to absorb all light. No information popped up in his view, either. This is the first time seeing an item with absolutely no information. The keys to instant dungeons could be seen as pretty common, since he got them from random boxes every now and then. But this guy here, he had never seen anything quite like it. Where am I supposed to use this? Perhaps because it came out of a box named Cursed Randomness and that, he couldn't help but think that there was this ominous aura circling around the key. He acquired this key through so much hard work, so he couldn't even throw it away. Well, I'm sure I'll get to use it sooner or later. The cursed random box was supposed to give him something that he needed, after all. Jin-Woo stored the mystery key back inside his inventory and got up from the bed. He needed to purchase a few artifacts if he wanted to completely conquer the demon's castle. And I've got something to sell, too. However, there was a problem. And that was, things would become quite complicated if a rank E hunter wanted to buy and sell high-ranked artifacts. Who wouldn't suspect something was off when a low-ranked hunter, no, someone right at the bottom, tried to sell an item that even the top hunters found hard to acquire? It was the same story if he wanted to buy something. As long as the title of rank E followed him around, there would always be questions regarding the sources of his income. And it'll be hard to answer when someone asks me about what I'm planning to do with expensive artifacts, too. Several troublesome situations would unfold at this rate. Which means, I should. Time to stop pretending to be a rank E, then. Time to get the rank reassignment test. It was now time to get the rank that matched his current set of abilities. Jin-Woo's expression became serious. With my current level, surely I won't get jerked around by someone else. That was his original aim, to begin with. In order to avoid situations where he was being under the thumb of someone stronger, he continued to act as a rank E, while taking on all the inconvenience that came along with it. However, what about now? He didn't even falter slightly when Baek Yunho, the guild master of the White Tiger, stood in front of him. Hell, he was pretty confident of not cowering no matter who stood in front of him now, be that Baek Yunho or anyone else. He saw no reason to hide his powers anymore. Thump, thump, thump. When he made up his mind to finally get rid of that irksome rank E tag for good, his heart began beating faster and faster. But, before that, there was something he had to confirm first. Jin-Woo switched on his hunter-only smartphone. It was his first time powering the device on in a week, so naturally, there were quite a lot of missed calls and messages waiting for him. The majority of those numbers he failed to recognize. It was an unfortunate thing for those callers, but well, he didn't have the time to manually check each and every one out. If they are in a hurry, I'm sure they'll contact me again. Thinking coolly like that, Jin-Woo scrolled down the list of contacts and eventually located the number he wanted. He dialed this number. La la la. The bright, energetic pop song didn't even get to play for a second longer, before the other side hurriedly answered the call. Hyung Nim. Maybe Jin-Woo stayed inside the dungeon for far too long? Because he was surprised by how nice it felt to hear the kid's voice again. A smile spread on Jin-Woo's lips as he spoke. Did the talk with your father go well? Yes, Hyung Nim. It went very well. Oh ho! Now that was a good piece of news to hear. Jin-Woo made this call to confirm, because he couldn't go ahead and do the rank reassignment test if Eugene-ho hadn't made a deal with his father yet. However, if the matters of that side were taken care of, then there really was nothing holding him back at this point. He guessed the good news just from hearing the kid's excited tone of voice, but now that he got the confirmation from the horse's mouth, Jin-Woo was feeling really happy as well. Hyung Nim. Actually, I wanted to come and speak to Y. Click. What was that? The phone call abruptly came to an end, and when he checked, the battery in his phone was flat. Oh, right. Even before entering the demon's castle, it didn't have much charge left, didn't it? Well, at least he got to confirm what he wanted to confirm, so that was a relief. Jin-Woo fixed his clothes and prepared to leave. The main building of the Hunters Association wasn't too far from here. He should be able to go through the reassignment test pretty quickly. Oh, hang on a second. Jin-Woo was just about to leave the apartment, but he hurriedly came back inside. He had forgotten all about his little sister. Since she might get worried if her appa left home again without saying anything, he scribbled a simple memo and placed it on the dining table. Well, he only came back home after a whole week of absence, after all. I came home, but need to go out again. Sorry. With a satisfied smile on his face, Jin-Woo turned around to leave. It really had been a while since Jin-Woo last came to the Awaken Rank Evaluation Application Kiosk. Has it been 4 years already? Or, maybe it was close to 5 now? Jin-Woo's expression was full of reminiscence as he stood in front of the employee manning the reception kiosk. The employee didn't even bother to look at him and spoke. Please jot down your identification and contact details, and give them to me. Jin-Woo still remembered most of the process, so he had prepared them before coming here. He readily presented both his identification and the contact details. The employee's head tilted this way and that after taking one look at Jin-Woo's choice of identification. Isn't this a hunter license? It is. Employee formed a confused expression. If you are unhappy with your assigned rank, you should head over to another depot. No, it's not that. I wish to take the reassignment test. The employee continued to alternate his gaze between the hunter license and Jin-Woo's face, before raising a trembling finger in the air. Please, wait for me here. The employee then quickly ran over to a middle-aged man with a scowl on his face sitting somewhere behind him. Manager? A hunter nim wishes to take a reassignment test. A reassignment test? What's that person's rank? It's an E. The manager craned his neck out and took a look at the waiting Jin-Woo's face over by the reception desk. He then reverted back to his previous posture. There are guys like that every now and then. Hunters who are not satisfied by the reality of their situation, and swim inside daydreams, before coming back here hoping against hope. So, is that guy also? The manager nodded his head. Reawakened, my foot. Others are busy raking in the dough as hunters, getting famous and all that, but well, he drew the short straw and he ended up as a nobody. So, he's just trying to escape from reality. Aha! Dealing with guys like that will only tire you out. So, just tell him that he'll be paying the fee for the test and send him on his way to the measurement room. Roger that. The employee no longer looked like he was suffering from abdominal pain, and returned to his seat. Meanwhile, the manager alternated his gaze between the employee and Jin-Woo, clicked his tongue, before shifting his attention back to the computer monitor in front of him. However, the fingers of the manager stopped typing on the keyboard. The name written on the hunter license, why did it feel like he had heard of that name before from somewhere? Where was it? Once the young hunter left for the building with the measurement room in it, the manager sneaked in closer to the employee and asked him. That ranky hunter just now, what was his name again? It's Seong Jin-Woo. Do you know who he is? No, it's not that. But he just couldn't get over this feeling that he had heard of that name before, for sure. The manager did his absolute best to jog his memories, and then, his eyes widened as something did enter his mind. Ah! That man asked for a favor, didn't he? That man asked the manager to give him a call if a hunter named Seong Jin-Woo ever showed up here. Why couldn't he remember that sooner? The manager sought out a deserted corner and hurriedly pulled out his phone. Ring. Ring. Hello, it's Baek Yun-ho speaking. Ah, hello there, Chairman Baek. I'm calling you because of the hunter you spoke about the last time, the man named Seong Jin-Woo. He really came here today. But, how did you know that he might appear here? Did you just say that Mr. Seong Jin-Woo came there? Yes. He was here just now, applying to get a reassignment test. The conversation came to an abrupt halt and an awkward silence pervaded the line. However, only a short while later, an urgent voice came out from the phone speaker. Even if it's only for a short while, can you somehow delay the measurement process? I'm on my way over there right now. The manager began tilting his head. Did he just mishear that? The master of the one and only White Tiger Guild was speaking with an anxious voice? Well, I'll be. Besides all that, though, the evaluation process was out of his hands already. The manager could only sheepishly reply while scratching the side of his head. That man must have entered the measurement building by now. Chapter 75 Fin. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 76. Chapter 76, Chapter 76. Wait a minute. This, just what on earth is? What happened just now? Manager Jung Ki-soo ended the call with Baek Yun-ho and tilted his head. It was already a pretty surprising thing that a rank E hunter stepped forward to get re-evaluated, yet the master of the White Tiger Guild wanted to find out about the result of that test right away as well. Maybe, there is something going on for real here. It wasn't just anyone but that Baek Yun-ho. And he was being quite serious, so Jung Ki-soo couldn't help but wonder if something big was about to happen. But soon, he shook his head dismissively. There's no way. The phenomenon of reawakening was a very rare occurrence. How many months had it been? There was this incident a few months ago when the whole association had been in an uproar over a potential candidate who had gone through a reawakening. Of course, it was all a big fat nothing. That just served to illustrate how rare the real thing was, and plenty of so-called reawakening all turned out to be nothing more than just simple misunderstandings. I mean, it's not just one or two kids who come here mistakenly believing that they had gone through a reawakening, only to walk out of here after paying the cost for the test out of their pocket. Perhaps the White Tiger Guild was seriously mistaken about something here. Still, considering Jung Ki-soo's relationship with that guild, he just couldn't refuse outright to humor the guildmaster Baek Yun-ho's request. Hey, listen. I have to go somewhere for a little while. Pardon me? Where are you going, Manager Jung? I just remembered this little thing I gotta take care of in the Block B. The term Block B was a sort of code word used by the association employees to refer to the building where the magic power evaluation took place. Okay, I understand. If something happens, call me right away. Yes, Manager. Even though Jung Ki-soo was thinking reawakening, my A*S, he nevertheless headed towards Block B while picturing the face of Baek Yun-ho, who should have left the guild offices by now. Jin-Woo parked his but on the very last spot available of the waiting room's bench. Currently, there were 3 people waiting for their turn here. All of them looked quite tense, nervous. Jin-Woo could sympathize with what these people were going through inwardly at this moment. Well, the directions of their lives would be decided with the results of today's evaluation, after all. The first time Jin-Woo came here, he was thinking about the exact same things as these people. What if I was a rank A, no, even a rank B, or, could it be, I'm a rank S? Swimming in a happy daydream, only to be shocked to the core after receiving the evaluation of rank E. Thinking back to that day 4 years ago, Jin-Woo couldn't help but smirk slightly. What is he smiling about? How can you even think about smiling here? Others waiting around sent him weird looks, but Jin-Woo didn't pay them any mind. Was he born with a steely heart or something? Maybe, he's not feeling nervous at all. Seeing Jin-Woo's undaunted attitude, others became a bit sheepish and tilted their heads this way and that, before shifting their gazes away. Nothing much has changed since then. Jin-Woo also remembered something similar happening back then. Back then, he started paying attention to the person sitting next to him for no reason, and he also became curious about what other people's evaluation was going to be like. Jin-Woo continued to smile while slowly studying the interior of the waiting area. Just like the people waiting inside, the building didn't change much either. The Hunter Association itself was established less than 10 years ago, so perhaps unsurprisingly, the building was still clean and neat as if it opened its doors only yesterday. The interior layout was pretty much the same as back then, too. If there was one thing different, then it'd be Those people over there. When Jin-Woo quietly stared at a contingent of men and women decked out in clean-cut business suits across from where he was, and a Juicy sitting next to him opened his mouth. TL, a Juicy equals uncle, or older man. They are all from various guilds, apparently. Various guilds, is it? Yes. Well, hunters don't usually seek out smaller guilds, so they resorted to sending people over here and set up camp, just so they can sweet-talk Awakened like us after we're done with the evaluation. Indeed, there was a certain chilly, unfriendly and competitive air circulating among those folks. And, the way they are looking in this direction is pretty predatory, too. Well, there was a reason for that, of course. I'm telling you this because it might help you, but you see, it's better not to sign up with guilds like theirs. Why not? From what I hear, smaller guilds take on lots of dangerous raids, and their hunter fatality rate is far higher than average, too. Jin-Woo nodded his head in agreement. At the end of the day, the circumstances of smaller guilds would always remain a bit ambiguous. Unlike privately organized freelancer-led raid parties, clearing low-ranked dungeons wouldn't satisfy them financially, but then again, the skills of the hunters signed up with them wasn't quite good enough to clear higher-ranked dungeons. So, accidents happen frequently during their raids. Which means, recruiting new hunters becomes doubly important for them. And so, they arrived at a point where they had to follow the potential newbies right into the association building and prey on them. Ah, right. A Juicy dabbed the sweat drops away from his wide-open forehead with a handkerchief, and cautiously extended his head towards Jin-Woo. Well, it's fate that we meet like this, so how about we introduce each other? My name is Yoon Jong-hoon. I'm Seong Jin-Woo. Their introduction was kept to a minimum, and they quietly waited for their turns. Next, please. Since the location for the evaluation itself was wide open, one could easily read the expressions on those who finished the test, as well as the employees performing the said test. And the expression of the guy who had taken his test just now didn't look so good. I guess, it's either a D or an E. Those folks from the smaller guilds must have thought about the same thing as Jin-Woo, because they showed no interest whatsoever even when an Awakened walked right past them. Wasn't that too honest a reaction from them? Jin-Woo even began wondering if there was another, more discreet way to find out one's evaluation result or not. Next up, please. Yet another result came out. This one also must not have been so good. The steps of the Awakened walking out of the building seemed heavy. But, that was par for the course, really. Well, if high-ranked hunters appeared frequently, they wouldn't be paid big bucks, anyway. For regular citizens, even being a rank C would be a huge jackpot. One could still earn a fair bit of money by entering freelancer raid parties, or if one's luck was good, then entering large guilds was a viable option, too. Indeed, there were 4 rank CS among the White Tiger Guild's new recruits, weren't there? If one successfully managed to enter a large guild, then it was pretty much guaranteed that you'd earn an annual salary similar to what doctors or lawyers made. A Juicy next to Jin-Woo spoke again. I heard that you'd get a ton of money up front when signing with a large guild. A Juicy's hand, still holding the handkerchief, trembled softly. Actually, I owe some money, you see. Because of that, I had to separate from my little girl and must live alone for the time being. Maybe it's because of that, but I'm feeling really nervous, A Juicy mumbled to himself, before flinching grandly and bowed his head to Jin-Woo in a hurry. Goo. Saying something unnecessary to a stranger I've just met. I'm a bit of disgrace, isn't it? I end up talking a lot when I'm nervous, you see. No, it's fine. Jin-Woo smiled gently and lowered his head, as well. A Juicy continued to take deep breaths, as if to reinforce the notion that his earlier declaration of feeling nervous wasn't an exaggeration. Meanwhile, another Awakened walked out, and next up, please come this way. And, it was the turn of A Juicy. However, A Juicy cautiously shook Jin-Woo's sleeve, his face full of cold sweat. Could he be feeling ill somewhere, thought Jin-Woo. Are you feeling okay? Jin-Woo asked, his voice sounding worried. Juicy shook his head. No. It's not that, but... do you mind going ahead first? I'm too tense right now, you see. Juicy looked really desperate. Was there a reason to refuse when someone wished to give up his spot in the queue? Jin-Woo quickly accepted the proposal. Anyone would be feeling nervous if these few minutes determined the rest of their lives. Jin-Woo stood up instead of Juicy and walked over to the association employee. The employee spoke in a businesslike manner. What is your name? It's Seong Jin-Woo. Mr. Seong Jin-Woo. Right. Please place your hand on the black-colored panel over there and wait for a little while. Following the instruction, Jin-Woo walked over to the measuring device and placed his hand on the black panel. This guy's already been evaluated as an awakened rank D? The employee took a look at the documentation and glanced at Jin-Woo with a mystified expression. Just why were almost all the hunters coming here to retake tests all rank E? The employee's expression changed to that of apathy as he activated the measuring device. SFX for a button being pressed. BZZZZ. The magic energy measuring device buzzed noisily, and a short while later, it stopped its operation. The results appeared on the display monitor. What's going on here? The employee tilted his head this way and that, before speaking to Jin-Woo, as the latter was about to take his hand off the panel. Hold up, please. Yes? I'd like to run the test one more time. Okay. Jin-Woo placed his hand back on the panel. SFX for a button being pressed. But something like this never happened before? The expression of the employee gradually hardened. Why was the measuring device malfunctioning all of a sudden? The employee asked for Jin-Woo's cooperation once more. I'm truly sorry. But, one more time, please. Even before he was asked to take the test again, Jin-Woo had already decided to wait and thus didn't bother to lift his hand away from the panel. SFX for a button being pressed, repeated. Why is the device behaving like this? Cold sweat drops formed on the employee's forehead. Murmur. People observing from the waiting room gradually grew aware of the fact that something weird was going down right now. What's going on? Did something happen? How many times did he activate the measuring device just now? Kinda looks like there's a problem here, doesn't it? When everyone's gaze is focused on him, the employee became completely soaked in cold sweat. SFX for a button being pressed. Arg, come on now. What do you want from me? Just as the employee was becoming a nervous wreck. What now? Where is Chang-sik? Why are you alone here? The employee quickly looked behind him. And he found manager Jong Ki-soo from the rank evaluation application department standing there. Manager Jong. Relief formed on the employee's face after an unexpected reinforcement made his entrance. The senior officer went to the bathroom just now. That fool, how dare he vacate his position in the middle of office ho? Jong Ki-soo couldn't bring himself to finish that sentence. I'm the same, isn't it? Whatever the case may have been, he did arrive at the perfect time. The poor newbie employee was sweating out buckets while the senior was nowhere to be seen. Perfect, indeed. Time for a veteran to step forward, then. Okay, so what's going on? Jong Ki-soo displayed a bit of interest and took a step forward. The measuring device is acting a little weird. The device is what now? Please, take a look. This error message keeps popping up. Once the employee took a step back, Jong Ki-soo stood in his stead in front of the monitor that displayed the result of Jin-Woo's measurement. And right away, Jong Ki-soo's expression froze up. How long have you been working here? It's been around 6 months, sir. Did I press the wrong button? Nope. Just call Chong-sik and tell him to get over here right now. Excuse me? I'm saying, his toilet break or whatever isn't important anymore, so tell him to get his A*S over here right away. Jong Ki-soo raised his voice. The employee flinched and asked, What's the matter, manager? This isn't an error message, but it's saying impossible to measure. Don't you understand what that means? But that wasn't an error message? Why was every single newbie employee such a dumba *s? Jong Ki-soo's gaze left the employee and landed on the person taking the evaluation test. How can such a thing, Seong Jin-Woo. The master of the White Tiger Guild wanted to know about this man's reassignment evaluation results. Jong Ki-soo's gaze remained locked on Seong Jin-Woo as he opened his mouth to speak to the newbie employee. You idiot. This message means that this device can't measure that person's magic power. Excuse me? But, doesn't that mean? Did this newbie say it had been around 6 months since he started working here? Forget about 6 months, something like this had not happened in the past 2 years, so of course, it wasn't surprising at all to see a newbie employee being completely oblivious. Jong Ki-soo's voice trembled as he replied. Right. He's a rank S. Rank S, special. This rank had been in wide use so people mistook it for an actual official rank, but in reality, this rank simply existed to group those awakened who couldn't be measured by any device. That's why, call Chong-sik right away. Hurry. I'll call him immediately. A short while later, Kim Chong-sik ran over in a fluster after receiving the call. His breathing was heavy and fast, and he was even trying to fix his falling pants. Pant. Okay, let me see. After confirming the monitor, Kim Chong-sik's complexion paled immediately. And then, when he looked at Jin-Woo, Kim Chang-sik's eyes quaked powerfully. This man is the 10th in South Korea. Kim Chong-sik quickly walked over to Jin-Woo. It was only at this point that Jin-Woo withdrew his hand away from the black penal. Excuse me. Mr. Seong Jin-Woo, with the current device. Kim Chang-sik immediately remembered that Jin-Woo was already a hunter, so he changed the way he addressed the youth. No, wait. Allow me to start over. It's impossible to measure your magical energy output with this device, Seong Jin-Woo Hunternim. We need to ask for permission from the higher-ups if we want to use the precision measuring device, so would you mind if you come and visit us again in 3 days' time? Kim Chong-sik followed protocol and spoke the official line. He couldn't even remember properly the last time he said those words. Jin-Woo was an experienced hunter himself too, and he immediately figured out what those words meant. Fine. Postponing the evaluation. Or, in other words, once the test result of impossible to measure also pops up in the precision device 3 days later, then he'd definitely be ranked as an S. This is for the better. If he was judged to be a rank A now, then he'd have to raise his stats again and come back here again. However, being a reawakened was already an incredibly rare thing, so what would happen if he were to say that he awakened once more on top of that? People would see his reawakening as luck, but if something like that were to happen again, he'd no doubt receive gazes of suspicion. He definitely wanted to avoid getting mired in annoying complications and waste his valuable time. Phew. Jin-Woo sighed in relief inwardly after seeing this rather fortunate turn of events. And then, when he turned around to leave. Everyone present inside the building was looking at him weirdly. Egu, I know that you're an extremely busy man, so it'd be fine even if you didn't come personally to visit me, you know? Even then, you're the one and only Chief Park of the Hunter Association, so how could I dare to use a mere phone to speak to you? It's only correct and proper that I come to see you personally. Choi Jong-in smiled with his eyes and buttered up to the other guy, 40-something Chief Park, causing the latter to let out a gentle chuckle. Just who was this man in front of Park? He was none other than man leading South Korea's top guild, hunters. Also known as the ultimate weapon, Choi Jong-in. Just one word from him, and the country's most powerful raid team would mobilize like a slick, well-oiled machine. A man like that was fawning over you, so how could anyone feel bad about that? Choi Jong-in pulled out a cigarette and asked, "Will it be fine if I light one up?" "Oh. Please, go ahead." "What about you, Chief Park?" "I'm fine, thank you." Choi Jong-in, relaxedly sucking in the cigarette, exuded the air of a man who had achieved everything there was to achieve pretty early on in his life. Is this that elusive thing called charisma? As the Chief Park stared at him as if he was bewitched, Choi Jong-in threw out a question. "By the way, it sounds like Block B is a bit noisier than usual today." "Block B, you say?" Chief Park looked out the window and at Block B. Truth be told, Chief Park couldn't hear anything at all. However, Choi Jong-in was a rank S hunter. His five senses should never be compared to that of a regular person's. If Choi Jong-in said it was getting rowdier down there, then something must have happened for real. An honorable guest had come to visit, so what a shameful blunder this was. Chief Park frowned slightly and spoke up. "Let me go and find out what's happening." "No, wait." Choi Jong-in discarded the cigarette and killed it with his foot. "I'm also getting curious, so..." Choi Jong-in raised his head, and a mysterious flash of light could be seen in his eyes for a moment. And an equally mysterious smile formed on his lips. "Why don't we go together?" Chapter 76 Fin. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 77. Chapter 77, Chapter 77. The entirety of the Block B had become deathly silent. J just now, definitely, impossible to measure. D does that mean, that guy's a rank S? I've only ever heard of it, but seeing an impossible to measure rank with my own eyes is... Gulp. The recruitment agents dispatched by various smaller guilds were busy swallowing dry saliva as they stared at Jin-Woo turning in their direction. However, none of them tried to talk to him. If he was a rank C, then they would have started a war of nerves trying to sign him up to their respective guilds. They would have formed the proverbial queue just for a chance to talk to him. What about a rank B, then? They would pounce on him like crazy while throwing around quite attractive sounding offers, such as guaranteed spot as a high-ranking officer in the guild, or shares in the guild, etc., etc. Onlookers would probably see it as an all-out war or something. Well, it was not such a weird thing when considering the value of a hunter ranked B, or the fact that they would receive a fat bonus by luring a high-ranked awaken like that to their guilds. There were enough rank BS who fell for the sweet talk. After all, they would rather prefer to be the head of a snake, instead of the tail of a dragon. However, the story changed when it came to a rank A. A rank A would be showered with a crap ton of special privileges by entering large guilds, never mind small to medium guilds. Being selected as a member of the main raid team was a given, and since the main raid team only targeted high-ranked dungeons, the financial reward would be quite enormous as well. Was that all? If the offers of the guilds weren't to your liking, you could just establish your own guild and become its master. You could just make a small or a medium guild by yourself, so was there a real reason to sign with one? Indeed, rank As were that kind of existence. However, this man, who got his magic energy measured just now, was supposedly a rank S. Not an A, but an S. It might be an easy thing to say, but the truth was, that single letter was only used to denote the very best awakened in the country, with only 9 of them existing in South Korea. With that man included, it'll be 10, isn't it? The 10th rank S hunter. This youth was not someone these headhunters from the various small guilds could even attempt to talk to. Gulp. Nope, all they could do now was to silently swallow their saliva. He was literally a pie in the sky to them. But, it was then. Wait a minute. Couldn't this be my opportunity? A handful of quick-witted scouts suddenly had this remarkable idea: how about acting as a middleman, guide this new rank S awakened to a large guild, and get paid handsomely for their efforts? But the contract signing fee for a rank S would easily exceed tens of billions of won, at the least. Just 1% of that fee as their commission would prove to be a good enough incentive to quit their current guilds. And, if one got lucky and got on the good books of that youth to become his personal agent, then hell, you'd be set for life. Didn't a personal agent of some rank S hunter get a ** ski as a birthday present or something? Should I try it? My silver tongue won't lose to anyone, anywhere, so, should I just man up and jump in? Within a blink of time, all sorts of thoughts entered and exited the minds of the scouts. The ridicule of the failure would only last for a short while, but the sweetness of success would last forever. Just as the scouts sneakily glanced at their peers and began inching forward, someone suddenly pointed towards the entrance of the Block B. Ha! Isn't that? Was it because everyone was so tense already? No one could tell who did it first. Everyone seemingly shifted their gazes over in the direction the first man to open his mouth pointed at. The eyes of the scouts widened immediately. Heek! A man wearing a stylish business suit was entering Block B. There wasn't a single person present who didn't know that man's name. Choi Jong-in? Why is the leader of the hunters here? Sure enough, Choi Jong-in felt the gazes of the crowd and lightly tidied up his suit, before walking straight towards Jin-Woo. But, isn't this too fast for him to get here after receiving an alert? No, wait a minute. Did he already sign up with the hunters? Did the hunters know about him? Well, the top guild sure operates on another level, no? Yup, as expected. Scouts present all readily accepted the inevitable conclusion to come. Perhaps, it was a relief that none of them stepped forward and tried to chat up the youth. How embarrassing would it have been, when one of them started yapping on and ended up running into Choi Jong-in instead? Only now did they realize the direction this situation had taken. Well, with Choi Jong-in's entrance, the picture is complete. Hiya! This is so cool. To think that the leader of the Hunters Guild has personally stepped up. Indeed, treatments for S ranks are totally different from the rest, no? Although the scouts did feel a bit rueful, they nevertheless witnessed this scene of the leader of the South Korea's top guild meeting with the awakened blessed with the highest rank there was, with warm expressions on their faces. On the other hand, Jin-Woo was breathing a sigh of relief at the grand entrance of Choi Jong-in. What a relief! He was pondering what to do next after being stared at by so many pairs of eyes. But what a wonderful timing it was, that man walking in and dividing the attention. Jin-Woo inwardly thanked Choi Jong-in for providing some unexpected help, and simply walked past the latter. And Choi Jong-in's eyes widened in surprise. Ha! This can't be right, . Choi Jong-in hurriedly called out to Jin-Woo. Excuse me, can you stop for a second? Jin-Woo stopped walking away and turned around to look. Choi Jong-in's eyes gleamed brightly as he stared into Jin-Woo's face. This man's the 10th. Choi Jong-in beat around the bush with Chief Park about checking out the situation together or some such, but the truth was, he already had sensed what was happening before coming here. I mean, they've been yapping on so loudly about impossible to measure this and device error that, so how can I not hear them? Thanks to that, though, he was given a huge opportunity here. This guy was a rank S. A rank S. By signing this man, the Hunters Guild would then boast the services of 3 S ranks, and be able to brush shoulders with the best guilds in the world, never mind those found in South Korea. How could he not salivate over that prospect? There's no need to borrow a measuring device, either. Just a short meeting of their gazes and he immediately sensed the depths of the youth's strength. Without a doubt, this guy was the highest grade hunter there was. Hell, Choi Jong-in saw absolutely no reason to wait for 3-4 days at all. Choi Jong-in cleared his throat and formed his trademark smile. I'm Choi Jong-in, the leader of the Hunters Guild. Of course, Jin-Woo knew that already. Well, that man's face could be seen frequently enough whenever a TV was turned on, after all. Jin-Woo wondered briefly why such a famous man was trying to talk to him after coming all the way to the association, but well, he didn't have the leeway to ask for the clarification. Jin-Woo sneaked a glance at the clock mounted on one of the walls. It's already 10 to 6. If he thought about the time he needed to go there, then he was cutting it pretty close. When Jin-Woo formed an expression that implied, okay, you're done with your introduction, so hurry up with what you want to say, Choi Jong-in became a bit flustered as he continued on. Well, actually, I'm aware that you just had your awakened rank evaluation. Yes. By any chance, have you thought of a guild to join? No. A bright smile formed on Choi Jong-in's face when he heard that reply. Yup, it's done. One of the top 3 guilds in the world, Hunters. What a sweet title that was. From today onwards, it'd not be a simple daydream anymore. You're mine. Choi Jong-in's chest puffed up from happiness, and spoke the line that might be recorded in the annals of history. I'd like to speak to you regarding that issue, so can you spare a minute to talk, please? Sorry, but don't have the time. Jin-Woo quickly voiced his refusal and hurriedly left the Block B building. It happened so fast that Choi Jong-in didn't even have the chance to think about stopping the youth from leaving. Meanwhile, the association employees and the scouts from other guilds belatedly realized what had transpired and began freaking out. What the hell? Wait, did Choi Jong-in get kicked to the curb? No matter who sees it, he was ignored. Mutter. The waiting room became very noisy all of a sudden. Choi Jong-in did his best to maintain his calm and looked to his side. Chief Park? Yes? Chief Park replied with an awkward look on his face. Did I make a mistake during my introduction? Well, I wonder. I'm not sure. Obviously, Chief Park heard everything as he was standing to the side. Still, this wasn't the right time to say that out loud, no? When Chief Park shut his mouth, Choi Jong-in sheepishly scratched the side of his head. Was I too careless with my approach? Still, there was no reason to feel disappointed here. Without a doubt, he was one step ahead of other guilds. I'm the only one who knows about the appearance of the new rank S. The remeasurement was scheduled for 3 days later. There was still some time left until the official announcement. Before that, though, I gotta find another opportunity to talk to him, no matter what. Wasn't there a good way? While Choi Jong-in began pondering his options, he spotted someone else hurriedly running towards the building. Wait, isn't he? Now that was definitely a familiar face. When that man pushed open the glass door and entered, Choi Jong-in spoke up with a surprised expression on his face. Chairman Baek? What are you? Baek Yoonho's eyes also widened after recognizing Choi Jong-in. Master Choi? Choi Jong-in quickly deciphered Baek Yoonho's expression. It's like, he knows he's been busted. It was not very likely that he came running after an informant rang him up just now. No, the time of his arrival didn't make sense if that was the case. I mean, the distance between the White Tiger Guild offices and the Hunter Association is great, so... That's right, Baek Yoonho knew from the get-go. He had prior knowledge regarding what would happen here. Meaning, he knows about the existence of that man already? But, that couldn't be. If so, he'd never let that man go through the reassignment test in this fashion. If it were me, I'd make him sign the contract first and then let him take the test. It was here that the scattered puzzle pieces in Choi Jong-in's head began falling into their respective places. No way. Could it be? The White Tiger Guild. The incident during their training. The Red Gate. The mystery helper. And then, the newly appeared rank S awakened. The White Tiger must have received help from someone they don't want others to know about. A newbie who hasn't gone through the rank assignment test? Or maybe a convict whose identity can't be revealed. Now everything made sense. Found him. So, it was that man, huh? Baek Yun-ho was completely out of breath. He must have ran really hard and fast to get here. Most likely, he had not left that man to his own devices. No, the master of the White Tiger Guild actually couldn't stop the youth even if he wanted to. Choi Jong-in stared at Baek Yun-ho and formed a knowing smile. You let him slip through your fingers. Because, he wasn't the same as Baek Yun-ho. Thanks for the opportunity. Choi Jong-in didn't say anything else and relaxedly walked past Baek Yun-ho. Meanwhile, Baek Yun-ho took a look around. He couldn't spot Jin-Woo anywhere. Am I too late? Baek Yun-ho could only look on at the distancing back of Choi Jong-in and softly sigh. Fu-woo. Who knew that the master of Hunters Guild would be at the Hunters Association? Baek Yun-ho scratched the back of his head and muttered to himself. Things just got complicated. The visiting hours of the Seoul's Ilshin Hospital ended at 8 in the evening. Are you the guardian of the patient Park Kyung-hae? That's correct. You can go and see her. Are you aware of the visiting hours cutoff time? Yes, I'm aware. Finishing his chat by the nursing station, Jin-Woo quickly walked to the patient ward his mother was in. Thanks to his hurried steps, he arrived there not too long afterwards. Clang! Jin-Woo opened the door and entered the ward, and quietly sat down on the chair next to the bed his mother was lying in. She seemed to be in a deep slumber. With her like this, it's like she'd wake up at any moment now. A slumber that no one could wake up from. It was a new type of illness that appeared with the advent of the gates. I heard from someone that this hospital alone has over 10 patients suffering the same illness. Jin-Woo gently held his mother's hand. Mom! Thankfully, the life support machines using the magic crystals as fuel managed to stop Mom and her hand from wasting away, even though she had been in a coma for many years now. However, magic crystals were expensive. The magic crystals to fuel the life support machines for a month cost over 5 million won. A youth in his early 20s would never have been able to afford such a fee, if it weren't for him working for the Hunters Association and was qualified to receive their medical aid scheme. Because he'd been working his A*S off until now, he was able to hold his mom's hand like this. However, everything would change soon. He would no longer simply be satisfied with her still breathing like this, and actually be able to cure her outright. The divine water of life, the cure-all the system had gifted him with. Whether it'd work or not was something to worry about later. Right now, crafting it was his first priority. I'll save you. Mom did her best to stabilize the family when his father went missing, even though she never enjoyed robust health. Not too long from now, he'd get to see her up on her 2 feet again. Please, just wait a little while longer. How long did he sit there by her side? Jin-Woo finally pushed himself up after a lengthy vigil. Ending his definitely not short visit, Jin-Woo wordlessly walked out of the ward and carefully closed the door behind him. And when he turned around to leave, he got to spot a familiar face standing in the corridor. On that day, it was you who killed the monsters in the duel dungeon, wasn't it? A low and thick, manly voice. Sharp, scary eyebrows. He was none other than Woo Jin-cheol from the monitoring division. Jin-Woo didn't reply. There was no reason to, nor did he particularly feel like it either. Instead, there was something else he wanted to ask. How did you find out that I was here? I tried to guess the places you might head off to. I called the hospital and they informed me of your presence here. The association was paying for Mom's hospital fees, after all. Well, that's going to change soon. It was possible that Woo Jin-cheol checked the hospital first, before anywhere else. Should he chalk that up to the swift nature befitting the monitoring division? Jin-Woo let a smirk form on his face. Did you seek me out just to ask me about that day's events? No, I did not. Well, then. How can I help you? There is someone who'd like to speak to you. Would you mind accompanying me for a little while? The infamous monitoring division of the Hunters Association. The main role the monitoring division performed was to watch and manage those high-risk hunters, as well to punish those who broke the law. From a hunter's perspective, they weren't really a welcoming presence. Of course, Jin-Woo's gaze wasn't too friendly either. Is that an order? No. Woo Jin-cheol took his sunglasses off. He then deeply bowed his head, his voice sounding much more serious than before. I'd like to ask you for this favor. Jin-Woo didn't expect Woo Jin-cheol, with his fearsome countenance and all, to assume that kind of attitude. Jin-Woo pondered a little, before deciding to find out who wanted to meet him first. Who wants to talk to me? Woo Jin-cheol raised his head only then. It's the president of the Hunters Association, Go Gun-hui. Woo Jin-cheol then pointed towards the corner behind him and spoke. The association president is currently here. Chapter 77 Fin. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 78. Chapter 78. Chapter 78. The Office of the President of the Hunters Association. The facial expression of the doctor examining Go Gun-hui wasn't so good. He removed the stethoscope from Go Gun-hui's chest. President. No need to say it. I can already tell from the look on your face. Go Gun-hui chuckled gently as he buttoned up his shirt. The doctor couldn't bring himself to say anything. President Go Gun-hui. What with the state of your health, you walking around like this is a miracle in itself already. Even then, the president of the association did not show any signs of slowing down. He actually didn't even have the time to stop by at the hospital, and had his personal doctor come to see him at the office, instead. Actually, President Go Gun-hui slid his arm in the sleeve of the jacket and spoke. Back when the healers began appearing here and there, and healing magic was discovered, I thought that for sure I'd be able to regain my youth, and that I would be saying bye-bye to this terribly inconvenient old and decrepit body of mine. Go Gun-hui then chuckled again. However, the truth didn't work out that way. There was no improvement from the treatment, sir? It seems that this thing called age is beyond the capability of the high-ranking hunters and their magic. If the healer-type hunters could heal any and all types of sickness with magic, then without a doubt, every single hospital in the land would have closed up, and doctors would have ended up on the street, begging for food. But fortunately, or perhaps unfortunately, such an event didn't occur. Only speeding up the regeneration. The healing magic was limited only to healing the external injuries. Although magic could miraculously cause the amputated arm to grow back, it could not lower the temperature of a child sick with the flu. Well, thanks to that, I managed to not end up as unemployed, though. The doctor stared at the president of association getting ready to leave the office. If only I could borrow magical power as great as the president's and cure him in full. However, both the healing magic and the modern medicine couldn't do much at this stage. All this doctor could do was to offer his advice. You need to maintain calm no matter what, sir. Also, you need to take a regular break, even if it's for a little while. I wish I could do that, as well. Unfortunately, if he did take a break, then just what would happen to the Hunters Association? Go Gun-hui used his gentle laughter as a replacement for his words. An association without Go Gun-hui, is it? The large guilds were spending huge sums of money to grow ever larger even at this very moment. Their might already equaled that of some nations' military forces. The only reason why the association could still flex its muscle among these guilds was because of the presence of Go Gun-hui as its president, not because the government was backing the association. The moment the association lost its true trump card, the hunters would become reinless wild horses and run amok. Not just yet. Yes, not just yet. Indeed, he couldn't retire just yet. The association was the only rope that could rein them in. With no viable alternative in place, how could he even think about leaving the scene? In order to show how robust and healthy the association is, I must stay the rank S above all the other S ranks. Indeed, the name of Go Gun-hui was a must-have. So, until that time, he must. A pained moan leaked out of Go Gun-hui. He grabbed his chest and the tidy shirt crumpled under his grip. President, take this. The doctor brought along a pill of painkiller and a glass of water. Thank you, Dot. He could just barely regain his bearings after ingesting the painkiller. It was then. His phone issued a ring. But, he ordered no one to disturb him when his doctor was here. Go Gun-hui frowned slightly and picked the phone up. I'm with my doctor at the moment. It was at this point that the urgent voice of his male PA came from the phone speaker. Apologies, President. But this news is too urgent, sir. Did the Japanese call again? They did, but this isn't because of that, sir. Go Gun-hui's brows quivered slightly. A bigger problem than the ants of the Jeju Island? Just what could it be? Tell me what's going on. Before the patience of Go Gun-hui had the chance to run out, the PA replied in the nick of time. I just received a call from the evaluation division, sir. From the evaluation division? Why? The role of the evaluation division was to assign ranks to various gates as well as to newly awakened. Such a department wouldn't be a likely candidate to cause much trouble. Or, could it be? Did they make another blunder with assigning a gate's rank? Thinking back to the debt he had to owe the White Tiger Guild not too long ago, Go Gun-hui's expression crumpled a little. But his unhappiness lasted only for a short while. The news conveyed by the PA easily exceeded the scope of problem Go Gun-hui had been expecting. Just now, the evaluation division had an awakened who couldn't be measured appeared, sir. The president of the Hunters Association, Go Gun-hui. Did I hear that right? Jin-Woo doubted his own hearing just then. A man often referred to as the most powerful hunter in South Korea wanted to talk to him and chased him all the way to this hospital? That must be some kind of joke. Just as Jin-Woo stood there not wholly convinced, Woo Jin-cheol pointed behind him, further driving the point home. Yes, the association president is here. Woo Jin-cheol looked a bit anxious as he waited for Jin-Woo's reply. The current atmosphere definitely didn't come off as suitable for throwing around dumb jokes at all. He must be telling the truth. Why was someone like Go Gun-hui looking for him? A powerful curiosity suddenly invaded Jin-Woo's mind. The only thing he could think of was the result of the rank reassignment test he took. Is it to lure me into signing with the association? However, the association was a non-profit organization. Its president wouldn't necessarily show up with the top agent from the monitoring division in tow just to headhunt a lone hunter. Besides, Jin-Woo hadn't even finished with his evaluation yet. The more he thought about it, the more curious he became regarding the president's reasons. Okay, I will. Jin-Woo finally agreed. Woo Jin-cheol formed such a bright expression that the anxiety of a second ago seemed like a lie long forgotten. Thank you very much. His voice sounded incredibly earnest just then. This Juicy with that stonewall of a face can also form such expressions, huh? Jin-Woo was inwardly surprised as he followed after Woo Jin-cheol. When they walked past the corner, he could see an old man sitting in one of the waiting room's chairs. So, that must be. Jin-Woo swallowed his saliva. The heaven above heaven. The S-rank hunter Go Gun-hui, also known as the sky above the sky. After discovering Jin-Woo, Go Gun-hui stood up from the seat. You must be Seong Jin-Woo Hunter Nim. He might be over 80 years old, but his physique was still quite amazing. Indeed, his size reminded one of either a retired pro wrestler or a traditional grappler. However, he didn't emit any of the overbearing aura one might expect from someone like that. That's surprising. Judged from his appearance or his station, Jin-Woo expected him to be a bit of douche, a stuck-up of sorts, yet the entourage accompanying that man carried scarier expressions instead. Yes, I'm Seong Jin-Woo. Jin-Woo replied. Go Gun-Hui extended his hand for a shake with a bright face. It's a pleasure to make your acquaintance. I'm Go Gun-Hui. The two men shared a short handshake. Go Gun-Hui pointed towards the chairs in the waiting area, already rearranged in a way that those sitting there would look at each other. Why don't we have a chat after taking seats? Thank you. Jin-Woo sat down first, and Go Gun-Hui too parked himself on the opposite chair. Jin-Woo inadvertently caught the glimpse of a golden badge pinned to Go Gun-Hui's jacket. This man currently served as a member of the National Assembly, and at the same time, as the president of the association as well. And a rank S awakened on top of that, too. Go Gun-Hui wasn't someone anyone could meet just because they wanted to. One couldn't even count the number of people who wanted to speak to this man, be that the giants of the financial and political world as well as big shots from other countries. That was why Jin-Woo was getting even more curious now. Why was someone like Go Gun-Hui seeking him out so urgently? And, now that he thought about it, after Choi Jong-in, it's the turn of Go Gun-Hui, isn't it? Just in one day, he ran into two men who could proudly boast the title of the best in a row. Even though he wasn't officially confirmed as a rank S yet. Go Gun-Hui began speaking. I'd like to congratulate you on becoming the newest rank S hunter. Jin-Woo tilted his head. But, the result of the reassignment test hasn't come out yet. Go Gun-Hui shook his head immediately. Actually, the test itself does not have much of a meaning. Excuse me? While Jin-Woo formed a confused expression, Go Gun-Hui was forming a gentle smile. The truth is, the so-called precision measuring device is used to draw a finer line on the level of one's powers. It's not designed to sense something that already has exceeded the scope of other devices' measuring capability. Then, how come? Do you wish to ask me why we created another process called re-evaluation? Indeed, he did want to ask that. If the end results were going to be the same, then why go through yet another cumbersome process? Go Gun-Hui answered in rather a straightforward manner. It's because we were looking for a grace period. A grace period. Even before Jin-Woo could ask what he meant by that, Go Gun-Hui spoke up first, looking somewhat embarrassed. It's to create an opportunity where we can meet and speak to someone like you, Seong Jin-Woo Hunternim. Ah. Listening to the association president, Jin-Woo finally figured it out. As you may well know, there aren't that many excellent hunters in the association, like Division Chief Woo Jin-Cheol here, compared to our size. That was because of large guilds. And that's because of the large guilds. But, of course. Jin-Woo nodded his head. Signing up with a large guild guarantees you fat salaries and fame, so who would want to come and work for the association? The salaries for the association's hunters weren't small by any means. But then again, when compared to what one could potentially be earning by working for large guilds, the salary was pitifully pathetic. It was the same story regarding fame, too. There are some people who can recite the names of every member of a large guild's main raid teams. But, you will have a very hard time trying to find someone who knows the name of our division chief Woo Jin-Cheol. Hearing the term members of the main raid team, Jin-Woo recalled the Ranka hunter Kim Cheol. His perception stat allowed him to grasp another's capability. From Jin-Woo's perspective, Woo Jin-Cheol was definitely a level higher than Kim Cheol. They both might be rank as, but the gap in their skills are pretty obvious. Jin-Woo took a deeper look at Woo Jin-Cheol. Perhaps finding the praise of the association president and the gaze of Jin-Woo burdensome, Woo Jin-Cheol lowered his head, looking a little flushed. But, then, if Kim Cheol had made his debut as a hunter without meeting that accident, then he'd have made a lot more money and become much more famous than Woo Jin-Cheol. That was the difference between a hunter working for the association and someone signed to a large guild. And so, we came up with a plan in case a truly exceptional awakened decides to visit the association. So, that would be the re-evaluation test, then? Well, sure. If the result of the evaluation was publicly made available and was spread everywhere, would the association have the chance to make an approach like this? It certainly made sense. I won't beat around the bush and get to the point. Before anyone had noticed it, that warm smile was no longer visible on the face of the association's president. We're not a corporation, so we can't promise you lots of money. However, Go Gunhui touched his chest area, before extending his fist that was gripping onto something. However, we can help you in a different way. I don't quite understand. What I'm saying here is that we can help guide you, Seong Jin-Woo Hunternim, down a very different direction, but... His clenched fist slowly unfurled. On Go Gunhui's palm, a golden badge gleamed brightly. Political power. Is it? Even after that, Jin-Woo maintained a suspicious expression. I still don't quite understand. Pardon? Is there a reason for you to go this far for me? That was a valid question. A certain glint flickered in Go Gunhui's eyes as he continued to gaze at Jin-Woo. To think, this young man can still calmly ask what's on his mind, without being scared by my background, nor influenced by potential benefit right in front of his eyes. Was I in it too much of a rush? Didn't someone once say this? Patience decreases with age. That concept certainly wasn't wrong. Go Gunhui suppressed his smile and continued on. You know about the 5 guilds, yes, How could anyone not know of them? Jin-Woo silently nodded his head. Currently, you'll find that in South Korea, the heads of 5 large dragons are locked in a delicate balance. Around the capital, the Hunters, the White Tiger, and the Reapers. And in the countryside, the Shining Star and the Night Order. If you decide to enter one of the 5 guilds, doesn't matter which one, the delicate balance will shatter and everything will change. Even now, the status and authority of large guilds were soaring into high heavens. However, what if one of them managed to sign up another rank S hunter, and used that as the springboard to soar even higher? Would they listen to the association anymore? The association's sole role was to remain as the center of the balance among the hunters by using power. It is simply far too inadequate to control and tie down hunters with laws and regulations and the threat of prosecution. Jin-Woo too thought like that before. Monsters found in dungeons weren't the only monsters out there. Hunters were also, in a way, monsters. If one were to look only at the strength aspect, then hunters were far more dangerous monsters than regular monsters found in dungeons. That is why the association exists. Go Gunhui's expression became far more grave. And the association needs your help, Seong Jin-Woo Hunternim. The help from someone like you, who possessed great power. Go Gunhui's gaze became sharper. Sure, I'll have to keep an eye on him and find out what he's like, but as long as Seong Jin-Woo gave his okay here, the association would support him to the utmost fullest. A rank S was certainly worthy of such an investment, after all. This should be enough of an explanation. That was why. For the first time in a long while, Go Gunhui was feeling nervous and expectant at the same time, as he asked the next question in a soft but firm voice. What will you choose, Hunternim? Chapter 78 Fin. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 79. Chapter 79, Chapter 79. That wasn't a bad suggestion. If Go Gunhui were to lend his support, then even the most average guy would be on the fast track to success. The National Assembly, the government, the Hunters Association, and even the mass media, too, it'd be very hard to find a sector that Go Gunhui's reach did not extend to. Not only that, if the person receiving that support just so happened to a rank S hunter? I can't even imagine how far a person like that would climb up. All of a sudden, Jin-Woo pictured himself sitting right next to the member of National Assembly Go Gun-Hui while kitted out in a super dope designer business suit. His heart palpitated ever so slightly. Such an opportunity wouldn't come knocking every day, right? Even if one wanted to walk down on this different path Go Gun-Hui had suggested, not everyone was qualified to step on this road, after all. However, there was one important thing missing from that scenario. If I sign up with the association, I won't be able to increase my level. The higher-ranked hunters working for the association never participated in raids at all. Their main role was to deal with other hunters, not to hunt down and kill monsters. And, even if he managed to get permission and participate in raids organized by the association. Dungeons the association deals with are ranked DS and ES, those that the guilds aren't interested in. Could he continue on by hunting down low-level mobs that didn't even give him any experience points? No, of course not. Jin-Woo strongly balked at the idea. I wish to become even stronger. To a higher place. He wanted to climb up as high as he could. Unless it was impossible, or there was no certainty, why should he give up on something he was fully capable of achieving? What a nonsensical notion that was. As long as I keep leveling up, I will get stronger and stronger. Thump. Thump. Imagining that caused his heart to thump way harder and faster than imagining himself being next to the association president Go Gun-Hui. Go Gun-Hui too sensed the change in Jin-Woo. His breathing has suddenly picked up. Did he finally make up his mind? He could only hope that the decision was a good one. No, it simply has to be a good one. If he thought about his remaining time. His own anticipation no less than that of Jin-Woo's, Go Gun-Hui waited for the answer. Each passing second felt like a minute. Jin-Woo eventually opened his mouth. I'm sorry. Go Gun-Hui's expression hardened immediately. I thought I saw determination fill up his face just now. Was I mistaken? He couldn't hide the disappointment in his face. In the end, the ambition of the man named Seong Jin-Woo was only about this much. Go Gun-Hui wasn't lying about lending support for the other path. Actually, he was thinking of something even greater. A new rank S to appear in 2 years. Go Gun-Hui was thinking of keeping this youth close and teaching him the ropes, and if the kid showed promise, groom him to become the next successor. Because a powerful figure was needed to support the association when he was gone. Meaning, Go Gun-Hui was planning to hand over everything he had. However, for the result to be like this. How laughable I am. Go Gun-Hui took away the golden badge and asked in a dejected voice. Is it because of money? Jin-Woo replied right away. No, it is not. Go Gun-Hui snorted inwardly. They all sound righteous, of course. However, they were all the same inside. In the end, it was all about the money. And the accompanying fame would be like icing on cake. Then again, chasing after material wealth was an innate instinct found in all human beings, so Go Gun-Hui didn't have any thoughts of faulting the youth for that. Only that, he found it utterly laughable that people couldn't be honest with themselves. In that case, why did you say no? Go Gun-Hui asked, even though he already knew the answer. He just wanted to see the youth's response. However, I want to fight. Jin-Woo's unhesitating reply smacked the back of Go Gun-Hui's head. What did he say? It definitely felt like he got sucker punched just now. That? Did you mean that you want to fight against the monsters? That's correct. Jin-Woo didn't bother with unnecessary explanations and spoke frankly. I want to enter gates and hunt down monsters. I believe the place I belong is inside dungeons. How can this be? Go Gun-Hui's eyes widened. A man like him standing on top of many others knew whether someone was telling the truth or lying through their teeth simply from the light emitting from their eyes. The position he occupied could only be reached by possessing such a skill, after all. That was why Go Gun-Hui knew it. Those eyes. He's being dead serious. Go Gun-Hui's own eyes staring at Jin-Woo did a 180. How long has it been since I felt this? By the time Go Gun-Hui had awakened, his body was already too old. That was why, instead of fighting against monsters, he looked for other things he could do, instead. By using the money he got from selling his company, he established the Korean Hunters Association, gathered hunters, and with his fame serving as the foundation, he marched straight into the National Assembly, and even had a hand in creating laws that governed hunters. However, there was this lingering regret in his heart that would never go away, even though he worked tirelessly all this time. If only I was younger by 20, no, 10 years, I'd been. With these young people, I. Thump, thump, thump. Go Gun-Hui pressed his hand on his chest. His heart that threatened to quit at any time was pounding quickly, rather noticeably, now. My heart can still make a noise like this? The rhythmic beating of the heart felt good. On the other hand, Jin-Woo was tilting his head. Isn't this strange? He refused the suggestion of Go Gun-Hui, fully preparing himself to be at odds with the association in the process, yet the president seemed to be happy about something, instead. Well, it doesn't matter one way or the other. He had said what he wanted to, so Jin-Woo got up from his seat. My younger sister is watching the house alone, so I should get going now. Thank you for your time. Go Gun-Hui got up along with Jin-Woo and pulled something out from his inner pocket. And, please take this. It was a business card. If you require my assistance, don't hesitate and give me a call. Go Gun-Hui was smiling brightly. What Jin-Woo said was right. Powerful hunters belonged in dungeons. Although he had failed in recruiting Jin-Woo as the president of the association, or perhaps as a fellow hunter, Go Gun-Hui wished to help Jin-Woo out however he could. If he were to be more honest, then. This young man, I like him. That was why he needed to offer advice, as well. Nagging would only come from someone holding interest towards you, after all. It's impossible to enter high-ranked dungeons by yourself. Please, give it a careful consideration when choosing a guild to join. Your choice would change the status quo by a great deal. After hearing Go Gun-Hui's earnest advice, Jin-Woo briefly formed a mysterious smile. Thank you. Jin-Woo pocketed the business card in his wallet, lightly bowed towards Go Gun-Hui and Woo Jin-Cheol, and left the waiting area. Phew. While letting out a sigh, Go Gun-Hui plopped down on the chair. Are you alright, sir? Woo Jin-Cheol guessed that Go Gun-Hui wasn't feeling good, and quickly approached his boss. However, Go Gun-Hui smiled and waved his hand away. No, I'm fine. Actually, he was beyond fine. What an enjoyable meeting this had been, a first in such a long while. Go Gun-Hui sat there smiling for a long time, before turning to his PA and handed out an order. Clear the schedule for the rest of the day. But, sir. The meeting with the ministers. Cancel them all. Go Gun-Hui chuckled to himself. I do not wish to waste this good feeling on those small-minded idiots. He wished to retain this lingering feel-good attitude for today, at least. Suddenly, Go Gun-Hui shifted his gaze over to Woo Jin-Cheol. Seeing that rarely seen smile on the president's face, even Woo Jin-Cheol began feeling a bit hyped up, as well. Is there something you need, sir? No, well. It's nothing serious but, my man. Go Gun-Hui took his time as he scratched below his chin. How about having a drink with me today? At this quite unexpected suggestion, Woo Jin-Cheol could only form an awkward smile. I'm not very good with holding my liquor, sir. Will that be fine with you? Aha. I didn't take you for a person like that. Go Gun-Hui playfully clicked his tongue. Haven't you heard of the old saying about the cup size of a man's drink determining the extent of the world he can make his own? My apologies, sir. Woo Jin-cheol's face reddened in embarrassment and scratched the back of his head. I was just kidding with you. I'm feeling rather good right now, and jokes just seem to come out on their own. Also, the one he wanted to share drinks with was someone else. Do Gunwoo's gaze shifted towards the end of the corridor that Jin-Woo had disappeared to. Hunter Seong Jin-Woo. How well would he be able to hold his liquor? Thinking that he'd like to find out someday, a thin smile formed on Go Gunwoo's lips. Screech. Clunk. Jin-Woo stepped down from the bus that came to a noisy stop. Well, I did escape from there with my sister as an excuse, but... When he took a look at his watch, it was still too early for her to be home. Jin-Woo slowly walked towards his home. Tick, tick. Hearing an unfamiliar noise, he turned his head to look, and spotted a street lamp that was definitely malfunctioning. Now that I think about it. He realized that the street was far too dark. What with this district being so derelict, to begin with, just from walking a bit away from the main street one would find themselves in a dark and isolated location like this one. It was at this point that a certain news item entered his mind. The case of serial murders that have been happening around here lately. Weren't the victims supposedly all women? His little sister frequented this road, as well. Not only that, late at night, too. Since her school's nearby, we can't just move house willy-nilly, either. He began to get worried now. Apprehending the criminal wouldn't be difficult at all as long as the murdering ** had been found, but he couldn't really stand around here every night because of his worries. Wasn't there a better way? He stood there thinking with his arms crossed, before a smile crept up on Jin-Woo's lips. Well, all I have to do is leave someone else here as a lookout, right? Didn't he possess the perfect candidates for that task? Come out. At Jin-Woo's call, shadow soldiers popped up. 5 should be enough. These guys had leveled up quite nicely during their conquest of the demon's castle. Just looking at them gave him lots of confidence. From today onwards, you guys will serve as this district's watchmen. Start your patrol. As soon as he finished speaking, the soldiers melted into the shadow-like state. And then, they began moving while weaving in and out of the shades found between various buildings. That's right. Move around like that, avoid being spotted by other people. Holy wowzers, what wonderful little kids they were turning out to be. Unless that serial murderer was a high-ranked hunter, he'd never be able to win against a shadow soldier. And even if that murdering ** did somehow win against his soldiers, Jin-Woo would know right away. He was an S-rank hunter, after all. No, hang on. Since I don't have my revised license yet, should I say that I'm an S-rank awakened, instead? Well, what did it matter anyway? A suburb being protected by a rank S, didn't matter whether he was a hunter or an awakened. If the truth of a free security system being deployed in this area for 24 hours became known, wouldn't the land price jump up overnight? A smirk leaked out of his mouth. Very good. With this, he felt more relaxed. Jin-Woo scanned his surroundings once more and turned around to leave while looking much more satisfied than before. I came running because you said you'd buy me a meal, but it's just some measly pork belly? Ha! Are you looking down on the mighty pork belly now? This place is where my great memory of me and my Hyungnim was created, you know. Jin-Ho and his deeply reddened face put the empty shot glass of alcohol down on the table and snorted out in drunkenness. Okay, so why did you bring me to this place of such a wonderful memory? Yoo Soo-hyun formed a flabbergasted expression. She was getting ready to sleep, but then, Jin-Ho called her out of the blue. Nuna, please console me. Please. Why Nuna all of a sudden? Nuna. She found his tearful whimpering rather desperate and pitiful, so she hurriedly came out to meet him, but to think, the place he brought her to was a diner. It was only obvious for Yoo Soo-hyun to be less than impressed by her current situation, when considering the fact that she grew up as a refined lady of a chaebol family, and also from the fact that she was working as a top model nowadays. Glance, glance. Because she was in a hurry, she threw on whatever and even wore a baseball cap on top of that too, yet the glances from the surrounding men were still flying towards her nonstop. What's going on? Will you just speak up? Yoo Soo-hyun asked while pouring more soju in Yoo Jin-ho's empty shot glass. Look at this. This is the phone number of my dear Hyung-nim. Right? Still sounding tearful, Yoo Jin-ho pushed forward his smartphone. On the screen, one could see the lengthy list of calls. 1 successful call, and 4 failed attempts. Even then, the first one that got through was apparently cut short in the middle, too. Wait. Did you call me out here because you couldn't reach someone you know on the phone? Nod. Yoo Jin-ho's head bobbed up and down. Ha! Yoo Soo-hyun could hardly believe this crap. She snatched Yoo Jin-ho's phone away. Gimme that. She quickly tapped on the call icon. Ring. The ringtone got cut off a short while later. When that happened, Yoo Soo-hyun began glaring at him. Hey, you dumba *s. Yoo Jin-ho raised his head from the table. The ringtone cuts out after 15 seconds. That guy's not avoiding answering you, it's just that his phone's been switched off. And if the call got cut out in the middle, his battery must have run out. Really? If you don't believe me, call again. Ring. Just as she said, the signal got cut off after 15 seconds. Hey, it's for real? Yoo Jin-ho's expression brightened instantly. It's sorted now, right? I'm going home. Yoo Soo-hyun was about to leave without a shred of hesitation, but Yoo Jin-ho hurriedly latched onto her sleeve. Nuna. Please hang around until I finish this bottle, at least. Am I a Nuna only on occasions like this one, ah? And this fool usually called her you this and hey you that all the time, too. In the end, though, Yoo Soo-hyun settled back down on the chair. Ha? Nuna, you also want a drink, . You wanted me to wait until you finished the bottle, right? It's going to take a long time before you solo that bottle and I can't wait around until you manage that. As expected, there can only be one Nuna. Stop it, please? Even though she replied like that, they began emptying the shot glasses in a fun, relaxed atmosphere. By the way, just who is this Hyung-nim guy? You'll find out soon enough. After signing up with the Eugene Guild, that is. Yoo Jin-ho was about to say those words out loud, but then, his eyes widened slightly after seeing the footage being shown on the TV mounted high up on the diner's wall. Isn't that guy? Yoo Soo-hyun also turned her gaze towards the TV. The screen showed a news broadcast, and it carried the news regarding a top celebrity named Ri Min-sung, who had gone through the awakening process recently. Standing in front of the huge throngs of reporters, Ri Min-sung spoke as if he was abashed by the attention. Well, my filming schedule hasn't been cleared yet. We'll only know after my evaluation result comes out. The ticker tape on the bottom of the screen said that Ri Min-sung was planning to stop by the Hunters Association soon and take his rank assignment test. Wowzers. As expected of the star of the Korean wave, Ri Min-sung. Look at the number of reporters there. Aren't those guys from the Chinese media? Yoo Jin-ho sighed in admiration. However, Yoo Soo-hyun simply frowned. How can that guy lie so boldly in front of so many people? Everyone who's in the know all know it already. That's all just a show. He already has been ranked A, you know? He's just playing it up for the cameras because he wants to be the talk of the town. He's putting on an act? But, that symbol of modesty Ri Min-sung is? Yoo Soo-hyun clicked her tongue in annoyance. TSK. How come no one has got any clue? This kind of felt like she was bad-mouthing someone behind his back, but within the circle of those who knew Ri Min-sung personally, that man's reputation was the absolute worst. The difference in his personality between when the cameras were around and when they were not was, as the kids like to say nowadays, the fourth dimensional wall that no one could cross. TL, it's a Korean slang. That was the type of person Yoo Soo-hyun detested the most. If he was just two-faced, then she might have overlooked his faults, but then again, that B***starred was notorious for his flirtatious ways, too. Not too long ago, he called her up totally out of the blue and started his shtick while saying something about being a hunter like her. She had to go through a ringer trying to end that call. What an unpleasant B***starred. Even before he had awakened, he was infamous for his incredible arrogance, but now that he was about to become a Ranka hunter, how bad would it get now? Not only that, it looked like that the occasion of him being labeled as a Ranka would be broadcast live nationwide, too. He's really good at using his head for stuff like this, isn't he? Yoo Soo-hyun shook her head and slammed back the remaining soju in her shot glass. Chapter 79. Finn. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 80. Chapter 80. Chapter 80. Will you take responsibility if I get fired? Excuse me? What are you even talking about? You see, regarding the events of yesterday, the association president issued a gag order. He even said that, if the identity of the awakened in question gets leaked out, he will use whatever means necessary to find out who was responsible and harshly punish them. President Go Gun-hui said that? But, he has never done anything like that before, so why now? You think I know what's inside the association president's head? If that is all, I'm hanging up. I'll call you again at a later date. Click. And that's how the phone call ended. The expression of "I'm Tae-gyu, the master of the Reapers Guild," wasn't good at all. What on earth is happening here? When the leader of this large guild heard the news that, after 2 long years, a super powerful rookie had appeared, he immediately called his contact in the association. However, he didn't expect to hear this type of answer at all. Taking responsibility after getting fired? Who would be stupid enough to hire an ex-association employee that got personally fired by none other than the association president Go Gun-hui himself? There was no guarantee the recruitment of the mystery rookie would be successful just because his identity was discovered, too. Finding out the guilty ones by any means necessary and punishing them, is it? Coming from Go Gun-hui's mouth, that sounded plausible. But then, why is the geezer doing something he has never done before? Maybe, he's finally gone senile? What had gotten into him? To forbid everyone from leaking the identity of the mystery awakened like this. This was unprecedented. Thanks to that, the guild master of the Reapers had no choice but to suck on his thumb and wait for the official announcement. That wasn't the only thing he felt wronged about, though. Then, how did Choi Jong-in and Baek Yoon-ho find out and go there yesterday? Was it the difference in their spy networks? Was this the sign of the Reaper's influence waning even further? If that powerful rookie appearing yesterday signed up with either the Hunters or the White Tiger, the already widening gap between them and the Reapers would become impossible to bridge. That was the current situation, yet that inexplicable gag order was blocking the Reaper's path. Could that geezer have a grudge with me from a past life or something? When Baek Yoon-ho decided to quit the Reapers Guild and created his own, the White Tiger Guild, it was precisely that geezer who helped facilitate the whole process and made sure everything went smoothly. The ensuing aftermath forced the Reapers off the position of the top guild in the country. Both the Hunters and the White Tiger were already so far ahead, yet the Reapers Guild was circling around in the exact same spot. I mean, isn't that enough by now? Can't you help out the Reapers at least once? Suddenly, he began to resent Go Gun-hui. Even then, he still found himself left with no tangible way forward. Tae-gyu could only anxiously stomp on the ground, feeling rather aggrieved over this development. I finished the daily quest. Feeling lighthearted, Jin-Woo began searching the internet. There were 2 more days to the reassignment test. He decided to gather more information on the artifact trade during this time period, so he switched on his computer. Heek. As he browsed through the available information on the auctioned goods, Jin-Woo's eyes grew wider and wider. The minimum starts in the hundreds of millions, huh? Was that all? Items that looked okay to his eyes commanded an average of several dozen billion. Then again, to hunters, good equipment was like their lifeline. There was no need to even mention the obvious fact that using better, more expensive equipment made you safer. Most hunters made quite a bit of coin, and when given the chance to buy tools that would allow them to hunt faster and safer, was there a reason for them to hold back with their money? Jin-Woo could understand it. Indeed, he could, but that didn't change the fact that he was taken greatly by surprise. Seeing the pricing of various artifacts, he was getting more nervous by the minute. I don't think it'll be enough with what I have in the bank. He didn't find a defensive artifact designed to defend against flame-type damage, but it looked increasingly likely that the amount he had would not be enough to buy high-grade defensive equipment at all. And I thought that I had enough money now. That opinion was from the perspective of a normal person. As a hunter, it fell far, far too short. He had around 1.7 billion won saved up in the bank. If he were to purchase artifacts he wanted, he definitely had to sell the beat of avarice. Now that he was the seller, Jin-Woo's expression rapidly changed. Needing a lot of money to buy an artifact means that I can sell my own artifact at a sky-high price. Click. He moved the mouse and continued to search, until the list of the magical tools currently on sale appeared on the monitor. No matter how hard he searched, he could not find a single artifact that doubled the magic damage. The best ones he found had the enhancement of around 20–30%. And those artifacts boasted scarcely believable asking prices. Man, these prices for the magic tools are no laughing matter, aren't they? When he thought about it, though, the boost of 20% was not small at all. Only the upper tier, no, the very best hunters out there, would be able to afford such an expensive artifact. However, with their already excellent strengths being enhanced by 20%, the difference would be quite incredible to behold. The high-ranked hunters knew this point as well, so no wonder they were prepared to shell out big bucks for them. Actually, he could frequently spot the goods being on sale only a moment ago suddenly sporting a sold tag. The 20% artifacts were selling out fast like this, so just how much should I sell this guy for? Gulp. Jin-Woo swallowed his saliva. Not too long ago, he didn't even dare to dream about touching an artifact. Not too surprisingly, he couldn't even begin to imagine how much money others were willing to pay for his artifact at the moment. That's why there's the thing called auction, right? He prayed that, when he put the beat of avarice up for auction, a suitable bid would be called out in the end. With a satisfied smile on his face, Jin-Woo exited the auction information page. According to his research, there was two obvious ways to sell an artifact. 1. Selling it via the official route. Or, sell it in the black market. However, he had no way of approaching this elusive black market at all. Well, there was a limit to the information one could find on the internet, after all. I mean, if you can access it via a couple of mouse clicks, it shouldn't even be called the black market anymore. Besides, the beat of avarice didn't have any disreputable background anyway, so there was no need to go through the black market in the first place. The best available option was to let the artifact specialists handle the bead and sell it via auction. Sure, there was the issue of taxes and commission fee, but this was still the best and quickest method that wouldn't produce any unnecessary baggage in the long run. So, the only remaining issue would be with me providing the information on where I found this thing. A rank E hunter showing up with a crazy artifact that shouldn't even exist in the first place. Would anyone quietly accept that? The Korean Hunter Auction House was a huge corporation that oversaw all transactions between hunters. They would surely try to confirm and investigate every single suspicious detail they find. That is why I need my new license. The new hunter license with rank S nicely printed on it, he took the reassignment test solely for that license. And the result was a resounding success. If he went by what the association president Go Gunhui had said, he'd be able to get his hands on that license in 2 days' time without an issue. He did worry slightly there for a sec, thinking that he had complicated the matters by refusing to sign up with the association, but what a relief it is since the association president doesn't look like that type of person. But even until they said their goodbyes, that deep smile never left the president's mouth. When one spent a long time always minding other people's moods, one would become a master at reading the flow. Jin-Woo was one such example. He spent 4 years as a rank E and always had to mind other hunters. That was why he could more or less figure out what was what by simply looking at other people's expressions. Go Gunhui's expression was definitely not faked. At least, that's how Jin-Woo saw it. So, he shouldn't worry about anything and quietly wait for the reassignment test in 2 days' time. However, what I am supposed to do in the meantime? Jin-Woo leaned against the back of the chair. 2 days. It was a bit too short to do anything substantial, and maybe a bit too long to do nothing but lounge around at home. Should I just take a look anyway? Feeling half interested, Jin-Woo moved the mouse cursor to the recruitment notice board in the Hunter forums. Click. 1 click later, and countless recruitment notices filled up his monitor. He quickly noticed a flood of requests from various freelancer raid teams searching for temps nearby this area. The reason for this was simple. When he and Eugene Ho monopolized every rank C gate nearby for a little while, many raid teams temporarily lost their livelihood. Perhaps as a rebound, the raid teams that had been sitting idle during that time suddenly went into an energetic overdrive in the last few days. Jin-Woo smiled wryly and changed the page. Well, I won't level up anymore in rank C dungeons, anyway. It took him 1 full day to level up once in the very last rank C dungeon he entered. No, never mind 1 day, he actually needed nearly 2 days for that single level up. And his current level was higher than that time by 15. If there was a gauge for the experience points, then the needle wouldn't even budge. Rank C gates have no meaning to me anymore. Unfortunately, he couldn't find a single recruitment offer for raiding higher-ranked dungeons. Freelancer raid teams trying to clear high-ranked dungeons was akin to them killing themselves. And the large guilds wouldn't really recruit temporary members like this either. Still, one would never know. Should I change the search parameters? Jin-Woo changed the search condition and had it display only the results with high-ranked dungeons. Click. Even though he was hoping, he wasn't expecting much at all. However, something did pop up. You're a rank E? Yes. You've never done anything like this before? No, never. Well, your speciality is? I'm a close-quarter combat type. Well, at least that's a relief. The foreman wearing a hard hat swept his gaze up and down over Jin-Woo. For a rank E, he's got a pretty impressive physique, doesn't he? His eyes look okay, too. Jin-Woo patiently waited for the answer from the foreman. The foreman returned Jin-Woo's hunter license and smiled jovially. Ha ha ha. There are quite a few people similar to you here, Mr. Jin-Woo. Don't be too nervous and let's get along well. The foreman at Juicy was over 40 years old, yet he was overflowing with energy. As an added bonus, he even sported a cool mustache, too. You can wait here until everyone shows up, then you can go inside. And don't forget your equipment, too. My equipment. You can pick up any one of those lying on the ground over there. Okay, got it. Jin-Woo nodded his head while looking at the pile of pickaxes on the ground. It was at this point that another Adjusi with a towel draped behind his neck hurriedly approached the two men. Mr. Bay. Our team is also hurting for manpower, so how can you take people away willy-nilly like that? Go. That many people's fine for the retrieval team. Hey, Will you take responsibility when a problem occurs during the operation and we miss the gate closing down? Even then. The mustached Juicy spun the towel Juicy around and grinned at Jin-Woo. Mr. Song? Why don't you take 5 over there? This fella and me, we gonna have a bit of chat. Hey, why don't we just hash it out right over here? Where are you planning to take me now? Come on, my man. Come with me for a sec. The two Juicies disappeared to somewhere while arguing with each other. The other Juicy is from the retrieval team, huh? The sizes of high-ranked dungeons were so great that a single raid team couldn't do everything in one go. That was why the labor was divided. The raid team that cleared the dungeons, the mining team that mined minerals from the dungeon's interior, and finally, the retrieval team tasked with collecting the remains of the fallen monsters. Both the mining and the retrieval team entered the dungeon once all the monsters inside except the boss were eliminated. Jin-Woo applied to the mining team. Wait, is this all the so-called equipment there is? With a somewhat unconvinced expression, Jin-Woo picked up one of the pickaxes. Even though it was faint, he could sense the flow of magical energy in it. Ha! It's got magic energy inside. Modern technology that utilized electricity didn't work inside dungeons. Because of that, the old-fashioned tools like this pickaxe were used instead, with magic energy enhancing their performance. Once he held the pickaxe tightly, he felt certain. It was not for nothing that hunters in the mining team were roundly berated by others as dungeon miners. Jin-Woo shifted his gaze over to the gate. A giant hole was silently floating in the air. A gate with a humongous size that no rank C gates could even hope to compare filled up Jin-Woo's vision. So, that's the rank A gate. That guy was his sole reason for showing up here today. I want to see high-rank dungeons with my own eyes. Even though all the monsters inside, except the boss, of course, were dead, he still wanted to confirm the interior layout of the rank A dungeon with his own 2 eyes. Well, I'll be entering one sooner or later. Knowledge was indeed power. However, there would always be a limit to learning from books and internet articles. Didn't the newbies of the White Tiger Guild meet with a huge misfortune simply because they had overlooked that crucial fact? If I wasn't there, none of them would have survived. Knowing something, and personally experiencing it, were 2 different things. When the opportunity arose, Jin-Woo readily applied to enter the mining team in order to get used to rank A dungeons. He did feel a slight pang of regret when holding that deeply uncool pickaxe, but when staring at that massive, fearsome gate, such misgivings flew out of his mind. Looks like I've made the right choice. He still had some time left to kill until the reassignment test, so what a good opportunity this was. The chat must have gone well, because the mustached Juicy, no, the foreman Bei Yunisake, ran to where Jin-Woo was with a smile on his face. Let's go inside. They say they are ready. While gripping the pickaxe, Jin-Woo smiled and nodded his head. Chapter 80 Fin. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 81. Chapter 81, Chapter 81. Knock, knock. Here are the requested files, sir. Come in. Woo Jin-Cheol entered the association president's office. As if he had been waiting a while, Go Gunhui welcomed him as his expression brightened considerably. As soon as opening the file Woo Jin-Cheol handed over, a familiar youth's face could be seen. It was none other than Seong Jin-Woo. The Jin-Woo in the identity photo looked immature and the atmosphere exuded seemed quite different compared to now, but it wasn't enough to make it impossible to recognize him. Reading the youth's prior records, Go Gunhui gradually became serious. 4 years of hunter activity as a rank E? Not only that, the lowest grade there is? This was no different than him trying to kill himself. Even if the gates under the association's jurisdiction were of lower grades compared to what large guilds or freelancers were in charge of, they should still be breathlessly difficult for a rank E. And as expected, Jin-Woo had spent as much time in the hospital as he was active as a hunter. Even with all these frequent injuries, he still managed to tough it out. Apparently, he couldn't quit the association because of his mother's hospital fees. A rare type of youth in this age, indeed. An unreadable light flickered in Go Gun-Hui's eyes. In place of his missing father, he has been looking after his sick mother and a younger sister who was still a student, all by himself. After learning that Seong Jin-Woo was a reawakened, Go Gun-Hui decided to take a peek at the youth's files half out of interest, but he sure didn't expect this. Go Gun-Hui found the youth even more likable after reading more about the kid. It'll be just too much of a waste to hand him over to large guilds. The longer he took a look at the information, the greater Go Gun-Hui's regret grew for failing to recruit the youth to the association's folds. Tisk. He smacked his lips a little and flipped the page, and eventually arrived at the last one. Feeling satisfied now, Go Gun-Hui closed the file folder. Thank you. This was informative. Thank you, sir. Woo Jin-Cheol took the files being handed back to him and turned around to leave, only to stop and open his mouth, apparently in some difficulty. Excuse me. President, sir. Go Gun-Hui raised his head. The look of hesitation could clearly be seen on Woo Jin-Cheol's face. Why would Chief Woo make that kind of face, when normally, he looks hard enough to chew on rocks for breakfast? Was there a difficult matter to discuss? Go Gun-Hui's curiosity had been stoked for good now. What's the matter? Woo Jin-Cheol hesitated for a while before he finally replied. There is something you should know, sir. The truth is, I received word not too long ago that Hunter Seong Jin-Woo has entered a raid team earlier today. Already? Okay, so whose team are we talking about here? It's the raid team from the Hunters Guild. Hunters, is it? Seong Jin-Woo had chosen the Hunters. Not only that, in one day, too. Go Gun-Hui's expression hardened. Could he have been just all talk, and he got tempted by the massive contract signing fee of the Hunters? If so, what a disappointing turn of events this was. Well, he was feeling genuinely moved for the first time in a long while after meeting a hunter worthy of that job title. However, when thinking back to the attitude the youth carried from yesterday's meeting, as well as the information Go Gun-Hui had read just now, Seong Jin-Woo definitely did not look like someone who changed his mind with a flip of his hand. There must be some other reason. Such as. For sure, if he wished to combat truly powerful monsters, then the Hunters Guild should suit him the best. Go Gun-Hui was ready to accept this explanation. Too bad, because Woo Jin-Cheol quickly tackled him off that thought process. It doesn't sound like that's the case, sir. Have you heard of something? It has been confirmed that Hunter Seong Jin-Woo didn't join with the main raid team, but actually with the mining team instead. Sir. Go Gun-Hui shot up from his chair. What did you say? A rank S hunter applied to become a miner? His voice accurately conveyed his disbelief. In all honesty, Woo Jin-Cheol reacted the same back then. That was why he confirmed it several times to make sure, but the result didn't change no matter what. That's why I hesitated about telling him about this matter. Just what was Seong Jin-Woo thinking? Cold sweat trickled down Woo Jin-Cheol's face as he spoke. Yes, sir. He has indeed done so. Go Gun-Hui plopped down on the chair and began chuckling in helplessness. What a hard-to-understand young man he is. After putting on the distributed hard hat and the miner's overall, Jin-Woo followed after the foreman Bae Yun-suk. He found a fairly large group of hunters wearing hard hats like him near the gate itself. Around 20 or so? Their gazes focused on Foreman Bae. And the mustached man introduced Jin-Woo to everyone. This here is Mr. Song, and he'll be working with us from today onwards. Hello. Jin-Woo lightly bowed his head and tried to read the overall atmosphere of the mining team. Their reactions were indifferent. But that was understandable. Of course. On one hand, he was a temp who may or may not show up tomorrow. And on the other side, they were hunters who had signed formal contracts with the guild to become full-time members of the mining team. From their perspective, there was no reason to get particularly friendly with Jin-Woo. Gee whiz. These guys. He's a colleague who's going to work together with you, you know. Foreman Bay smiled awkwardly and pointed at a guy with pretty scary facial features standing far back. Mr. Song, please stick with Mr. Mok over there, and if you're curious about something, learn from him. Mr. Mok might be a silent type, but he's the most experienced out of everyone here. Understood. Jin-Woo didn't say anything else and stood next to this Mr. Mok. When their gazes briefly met, Mr. Mok spoke in a voice small enough to miss it. It's Mok Jin-Soo. I'm Seong Jin-Woo. The introduction ended with that. Before long, Mok Jin-Soo's gaze had shifted to the foreman. What a friendly guy. Jin-Woo also shifted his gaze. The foreman was conversing with a regular person who must have been the guild employee in a location a bit of a distance away, looking rather serious. When Jin-Woo concentrated a little harder, he could hear the contents of that conversation. The raid team hasn't come out yet? Didn't you say they were finished already? How many minutes ago was that? They said that they are almost finished for real, this time. Please be patient for a little while longer until all the monsters inside are taken care of. This is all for the safety of you and your team, you know. I've heard the exact same thing 3 times already. EII. Mr. Foreman, you know as much as I do how complicated it'll become when we don't do a thorough job, and a hidden monster pops out during the mining operation. When the male employee who was young enough to be his son smiled and went on a charm offensive, Foreman Bay could no longer stay angry anymore. The mustached man turned around with a smirk on his lips. Okay. I got it. Oh? Mr. Foreman, you're not angry anymore? I said I got it. So get going already. Yes, sir. As soon as the raid team exits from the gate, I'll definitely run over to you right away without a moment's hesitation. Oh, by the way. You still remember that we're all having a drink after today's operation, yes? Goo. I know. So get going, young man. Fortunately, the conversation came to an end without any potential problems developing. That employee's responses were quite excellent, indeed. Most folks would think that, once you start working for a large guild, you become more arrogant than before no matter where you are, but. The truth was, most of the guild's administrative staff were regular people, while those operating out in the field were mostly hunters, those who had awakened. There were many things requiring the touch of an awakened, but there would always be a finite number of them. In other words, it was impossible to hire and fire awakened at will as if they were parts of a factory machine that could easily be replaced. That was why all guild employees did their best to mind the hunters and their moods. From others' perspective, they might seem like they had made it in life, but the employees of large guilds all had to go through trials and tribulations that only they knew. It was then. In them. Jin-Woo was focusing on the conversation between the foreman and the employee, but out of the blue, he could also hear the whisperings coming from his side. Did you hear that? The newbie joining us today is supposed to be a rank E. Are they talking about me again? Sometimes, Jin-Woo couldn't help but resent his excellent sense of hearing. Still, doesn't mean I'm gonna cover up my ears or anything. While he bitterly smiled to himself, other hunters were cautiously whispering to each other. What? A rank E? A rank E has been selected? That's right. Jin-Woo could sense the sharp glares boring down on the back of his head. What the heck? What is the foreman thinking of, hiring a rank E and all? Does a rank E even have enough strength, I wonder? Yeah, I wonder about that, too. Can we even finish today's operation on time? Worried voices could be heard coming from here and there. Still, they kept their voices low, perhaps in consideration of the new guy. Too bad, such actions were meaningless in front of Jin-Woo, though. Jin-Woo could only keep his chuckles down. There was another reason for their reactions not being so welcoming, huh? As expected, a rank E would receive cold shoulders no matter where they went. He was already well used to this, so it didn't faze him anymore. Well, it's not like I'll be seeing them for long, anyway. But then, something else happened. Noisy, noisy. Suddenly, the front of the gate became rather noisy. The raid team has come out. Looks like they are finally finished. The tired expressions of the hunters and the mining team, restless from all that waiting, brightened one by one. Foreman Bay had been observing this situation until then, and he gestured at his team. Okay. Everyone, let's get going. Hunters in the mining team checked their equipment and slowly shuffled towards their destination. Jin-Woo blended in and went along with them. Thank you for your hard work. Thank you. You all worked hard, everyone. The Hunters Guild employees stood in front of the gate and welcomed the raid team members as they made their exit one by one. The term raid team as used in the field seemed to refer to the members belonging to the guild's main assault force. So, these people are the country's best assault force. Studying the faces of each and every upper rank, no, the very highest ranked, hunters walking by, Jin-Woo's eyes sharpened considerably. He spotted a familiar face among them. Choi Jong-in, the leader of the Hunters Guild, and a rank S mage-type hunter. Jin-Woo pulled the hard hat lower to hide his face, figuring that things might get complicated if Choi Jong-in recognized him here. Thankfully, there were many hunters wearing a similar get-up as him nearby. So, Jin-Woo was able to blend in just fine. And so, as he stood amidst the miners and silently studied the members of the country's very best assault force, Jin-Woo began thinking that, are they really the true elites of the Hunters Guild? He was feeling quite incredulous inwardly. Quite contrary to his initial expectations, it was hard to find a single hunter with a really powerful aura. As befitting of the nickname Ultimate Weapon, Jin-Woo could sense an enormous amount of magical energy from Choi Jong-in, but besides that guy, not one was worthy of mention. Could they be the weak ones, instead? But that simply made no sense. Jin-Woo softly shook his head. These were the members of the number 1 raid team selected from the cream of the crop found in the country's top guild. I mean, the guild master himself has participated in the raid, so there's just no way that some nobodies would be chosen as team members. The word most ill-suited to describe these people would be weak. Then, there could be only one conclusion. No, it's me who has gotten stronger. A thin smile crept up on Jin-Woo's lips. Strength was relative, wasn't it? The efforts of the last couple of months definitely did not betray his expectations. His stats had increased by so much that he could think of the raid team that managed to conquer a rank at dungeon as weaklings. By using the difference between himself and them, he could sense his own strength. Thump, thump, thump. His heart began beating faster from this realization. But, then, no one told him to do so, and there was no sound attracting him, yet Jin-Woo's head instinctively swiveled back towards the gate. And then, he gasped out in surprise. How can this be? There was a woman with a short hairstyle relaxedly walking out from the gate. The very first things that caught his attention on her makeupless face were a pair of large and clear eyes. Next up, her clean and pale skin, as well as her smoothly flowing neckline, also managed to attract his gaze. If there were 100 men, 99 of them would unhesitatingly praise her looks and call it beautiful. However, besides all that, what attracted Jin-Woo's attention the most was not her looks but what was inside her. The power that was hidden inside her. From that expressionless woman, an incredible amount of magic energy was leaking out non-stop. At a bare minimum, she's on the same level as Choi Jong-in. Or maybe, even more than that. She possessed an aura that easily overwhelmed her surroundings. By the time his shock wore off and cold reasoning succeeded in driving his emotions out of his head, Jin-Woo recalled this woman's name. She must be the only female rank S, Cha Hae-in, the top-ranked hunter who formed, along with Choi Jong-in, one of the core pillars of the Hunters Guild. I can't think of anyone else. Just how many women possessing such an aura existed in South Korea? Compared to her rarity though, Cha Hae-in's face wasn't all that well known. It was because she didn't enjoy being exposed to the cameras. And that was also why Jin-Woo saw Cha Hae-in's face for the first time today as well. Wait, her face doesn't even look weird like in some rumors, so how come she hates being in front of a camera? Indeed, pretty much all ladies in their early 20s loved taking photos. Sure, all those happened to be selfies, but still. Perhaps his stare was too direct. Cha Hae-in's own gaze began shifting in Jin-Woo's direction. Stealth shouldn't be necessary here, right? Jin-Woo easily hid his presence. Cha Hae-in continued to scan the area Jin-Woo used to stand before tilting her head slightly. What was that? I thought I felt a really strong presence just now. Was she mistaken? Initially, she thought that the association president Ko Gun-hui had stopped by at the operations area. However, that powerful presence disappeared completely as if it was a lie. Well, someone as busy as the association president wouldn't come unannounced, now would he? Too bad for her, the cost of her misunderstanding was rather great. Because she was searching after the hint of that strong presence, she had to focus her senses, and that meant the heavy odor several times worse than normal assaulted her nose. Look! As usual, Cha Hae-in pulled out a handkerchief to cover her nose, and while tottering around somewhat uneasily, escaped from the cordon of hunters. Her perception is better than I thought. Jin-Woo let out a sigh of relief while watching Cha Hae-in's distancing back. With her exit, all the raid team members had come out of the gate. Having been waiting with bated breath for this moment, the foreman of the mining team Bae Yoon-suk turned around to face his boys. He clapped his hands loudly and spoke up with a bright voice. Well, it's our turn now, so let's all do our best. The unique nature of the job meant that the retrieval team would have to enter first, followed by the mining team. Jin-Woo stood in front of the gate. As he stood there while silently admiring the splendor of the Ranka gate, something he hadn't experienced before, Bae Yoon-suk approached him. Mr. Song, what are you doing? We should go inside. All right. Jin-Woo replied briefly and stepped through the gate, just like other hunters did before him. And then, a familiar message popped up before his eyes. You have entered a dungeon. Chapter 81 Fin. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 82. Chapter 82, Chapter 82. There's a breeze inside this dungeon? Jin-Woo raised his head. As soon as stepping inside, he sensed an ominous wind blowing in from the deepest part of the cave-like dungeon. Suddenly, he felt a chill run down his back. And at the same time, Jin-Woo realized the identity of this mysterious wind. It's no normal wind, is it? No, this was a ripple caused by the magic energy. The powerful magic energy emitted by the boss of this Rank-S dungeon was physically touching Jin-Woo's body. Considering that the Rank-S dungeons were incredibly hard to find, even in the entire world, the owner of this magic energy could very well be the highest-leveled monster Jin-Woo could realistically meet. The boss of a Rank-S dungeon. He was tempted to confirm the creature with his own two eyes now. And, if there was a chance. Even though Jin-Woo was shuddering from the bone-chilling aura that managed to make his hair stand on end, he couldn't stop smiling at the same time. Was this the instinct of a hunter? Wasn't the act of pointing a gun at a powerful predator the most instinctive act there could be for a real hunter? It was then. Tap. A guy coming inside the dungeon bumped into Jin-Woo's shoulder. Yai, come on, man. Walk faster. A man named Lee Song-gu frowned deeply, the words flying out of his mouth sounding sullen. The interior of the rank A dungeon was huge. There was plenty of space to go around the person in front. However, Lee Seong-Gu found this newbie who stood there unmoving not to his liking at all. So, he figured he'd embarrass the kid or something by bumping into his back, but what the FCK is up with this guy? He's like a DMN concrete pillar. When he ran into the newbie's back, it was him who got bounced away instead. So, quite obviously, his irritation had shot up to the heavens. Why is a rank E this tough? Still, this kid was a measly E. And he was a rank C. Although his skills lagged behind compared to other rank C hunters, and therefore he had to work as a miner, but regardless of all that, it wouldn't do for him to lose out to a rank E like this. However, the newbie didn't even show a single hint of a response. Lee Seong-Gu's eyes narrowed to a slit. Oh? Would you look at this fool? Now that his ire had reached a boiling point, Lee Seong-Gu angrily glared at the newbie and raised his voice higher. Look here, man. Aren't you supposed to apologize if you run into someone? Jin-Woo finally turned around then. Lee Seong-Gu flinched and took a step back. Heek. It was as if a dangerous light was emanating from Jin-Woo's eyes just then. While being pressurized by an aura that robbed away his breaths, Lee Seong-Gu began panicking greatly. It was here that Jin-Woo finally opened his mouth. Sorry. And no. Lee Seong-Gu stuttered before managing to squeeze his voice out. Well, mistakes happen. His voice sounding unexpectedly meek now, Lee Seong-Gu lowered his reddened face and hurriedly walked past Jin-Woo. Fu Woo. Only after distancing himself far away from the newbie did Lee Seong-Gu find some leeway to pat his pounding chest. What the hell was up with those eyes, man? And why was he smiling so creepily like that? Their gazes met for only a brief second, yet Lee Seong-Gu's entire body froze up and he couldn't even speak properly. Him managing to not avert his eyes right away was his desperate attempt to hold on to his pride. Is he really a rank E? When he bumped into him, and that murderous glare, just what the heck was going on here? Who cares anymore? Lee Seong-Gu shook his head hard in order to get rid of the distracting thoughts and hurried his steps. D***MN it. Jin-Woo scratched the side of his head as he looked on at Lee Seong-Gu quickly rushing past him. Because my nerves were in a heightened state due to the boss, He ended up frightening that guy, instead. This was only because he lacked enough practice. Yup, more practice was needed. Jin-Woo inwardly reflected on how overly sensitive his response was and chased after the rest of the mining team. He caught up with them pretty quickly. Jin-Woo stuck to the rear of the advancing miners and matched their walking pace. Well, none of these guys would be able to catch up with me if I walk in my usual speed. So, he had to match theirs. However, the deeper they went in, the greater the ripples of the magic energy from the boss became. My perception stat has risen up by a lot, hasn't it? To be able to clearly sense the boss monster hidden in the deepest chamber of the dungeon like this. Because of that, he was getting excited for no particular reason. Would I even be able to concentrate on my job at this rate? As if to try answering his rhetorical question, he could hear the loud, manly roars coming from his front. Aurea. The retrieval team that had entered one step earlier than the mining team was already in the middle of their operation. And that would be to drag a corpse of a huge monster outside using the ropes tightly tied around it. 1, 2. 1, 2. Yucha. The physical strength of the close-quarter combat-type hunters was excellent, to begin with, so they didn't require help from specialized tools to smoothly carry out their work. Jin-Woo imprinted every step of a high-ranked dungeon's conquest into his brain. First of all, the raid team enters before everyone else and eliminates all the monsters found inside, with the exception of the boss, but afterwards, the retrieval team entered to drag out the monster remains, and finally, the mining team entered to extract various minerals embedded in the dungeon's walls. In order to maximize profit, none of these steps could be omitted. Both the mana stones and magic crystals were a given, but the high-ranked monster's body could be utilized in various ways as well, and thus was worth a lot of money. Bones, hides, flesh, etc. Not one part of a high-ranked monster is useless. And that was one of the differences between monsters found in low-ranked dungeons and those from the high-ranked ones. After sweeping away every single thing worth money from a dungeon, they kill the boss and close the gate. Only after going through all 4 stages of this process could one declare that the high-ranked dungeon was perfectly conquered. At least, that would be from the guild's perspective. However, wouldn't my soldiers be enough to carry out these simple labors? While walking past the sweating hunters of the retrieval team, Jin-Woo suddenly came up with that idea. For sure, after all their level-ups, the shadow soldiers were much stronger than the members of the retrieval team, who were all hunters ranked below rank C, to begin with. Dividing his troops into 3, and by making one group hunt, another one retrieve, while the remaining group took care of mining, then I might really be able to perfectly conquer a high-ranked dungeon all by myself. A satisfied smile formed on Jin-Woo's face. The reason for him being here was to explore. And now, he was beginning to think that it was a good idea to come here, after all. Mr. Song? Did something good happen? The foreman asked him from the side. Seeing that the rankie with no experience of being inside a high-ranked dungeon broke out in a grin like that, he couldn't help but get curious. Well, I was just surprised by the sizes of the monsters that are bigger than I thought, that's all. Perhaps finding Jin-Woo's vague answer satisfying, the foreman replied jovially while trying to dig through his memory. Oh, is that so? Well, even I couldn't keep my mouth shut the first time I entered one, too. Now that they were talking like this, Jin-Woo decided to ask a couple more questions. I heard that all the regular monsters have been killed off, but the boss is still alive, isn't it? That's right. Well, if the boss dies, the gate will close down, after all. His answer implied that, until the retrieval and mining operations were completed, the boss could not be hunted down. What if the boss comes out of the boss room? Well, such a case is almost non-existent, but in that case, everyone remaining inside would be dead meat. Now that would be an obvious result. The raid team exiting from the dungeon would take an extended break until the boss raid. And quite obviously, the hunters in the mining team or the extraction team didn't possess enough power to fight against a boss of a rank A dungeon. However, the commonly accepted belief was that, before the dungeon break occurs, the boss would almost always remain inside the boss room. Perhaps that was why there was no trace of fear on the foreman's expression. But, such a horrifying monster is not too far from us. You aren't even remotely scared? Not at all. The foreman Bay sounded confident. In the last 3 years I worked for the Hunters Guild, not once was there an incident similar to that. So, you can rest easy, Mr. Song. Jin-Woo stared at the grinning foreman Bay lightly tapping him on the shoulder, and couldn't help but find it rather envious. Ignorance is a blessing, isn't it? The ripples of magic energy coming from the boss were powerful enough to shake his body even when standing still. It looked like only Jin-Woo could pick up on the boss's aura in this place. Oh, so it starts from here. The foreman Bay discovered mana stones on the cave walls and smiled brightly. The experienced miners began occupying their natural spots in front of the stones even though no one directed them to do so. They put down their gear and hefted the pickaxes up. Jin-Woo too stood towards the end of the cavern wall filled with mana stones. So, am I supposed to just strike down? He grew worried that, were he to use his real strength and strike down, both the mana stones and the pickaxe might shatter into tiny little pieces. What should I do? Jin-Woo stood there hesitating, unable to start his job. But, he was able to take in the sight of Mok Jin-Soo, the supposed veteran of the mining team as referred to by the foreman Bay. Swish. Crack. Swish dash. Crack. Mok Jin-Soo rhythmically mined the stones. Whenever he struck the walls, mana stones noisily tumbled down to the ground. Wow! Now that was some skill worthy of the veteran label. He was mining the stones twice as quickly as compared to the speed of his colleagues. Jin-Woo's eyes gleamed brightly. As the time slowed down in his perception, Jin-Woo observed and learned Mok Jin-Soo's postures and breathing patterns, as well as the movements of muscles. And soon, Mok Jin-Soo's economical but effective movements were being replayed countless times in Jin-Woo's head. I think I get it now. Indeed, he thought he understood it, more or less. Jin-Woo lifted his pickaxe up. It was as if he was the mirror image of Mok Jin-Soo. Swish. Crack. Swish dash. Crack. Even if their movements were similar, Jin-Woo's strength was on a completely another level from Mok Jin-Soo's. Whenever Jin-Woo struck the cave walls, larger, more intact mana stones tumbled down in droves. Swish. Crack. Swish. Crack. A rather refreshing noise came from the end of the wall. The hunters of the mining team realized one by one that something didn't feel right. What's up? Look over there. Heek. What the hell is up with him? The hunters stopped what they were doing and dazedly stared at Jin-Woo. Even Mok Jin-Soo's tireless hands came to a stop, too. Everyone was rendered speechless. The supposedly mining virgin rank E hunter was currently making easy mincemeat out of the mana stone wall with practiced movements. What are you doing, guys? You came here to do a job, so why are you all standing around like that? The foreman Bay had been jotting down the scale of the mana stone deposit on a ledger until then. But when he discovered that every member of the mining team had downed tools for some reason, he got shocked out of his mind and quickly ran to where they were. Foreman? Will you take a look over there? What now? The foreman Bay craned his neck to look. And then, his eyes grew super large. Hiet? Even the foreman displayed the same reaction as everyone else. He couldn't rip his eyes away from Jin-Woo and his speed, which was around 3 times faster than other miners. Foreman, didn't you say that it's the newbie's first time today? That I did. Lee Song-gu, who had been wondering about Jin-Woo's identity earlier, butted in suddenly. Is he really a rank E? I confirmed it with his license, obviously. You think I'll let a complete stranger into my team without confirming his hunter license first? Well, then. How do you explain that? Wordlessly observing Jin-Woo, the foreman Bay nervously swallowed his saliva as excitement dyed his expression. Without a doubt. Mr. Song is the heaven-sent miner, Indeed, there was a reason why those rugged, tough-looking chest muscles caught the foreman's attention back when they were having a short job interview. Yup, I really am good at finding the right people. A thick smile spread on the foreman Bay's face. Beep, beep, beep. An alarm went off from foreman Bay's wristwatch. He raised his wrist to confirm the time. Goo. It's all ready. It was lunch hour already. Everyone, let's take a break and have lunch. Yes. Everyone dropped their tools and dusted their hands. While the miners were walking towards the exit in pairs and groups, Jin-Woo showed no hint of moving from the spot. Foreman Bay got closer and asked him. Mr. Song? Aren't you going, too? I'm not feeling all that hungry at the moment, Even then, you should eat something if you plan to continue working in the afternoon. Nah, I'm fine. I did eat my breakfast a bit later than usual, anyway. Really? Well, nothing I can do about that, then. Bay was planning to talk about the future together with this young man during the lunch break, but that didn't mean he should forcibly drag the kid away, no? Foreman Bay ruefully turned around towards the gate's exit. It was at this point that the corners of Jin-Woo's lips arched up. Watching the distancing backs of the miners, he formed a deep smile. I can't miss such a wonderful opportunity, right? Finally, he was left all alone. Both the mining team and the retrieval team had left the dungeon. For about 1 hour, he was free to do whatever he wanted. Meaning, this was the best chance for him to seek out the boss hiding in the deepest part of the dungeon. Jin-Woo put the pickaxe down, and slowly shifted his gaze to the direction of the boss room. He could still sense the thick aura of the monster. "I'll just go and take a quick look." He wasn't thinking of doing anything at all. No, he just wanted to see what the boss looked like. Thump, thump, thump. Just from imagining him seeing the boss, his heart was pounding faster. Jin-Woo forcibly controlled his wildly beating heart and walked forward. He moved deeper into the cave, following after the aura of the boss. And so, just how long did he have to walk? A long stroll later, he finally arrived at the entrance of a huge chamber. It was the boss room. The cavern itself was already pretty huge, but the boss room was even bigger. Was every high-ranking dungeon as huge as this one? Just as he began wondering like that, he discovered the boss and automatically accepted that this dungeon simply had to be this big. If a monster like that gets outside. His eyes spotted the lone humanoid monster standing still at the far end of the boss room. Jin-Woo's eyes began gleaming brightly like a young kid who got his hands on a toy he wanted so much as a gift. A giant-type monster. He heard a few things about this type of monster before, but this would be his first time looking at one. Because a giant-type monster's corpse was so huge, it was practically impossible to retrieve it in time, so most people would hardly ever get to see one outside of dungeon breaks. Such a creature was right over there, and that was causing his heart to palpitate faster and faster. That thing's really strong. The hair on his body was standing up. But, for some reason, he didn't think for once that hunting that thing down was impossible for him. The current me can. He'd be more than enough. The moment he thought like this, he reflexively swallowed his saliva. Gulp. Just how much experience points would he earn by hunting that guy down? By working his A*S off inside the demon's castle, he leveled up 15 times in a week. But, if he could kill one boss and raise his level by 2-3 times. No, I shouldn't be doing this. Even though he was telling himself he shouldn't, both the Baruka's dagger and the Night Killer were summoned into his hands already. More importantly, his expression wasn't of someone stuck in a dilemma, wondering whether he should do something or not. Should I just go ahead and do this thing? A soft but excited grin formed on his lips. However, while Jin-Woo stood there deliberating with a smile on his face, a certain woman's incredibly sharp voice flew at him from his behind. What do you think you're doing? Chapter 82 Fin. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 83. Chapter 83, Chapter 83. Right then, Jin-Woo felt his heart crash down to the pit of his stomach. When did she? He was paying too much attention to the boss and failed to notice that someone had come closer. I'm busted. Jin-Woo could only smack his lips in regret. TSK. However, with an eyewitness around, it was no longer possible to stare avariciously at the boss. The Hunters Guild had purchased the raid permit for his particular dungeon, so naturally, the boss of this place was also a part of their investment. And, if the boss was killed off, the gate would close down. The potential losses the Hunters Guild might incur would be a lot, then. I nearly messed up. He got blinded by the desire to level up and nearly put his hands on someone else's property. Jin-Woo regained his bearings and spat out a sigh of relief. Meanwhile, the owner of the voice had walked closer. I asked you what you were doing. Jin-Woo formed an embarrassed smile and turned around to face her. I got lost and ended up here. You got lost? She sounded flabbergasted. Only then did Jin-Woo confirm who the owner of the voice was. Huh? Isn't she? He saw that face just before entering the dungeon, didn't he? It was none other than the rank S hunter Cha Hae-in. As Cha Hae-in slowly closed the distance, she carefully scanned both of Jin-Woo's hands. I definitely saw him holding weapons just now, though. Was she mistaken? Whatever the case might have been, they had disappeared without a trace. Cha Hae-in's gaze scanned the entirety of Jin-Woo, up and down. A hard hat and a worker's overall. Is he from our mining team? She honestly believed him about getting lost here. She didn't know how he got this far, but well, the boss room was a very dangerous place to hang around. Discovering the reason was secondary. For now, Cha Hae-in figured that the priority should be on helping this man to leave this place. That chamber is where the boss is. Cha Hae-in covered her nose with her handkerchief as usual and stood before Jin-Woo. Please exit from the dungeon as soon as possible. If you manage to attract its aggro, people inside this dungeon could all die. Ah. I'm sorry. It seemed that his acting worked. Jin-Woo formed a satisfied expression and walked past Cha Hae-in. It was then. Cha Hae-in's head snapped towards Jin-Woo. Something impossible just happened. Cha Hae-in's eyes opened wide, and even before she realized it, she was calling out to him. Excuse me. Wait. Yes? Can you take a look at me for a sec? What's gotten into her? And they said that thieves knew what they did wrong. Jin-Woo was not looking forward to Cha Hae-in coming in close to him. Too bad, she was already standing right in front of his nose. What? What's the matter? He asked with a troubled look on his face, but she didn't answer and simply proceeded to lightly breathe in the air near him. She had already put away the handkerchief covering her nose. What's going on here? Jin-Woo failed to understand why she was doing this. Wait, why is she suddenly smelling me? Jin-Woo began panicking inwardly. However, the state of confusion Cha Hae-in was going through at the moment was several times greater than his. There is no stink coming from him. This would be her first time meeting another hunter that didn't stink. Cha Hae-in's surprised eyes stared at Jin-Woo. And a question mark floated above Jin-Woo's head as his reply. Is there some kind of a problem? You? Are you a hunter for real? Was there a need for words here? Jin-Woo pushed forward the hunter license hanging on his neck. Cha Hae-in took the license and her gaze quickly alternated between Jin-Woo's face and the ID photo. Rank E. Seong Jin-Woo. Was this because his rank was too low? She could not pick up any type of smell coming from this man named Jin-Woo. No, wait. Actually, a pleasant odor was gently wafting out of him instead. Jin-Woo sneakily extracted his license out of Cha Hae-in's hand. Can I go now? Well, Cha Hae-in did call out to Jin-Woo, but then realized that she had nothing else to say nor had a reason to keep him here. It's nothing. Please be careful on your way out. This dungeon is rather large, you see. Ah, of course. Jin-Woo lightly nodded his head and turned towards the location of the mining operation. His back soon disappeared around the corner of the cavern. However, Cha Hae-in's lingering gaze didn't shift away from the path Jin-Woo had walked down on. He smelled really nice. Hunters of the mining team were returning to the mining operations area one by one after finishing their lunch. Foreman Bae was walking with a toothpick stuck in between his teeth. Once he saw Jin-Woo appearing from the deeper parts of the dungeon, though, he flinched greatly in shock. Mr. Son, why are you coming from there? Oh, that. Jin-Woo sneakily shifted his gaze over in the direction of the boss. I can't tell him about me stopping by the boss to see what it looks like out of curiosity, right? Jin-Woo's gaze returned to Foreman Bae. I got lost while searching for the bathroom, actually. Agu. You need to be more careful, young man. Interiors of these dungeons all look the same, so if you get lost inside, it won't be easy finding your way around. But still, how did you find your way back to here? Oh, I ran into Cha Hae-in Hunternim on my way back, so... Ah, Cha Hunternim, was it? She's probably gone to stand guard by the boss room just in case the boss decides to take a stroll. That lady also worries a lot, maybe as much as you, Mr. Seong. Foreman Bae guffawed vigorously. It seemed that Jin-Woo being worried about the boss not too long ago had left a deep impression in his mind. Jin-Woo could only smile wryly. The foreman can laugh like this only because he has no idea how terrifying the boss actually is. This was the difference between the hunters doing these sorts of jobs, and the hunters working in the assault team. Cha Hae-in understood very well how dangerous and scary in existence the monsters could be, so she was just being meticulous in those areas that no one else was paying much attention to. I didn't know there was such a side to her, what with that expressionless face of hers and all. If the boss decided to come out of the boss room, the assault team wouldn't be the ones in danger. No, it would be the workers doing their job, as the raid team would be taking a break outside the dungeon. And she was sacrificing the allure of sweet rest to stand guard in front of the boss room, just for the sake of total strangers. She's an amazing woman, That was Jin-Woo's honest impression of Cha Hae-in. It was at this point that he suddenly recalled her odd habit. Why was she covering her nose with a handkerchief? Thinking back, she never let go of the handkerchief, not even once, except for their meeting a few moments ago. Foreman? Yeah? Foreman Bae remained very friendly whenever Jin-Woo asked him a question, even though it'd be quite reasonable for him to get a bit annoyed by now. Right, the responses were pretty good back when I was doing my job, wasn't it? Indeed, one should strive to do their best in their jobs. Thanks to his efforts, Jin-Woo could ask about this and that without holding back now. Heck, it was Foreman Bae who urged Jin-Woo to speak, instead. Mr. Seong? You called for me, so how come you ain't saying a thing? Oh, well, it's nothing important, but... By any chance, do you know why Cha Hae-in Hunternim walks around with a handkerchief? Oh, that? Well, it's 'cause Hunter Cha is a bit peculiar, you see. A bit peculiar? What did he mean by that? Jin-Woo didn't have to ask, because Foreman Bae helpfully explained himself first. Hunter Cha can supposedly smell a kind of body odor coming from other hunters. And I hear she finds them pretty horrible. She can smell other hunters? I heard something or other about her special constitutions and stuff. Her special constitutions, he said. Jin-Woo also possessed something similar to that, his excellent sense of hearing. Even from his early years, his hearing could be considered better than average, but once he awakened, it developed even further. Probably, Cha Hae-in's sense of smell also got enhanced like mine. So, he could more or less understand where she was coming from. Well, wouldn't you agree that she is peculiar? Perhaps he enjoyed the sight of Jin-Woo focusing on his words more than he should, because Foreman Bae continued on with his explanations without any prompt from the youth. I heard that she finds it really hard to breathe near other hunters because of the stink. Was that why? Asking me if I was a hunter. Was it because, unlike other hunters, he didn't smell at all? Back in the Red Gate, the leader of the White Phantoms said something similar. Every one of us can hear a certain voice repeating itself in our heads. It tells us to kill humans. However, I can't hear that voice when I'm looking at you. Wasn't this a bit similar in context with what that creature told him? He didn't have the hunter-specific stink, and they couldn't hear the voice telling them to kill him. Because, I'm a player. A unique existence who had received the advantages of the system. Just what was this player? The question of his own identity rose up in Jin-Woo's head, but he shook his head eventually. This isn't a problem I can figure out now, anyway. Jin-Woo emptied his mind. Problems that couldn't be solved by thinking too hard would only tire him out if he continued to dwell on it. Crack. Kawak. It was then, he heard his colleagues getting back to work. So, Jin-Woo also lifted the pickaxe. The rank A boss. I wish I could hunt it down. What would he have done if Cha Hae-in didn't show up in time? He couldn't help but wonder. Thanks to Jin-Woo's brilliant efforts, the mining team was able to finish their operation well before the dinner time. According to the foreman, they had finished 2 hours faster than planned. With that, the looks the fellow miners were giving him had gone through substantial changes. Nice work, Mr. Seong. You were really good, you know? After seeing all those mana stones tumbling down, I thought we somehow got ourselves on an excavator or something. Hunters surrounding Jin-Woo began praising him one by one. The cold, indifferent eyes before entering the gate were nowhere to be seen now. Jin-Woo was also feeling rather pleased with himself. This experience of being a dungeon miner proved to be surprisingly educational, and he also got to achieve the purpose of coming to this rank A dungeon as well. Well, let's get out of here, everyone. Roger that. Let's go. At Foreman Bay's order, the miners all began moving at the same time. 1, 2. Yucha. They left behind the retrieval team still suffering through their operation and, after changing out of their overalls, the miners regathered in one spot. Unlike the other miners, who were all full-time employees of the guild, Jin-Woo's daily wage was handed to him immediately. Here. This is your share, Mr. Seong. Ah, thank you. While handing over the envelope containing the day's wage, Foreman Bay sneakily threw in a question as well. We're planning to go and enjoy a drink together, so how about it? Would you like to join us? He sounded light and cheery, but his eyes were gleaming in a serious light. Looks like he has something important to say to me, but... Jin-Woo could sense the man's desperation, even. Unfortunately, Jin-Woo declined the invite as tactfully as possible. I'm sorry. Is that so? Foreman Bay scratched his chin. Well, this is a story best told after knocking back a few cold ones, but... He hurriedly changed his tactic. I've met quite a few people while doing this job for many years now. Okay. But, it's my first time meeting someone like you. You have a natural-born talent to become a miner. It seemed that Foreman Bay really liked Jin-Woo here. Ha ha. Well, this is... All Jin-Woo could do here was to chuckle awkwardly, unable to neither agree or refute that notion. Deciding that the young man's smile was a good omen, Foreman Bay confidently moved on to the main topic at hand. I'd normally not say something like this, but... Don't you want to come and work for me full-time? I will definitely not treat you poorly, you see. This young man named Seong Jin-Woo. Even though today was his first day as a miner, he managed to outperform the veterans by 3-4 times the amount. If he couldn't hold on to such outstanding talent, wouldn't he be a failure of a foreman? He was even thinking of discussing the matter with the person in charge and have Jin-Woo's wages paid separately from others. That was how badly he wanted to reel in this young man. Too bad, Jin-Woo remained resolute. Thank you for your kind words, but... Actually, I'm getting ready for something else at the moment. Just a few words from Jin-Woo, and Foreman Bay's face was forming a dejected expression of a man who had lost his country. Really? Jin-Woo chuckled to himself. What an interesting guy. To display his raw emotions so openly like this. More than likely, Foreman Bay must have thought that he had discovered an unpolished rough within the E rank. Foreman Bay pondered something for a bit, before cautiously asking the youth. What about tomorrow, then? Can you come to work tomorrow as well? Tomorrow? Actually, he didn't have anything else planned for tomorrow. The re-evaluation was scheduled for the day after, too. Still, was there a reason for him to take another mining job now? He already got to learn the process of the dungeon conquest, and he even got to witness the rank A boss, too. However... Wait a minute. Just as he was opening his mouth to voice his refusal, a new question quickly entered Jin-Woo's mind. Does that mean Hunter's Guild will go on another raid tomorrow? That's right. And that one's also a rank A. But, is that even possible? They finished the raid today. Normally, a raid team would take about a week off after finishing up a raid. And this raid only started from yesterday afternoon. Which meant the elites of the Hunters Guild were raiding this dungeon for 2 days in a row, yesterday and today. And by the time they kill the boss after the retrieval operations finally end, it'd be the early dawn. Naturally, Jin-Woo couldn't understand how there would be another raid tomorrow. When Jin-Woo displayed a hint of interest, Foreman Bay also got more enthusiastic. You see, Assault Team B will be stepping forward tomorrow, not Team A. Assault Team B? Could it be that they were thinking of clearing a rank A dungeon with a backup team? And this is precisely the power of the Hunters Guild, you see. I mean, we are probably the only guild in entire South Korea who can conquer rank A dungeons with 2 different teams. Foreman Bay sounded quite proud, then. Does Hunters raid dungeons like this all the time? No. Now normally, we wouldn't have to split up the teams like that. But it looks like the schedule got overlapped this time. Because 2 rank A gates appeared around the same time in the district the Hunters Guild operated in, Chairman Choi Jong-un had to sweat a lot in order to get the permits for both of them, apparently. Ah. So, the reason for running into Chairman Choi in the association yesterday was this. Someone as busy as Choi Jong-un wouldn't just randomly show up in the association for no reason whatsoever. Jin-Woo nodded his head. Okay, so does that mean it'll be your first time trying to raid the dungeon with the B team? That's right. However, the B team of the Hunters isn't your regular backup team, okay? They are even better than the A team of some of the other large guilds, I'll have you know. Still, it should be far more dangerous than today, yes? Foreman Bay became speechless, then. Because, that would be quite obvious. In today's raid, 2 rank S hunters participated. On the other hand, only the rank S and below would try to raid the dungeon tomorrow. Sure, he heard that the size of tomorrow's gate was smaller than the one today, but still, losing 2 rank S hunters was a big blow, indeed. After all, Mr. Song was worried about the boss monster, even when the assault team featuring 2 rank S hunters were nearby. Doesn't mean I can lie to the kid, now is it? Foreman Bay was thinking of changing the youth's mind tomorrow while working beside him, but realizing that he had failed, he expressed some regret. Yes, it'll get more dangerous, for sure. If something goes wrong, then the raid itself might fail, too. It was here that the light in Jin-Woo's eyes changed. Chapter 83 Fin. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 84. Chapter 84. Jin-Woo didn't ponder for long before speaking up. I see. If that's what you think, then there's not much I can do. Where should I show up tomorrow? After hearing this unexpected reply, Foreman Bay's eyes went extra round in shock. Wait, I haven't made a mistake just now with what I said, right? Didn't he definitely say that tomorrow was going to be more dangerous than today? Mr. Sung's expression wasn't so good after hearing Bay's story, so the older man was just about ready to forget about the matter completely. However, what was the meaning of this? Thanks to this youth, it looked like Bay wouldn't have to worry about finding another miner for tomorrow. Is that all? Mr. Song could easily do the work of 4 or 5 people all by himself. And that was on his first day, too. The boy's work speed that even managed to impress the ace of the mining team, Mok Jin-soo, was indeed pretty shocking the first time Bay witnessed it. From Jin-Woo's declaration that he'd come tomorrow, Foreman Bay felt like he had gained a powerful, trustworthy ally, and he was filled up with lots of confidence. Mr. Song, you made the right choice. Foreman Bay's mustache quivered as he formed a blindingly brilliant smile. And then, to make sure that Jin-Woo's mind wouldn't change overnight, he even came up with an unprecedented offer, too. I'll have a good chat with the person in charge, and make sure that you get double the normal daily wages tomorrow. Will that be okay? Of course. You think I won't be able to do that much for you, Mr. Song? Foreman Bae confidently pounded on his chest. Mr. Song, don't you worry about a thing and just come to work tomorrow. Quite obviously, who would sweat over paying twice as much in daily wages to a guy capable of doing the work of 4 to 5 people? If Bae was the chairman, never mind double, he'd triple, no, maybe even more with an eye towards the future. Didn't expect myself to rue the day that I'm not the chairman of the hunters. Foreman Bae could only swallow back his laughter. Jin-Woo asked him a question, then. Right. I promised to meet someone tomorrow evening, so will I be able to make that in time? Earlier this morning, Eugene Ho gave him a call. Hyung Nim, can I come and speak to you? For some reason, he sounded worn out. That kid was on the top of the world yesterday, saying that everything had worked out alright, yet today. Jin-Woo was taken by surprise, but unfortunately, the call came only after he had already applied to become a minor. He had no choice but to delay the meeting until tomorrow evening. Foreman Bae chuckled out loudly. From what I hear, tomorrow's dungeon should be much smaller in scale than today's one. So, we should be finished well before 6 o'clock. Weren't they able to finish today's work around 5 p.m. today? They should be even faster tomorrow, not the other way around. Jin-Woo nodded his head. That would be fine for him, too. In that case, I'll see you tomorrow. All right. Take care. Watching Jin-Woo turn around and walk away, a satisfied grin formed on Foreman Bae's lips. If I did marry, I'd probably have a son around his age by now. Why did that boy's back look so wide and trustworthy? How wonderful would it be if the world was filled with newbies as excellent as Mr. Song? A thick smile refused to leave Foreman Bae's lips. However, he wasn't the only one smiling. While walking towards the bus stop, an imperceptible smile was floating on Jin-Woo's lips, too. Well, it's not like I'm wishing for the raid team to make a blunder tomorrow, but if something were to happen, then his existence would prove to be a huge help either to the raid team or to the mining team. It wasn't as if he had a change of heart, either. Perhaps ironically, the success rate for clearing rank A gates was actually greater than those of the lower ranks. For one, the association doesn't hand over the permit to any OL guilds, and once the guild was given the opportunity, they would commit all of their resources and try to conquer the dungeon, too. However, the Hunters Guild isn't committing their everything in tomorrow's dungeon raid. To think, they'd have the balls to split a single assault team into 2 and prey on 2 separate rank A gates at the same time. That was some confidence befitting the holder of the top spot in their profession. But, it was undeniable that the accompanying risk was incredibly high, too. Regardless of what happens, I won't lose out either way, If they manage to complete the raid safely, that'd be the best for everyone involved. On the other hand, if an accident did occur, he'd assist the Hunters Guild, but in return, he would get to monopolize the high-ranked monsters by himself. Very good. A deeper smile formed on Jin-Woo's face as he climbed into the bus. Late at night. Cha Hae-in was tossing and turning in her bed. Why is he different from others? Occupied by various thoughts regarding the man she met back in the boss room, she couldn't fall asleep at all. After awakening her abilities roughly 2 years ago, she ran into many hunters, but there had never been an exception. Whenever she approached hunters, or to be more specific, the awakened, a deeply unpleasant stink assaulted her nose. At first, she thought she was sick, so she went to see various doctors. However, she made no progress in that regard. One of the doctors she went to see cautiously told her of his hypothesis. Could it be possible that you, Cha Hunter-nim, can sense others' magic energy through your olfactory senses? That guess certainly held some merit. The stink would get worse the higher the rank of a hunter was. And sure enough, the lower the rank, the more tolerable the stink was, too. Of course, regular people didn't emit any stink whatsoever. However, this is the first time meeting someone with a pleasant smell. Recalling the events of earlier, her heart began beating a bit faster. She became quite curious who that man could be, so as soon as the raid ended, she connected to the association's website and searched for his details. Rank E. Seong Jin-Woo. The information on the man, as seen on the hunter license, could be seen on the screen. There are no contact details. But then again, what would she even do after finding out about his contact info? Realizing that there was nothing more she could glean from the association's website, she then ended up calling the phone number of Jo Myung-ki, the manager of the recruitment department. She didn't even mean to do that, though. What's going on? Cha Hunternim, did something happen at this late hour? It was already well past 1 a.m. by the time she called him. He wouldn't have answered the phone if it wasn't from South Korea's sole female rank S hunter, who also happened to be the vice chairman of the Hunters Guild. She couldn't help but think that she made a mistake after hearing the still sleepy voice of Jo Myung-ki, but that lasted only for a short while. Cha Hae-in opened her mouth with some difficulty. Can you find some information on a hunter named Seong Jin-Woo? I beg your pardon? Wait, are you talking about the rank E hunter currently working for the association? Cha Hae-in was taken in by a huge surprise. Jo Myung-ki was none other than the man in charge of recruiting in South Korea's best guild. So, why did a man like that remember the name of a rank E hunter? Do you know who he is? The thing is. Actually, Chairman Choi has requested me yesterday to do the same thing as you have, you see. He asked me to uncover more information on that person. Chairman did that? Yes, miss. Do you know what's going on? Well, even I don't. So, what did you find out? A voice that was thick with a helpless sigh came out of the phone speaker. I did my best to uncover more, but the association has placed a lockdown on his information. It's my first time encountering a situation like this, them blocking the flow of all information on a regular hunter. He's not even a top-ranked hunter, either. But, why are you looking for him, Cha Hunternim? Is there something I should assist you with? No, it's fine. I'm sorry for calling you so late. Good night. Click. Those were the contents of the phone call she made 3 hours ago. She worked up her courage to find out more about a guy, only for more questions to bubble up in her mind. A mystery hunter whose identity was being sought after by the leader of the Hunters Guild, while the association was doing their best to hide it. There's definitely something going on here. No, wait. There simply had to be something. She earnestly prayed for it. He could very well be the person to unravel the mysterious and special constitution that continued to torment her ever since she turned 21, 2 years ago, when she had awakened her powers. That man, can I meet him again? Could it be that she'd never get to see him again? She was beset with worry all of a sudden. Thankfully, Cha Hae-in recalled Seong Jin-Woo's hard hat. She remembered that the hard hat and the overall he was wearing both spotted the emblem of the Hunters Guild. I remember now. He was in the mining team, wasn't he? Unlike her, who was the part of the raid team A, the mining team would be working later today as well. If Seong Jin-Woo hadn't left the mining team, then there was a chance that she could meet him again. Let's go and take a look. Since she was the vice chairman of the guild, it'd not be a strange thing for her to stop by at the raid location. Right, I'll just show up there as if nothing's wrong, and see whether that man came to work or not. But, why? As soon as she thought about the possibility of seeing that suspicious hunter again, she felt much more relaxed. If I want to do that, I gotta get some sleep first. For the sake of today's schedule, Cha Hae-in forced her unwilling eyes to close. Even before the morning sun rose up, Jin-Woo left for the meeting area first thing in the morning. It was different from yesterday, when he had some leeway, as he only joined the crew during the middle of the raid. Maybe I shouldn't have worried. He was worried about whether he was too early or not, but... Well, many hunters had gathered before the gate already by the time he got there. Hey, Mr. Seong. Seong. Foreman Bae Yoon-suk greeted him first. Hey, it's Mr. Seong. Hey, man. Mr. Seong. Other hunters began greeting him with a slight nod, and some even raised their hands as high as their chest to greet Jin-Woo, which was quite different from yesterday. The work each of the miners did was important, so they'd wholeheartedly welcome a colleague with great skills any time. From the expressions of the hunters of the mining team, their delight could clearly be seen. This is a bit awkward. Jin-Woo had been subjected to poor treatment ever since becoming a rank E hunter, so when he received such a warm welcome, he couldn't help be dazed somewhat. Still, he didn't feel bad about their honest reactions. Jin-Woo wordlessly lowered his head as his greeting. 1, 2, 3. Foreman Bae counted the number of miners present today and jotted it down on the memo. 18, 19. Well, it's almost everyone. This should be more than enough. Well, it was fine for one or two to miss out on a day like today. Because, we have two aces in our midst now. Foreman Bae's gaze met those of Mok Jin-soo and Seong Jin-Woo. They grinned like a fool, causing Mok Jin-soo to hurriedly avert his gaze, while Seong Jin-Woo was tilting his head in confusion. It was then. Excuse me, Foreman Bae. Arg? You surprised me. Foreman Bae flinched and shuddered grandly from the voice suddenly coming from his side. Moving around without revealing one's presence was clear evidence of one's excellent skills. And as expected. The one Foreman Bae's resentful gaze was directed to was the leader of today's raid team, Son Ki-hoon. Goo. My heart nearly stopped from fright just now, Son Hunternim. My apologies. It's a bad habit I picked up from working in the dungeons for too long. Son Ki-hoon grinned sheepishly. It was then, the foreman of the retrieval team suddenly revealed himself from behind Son Ki-hoon. An old man not acting his age. What the? Even you? Why would you two be here where the mining team is? What do you mean, why? We are here because we've got business with you, obviously. Foreman Bae stared at Son Ki-hoon with a puzzled expression. Meanwhile, Son Ki-hoon was scanning the hunters of the mining team as he opened his mouth. The thing is, our team's porter decided to not show up today. Looks like I'll have to borrow someone from the mining team. Foreman Bae's eyes went round in surprise. But, why from my team? When you got the retrieval team with lots of strong people who can carry luggage better than us. As if he was waiting for that reply, the foreman of the retrieval team flew off his handle. My boys had to work overtime for 3 more hours just to finish our operation. They even missed dinner, too. But now, you want to use them as a porter, too? The reason why the retrieval team had to put in overtime while missing supper, because the mining team had finished their operation far too early. TL note at the end. Well, it's true that we finished our operation, which should have normally ended around 7 in the evening, by around 5 o'clock, all thanks to Mr. Seong, but... When the foreman of the retrieval team glared daggers with veins popping up in his neck, Foreman Bae forgot what he wanted to say. Perhaps he thought that this would be enough of an explanation. Son Ki-hoon then addressed the miners. Is there anyone among you who wish to accompany the raid team? Once the raid is over, we will furnish you the additional hazard pay immediately. So Ki-hoon's pleading eyes darted from here to there, but no one stepped forward. Either they looked down on the ground, or stared at the heavens, deliberately avoiding meeting his gaze. That would be obvious, really. I ain't gonna risk my neck for a couple more bucks. Won't do it, even if you beat me up. The highest ranked hunter among the mining team was only a rank C. Most of them were rank DS. Heck, they even had a rank E among them, too. However, the place Seong Ki-hoon wanted to take them to was a rank A dungeon, seen as perhaps the most dangerous of the lot, realistically speaking. The miners would still hesitate greatly even if the dungeon in question was rated B, yet it was an A. Even a gentle graze would kill these hunters in there. No, just stepping on the wrong spot would result in one's death. That dungeon was not a place where low-ranked hunters could survive. Sure, porters only had to lug around the raid team's gear, but still. Compared to the job of mining, it was still far too dangerous. Is there no one? Seong Ki-hoon's expression became more and more crestfallen. Who knew how much more time and effort he needed to waste in order to find another porter? Probably the whole morning, or even till the afternoon, or, if he was really unlucky, then the entire day might go down the drain. This is going to be big trouble. It was at this point when his eyes met with a certain young hunter's. Unlike other hunters, this guy was staring right back at him. It was, of course, Jin-Woo. While Seong Ki-hoon was staring at him, Jin-Woo too was slowly scanning that man's appearance. Isn't he a bit sharp for a tanker? Common sense dictated that the leaders of raid teams were tankers most of the time. Compared to other tankers, though, Seong Ki-hoon was a bit on the lankier side. He was also quite tall, so, rather than a hunter, he looked more like a basketball player more than anything else. Jin-Woo finally stopped looking at Seong Ki-hoon and his eyes drifted away. Fuha! Only then did Seong Ki-hoon spit out his deeply held breaths. What just happened? Just now, his entire body had frozen up so much that he even forgot to breathe. He couldn't understand why. Am I getting too tense, since this will be my first raid as a leader and all? Up until now, he had participated in raids as an auxiliary tanker. That was why today's opportunity was doubly important to him. And he definitely could not afford to commit a blunder today. Seong Ki-hoon was bent over and panting laboriously in order to recover, before raising himself back up again. Murmur. Probably because of his rather embarrassing conduct, the surroundings had gotten noisier. However, he soon realized that the cause for the disturbance was not him. Seong Ki-hoon's gaze shifted back to the mining team's hunters, only to spot a hand raised up to the sky. Finally, someone was applying for the job. Someone he had been waiting so desperately for. Seong Ki-hoon's expression brightened considerably. When Jin-Woo took a step forward, he became the center of the attention. I'll do it. Chapter 84 Fin. TL, well, I'm not sure what the mining team does has any bearing on what happens to the retrieval team, but okay. I'm just TLANG according to what's in the raw, so don't question me. ED, the only reason I can think of is it being a matter of workplace pride/appearance. Like, the mining team finished early, so the raid team was only waiting on the retrieval team, hence the overtime/meal skipping. Just my own guess, though. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 85. Chapter 85. A rank E hunter wanted to enter an uncleared rank A dungeon. Pure pandemonium broke out. Upper rank monsters are waiting with bated breath inside, yet you wanna go in? Mr. Seong, what do you think you're doing? You still have a whole life ahead of you, so why are you risking it all for a measly few extra bucks? But the members of the mining team surrounded Jin-Woo in no time. At the same time, Foreman Bae hurriedly explained it to Seong Ki-hoon. Goo. That friend only started this job yesterday, so he probably raised his hand not knowing anything. What's his rank? That is. Foreman Bae sneaked a glance towards Jin-Woo and then spoke in a hushed voice. It's E, regardless of what else, his rank is too low, so how about going with someone else? It'll be far too dangerous to take that friend along with you. Seong Ki-hoon's expression became grave right away. That man is only a rank E. The man who locked gazes with him only a second ago, for sure, He couldn't sense any exceptional fluctuation of magic energy coming from that man. However, how should he put this? A certain aura permeated from that man that couldn't be described in simple words, but at the same time, it also felt sharp and utterly under control. He's definitely not a rank E. No matter how hard Seong Ki-hoon looked, that man was definitely not the bottom-ranked hunter he claimed to be. Of course, Foreman Bay had no reason to lie here, but, from Seong Ki-hoon's perspective, his own assessment had to be correct. Besides all that, the rank of a porter isn't all that important, is it? Indeed, a porter only needed to carry luggage around well. If the luggage carrier located at the very back of the raid team found himself in danger, then one should look at that raid as a complete failure. In a case like that, not even a rank A could guarantee his survival, so would it really matter if the porter's rank was a C or an E? They'd die regardless, anyway. When Seong Ki-hoon's thought process reached that point, he began regretting the fact that he actually wasted time worrying about it. The raid hadn't even started, yet they had wasted far too much time already. Seong Ki-hoon stared at Jin-Woo and spoke. Nope. I'm taking him. Isn't it heavy? Seong Ki-hoon asked a question, and Jin-Woo simply shook his head. No, it's fine. The large bag being carried on Jin-Woo's back was filled to the brim with extra sets of clothing, weapons, and defensive equipment, etc., for the raid team. Its volume was quite considerable, but honestly speaking, he didn't find it heavy at all. All thanks to his strength stat, of course. Doesn't look like he's straining himself. After studying Jin-Woo's expression for a bit, Seong Ki-hoon turned towards the gate. Jin-Woo also shifted his gaze towards it. A giant gate, as big as the one from yesterday, silently floated in the air. Wait. Maybe this one's a little bit bigger? Even then, the detected amount of magic energy was supposedly less than yesterday's gate. The raid difficulty was judged by the emitted magic energy and not the size of the gate. That was probably the main reason why the B team was tasked with clearing this particular dungeon. For real, the leaking magic energy is incomparably smaller than yesterday. Jin-Woo could tell by standing in front of the gate. The result of the association's measurement didn't seem to be wrong. But then, what was this? Just like back when he was standing before the red gate, a certain creeping sense of ill omen was dawning on him. I hope it's nothing. Meanwhile, Seong Ki-hoon gave out his order. Let's go inside. The raid team waiting in front of the gate began moving once more with that order. Hunters entered the dungeon one by one. Jin-Woo stopped staring at the gate and followed them in. You have entered a dungeon. The interior of the dungeon was rather plain. Jin-Woo had been tense after picking up on that odd feeling, but he let off a sigh of relief after seeing the passage that was noticeably smaller than yesterday's dungeon. Phew. Thankfully, he wasn't forcibly transported to another world. The thing was, though, the members of this team were plenty good enough to clear a red gate, were they to step into one. 11 rank As, and 6 rank BS. If it weren't the Hunters Guild but somebody else, these guys wouldn't have been assigned to a B team at all. Jin-Woo smirked softly. I'm not here as a part of the raid team anyway. Let's not sweat over stuff like this. Yesterday and today. If he were being honest, he only came here to have fun. And as coincidence would have it, he was now blessed with more things to spectate on today. There was no need to stay sharp and alert all the time. When he thought like that, he felt as if weight was lifted off his shoulders. You don't have to be that nervous, you know, that. A female hunter, a healer, engaged him in conversation from his side. Was her age around the late 20s or so? Because his expression was stiff, it seemed that she just wanted to help alleviate some of his tension. You see, every single member present here, not just Ki-hoon Appa, the leader of the team, is a distinguished hunter. Except me, that is. The healer lady smiled refreshingly. From the word go, Jin-Woo wasn't scared, but after seeing the female hunter's utterly relaxed face, he felt like a deflated balloon. Jin-Woo grinned too, and nodded his head. Ah. Okay. The healer formed a content expression, evidently satisfied by her efforts. At the same time, the leader confirmed that there were no monsters near the entrance and gave the signal to advance. Let's move. Both Jin-Woo and the healer matched the walking pace of the raid team and slowly advanced forward. They had to watch the surroundings while moving, so naturally, their rate of progress was rather slow. Should I help you carry some, if it's too heavy? The healer glanced at Jin-Woo's luggage and asked him. Jin-Woo wordlessly pushed forward a huge bottle of water in his left hand to her. Kayak? The healer tottered dangerously on her feet trying to lift that, so he quickly took the bottle back. The raid team came to an abrupt stop and glared at the healer. I'm so sorry. Sorry. The healer continued to bow her head here and there, offering an embarrassed apology. After that, he didn't get to hear her asking him if he needed help again. Her sharp glares were just an added bonus, really. Jin-Woo had to swallow his cackles as he continued to walk forward, pretending to be oblivious. It sure felt like it had been a long time since he could laugh like this inside a dungeon. Well, getting distracted even only for a second would potentially get me in a lot of trouble, after all. Especially recently. Just remembering back to the difficulty of the demon's castle and its upper floors made him shudder in his boots. However, today was different. Participating in a raid as an outsider like this every now and then didn't sound like such a bad idea to him. It was then. Jin-Woo's steps came to a halt. A beat later, the hunters of the raid team also sensed the change in the surroundings. They are coming. Even before Seong Ki-hoon finished giving his order, the hunters of the raid team got into their battle formation. It happened literally in the blink of an eye. Jin-Woo was inwardly impressed by that. So, this is how the high-ranked hunters raid. They were definitely a world apart compared to the ragtag raid teams he was used to until now. Heck, pure and bright lights were already emanating from the hands of the naive-looking female healer. Looks like I won't even get a chance to step up here. On one hand, Jin-Woo felt reassured, but at the same time, he did feel a bit rueful as well. In any case, monsters finally showed themselves. Beasts? Canines? Seong Ki-hoon's eyes narrowed to a slit. Ta-da-ta-da-ta-da-ta-da. A group of monsters resembling hyenas was rushing towards the raid team. They were as big as a medium-sized car, too. Seong Ki-hoon tilted his head slightly. Dungeon jackals? He became sure of it once they got close enough. They were indeed dungeon jackals. Seong Ki-hoon had been standing with his shield covering his front, but then, he relaxed a bit and didn't even bother to activate his aggro-attracting skill. And then, he simply used his shield to batter down the dungeon jackal aiming for his neck. Whimper. What's this? Aren't they dungeon jackals? Other team members, deeply tense until then, began tilting their heads and straightened their hunched stances. Soon, the short death throes of the dungeon jackals filled the cavern's interior. Whimper? Kang. Kang. The jackal monsters were quickly taken care of. Over a dozen dungeon jackals were turned into corpses in the blink of an eye. Hunters dusted their hands, still confused by what happened. What's this? I didn't even have enough time to cast a magic spell before it ended. Why are we fighting dungeon jackals inside a ranked dungeon? Yeah, right. What's happening here? Wait, did the association idiots screw up again? Their voices were getting louder. Now originally, one of the basic rules in raiding was to never make loud noises inside a dungeon. However, the appearance of the dungeon jackals was an event shocking enough to make them forget all about even a simple rule like that. Seong Ki-hoon stared at the corpses of the jackals and scratched the back of his head. But, why are the monsters from Rank C dungeons appearing here? Seong Ki-hoon scanned his surroundings, looking somewhat dumbfounded. Everyone else was forming similar facial expressions. With the exception of one person. Only Jin-Woo was staring at the dead jackals with a grave expression on his face. They are no normal jackals. Jin-Woo's eyes narrowed. He could definitely see that the fur around the jackal's neck had been flattened down by something until recently. It was clear evidence of them being tied to something, somewhere. Meaning, the ones that reared these monsters are somewhere else inside this dungeon. Monsters with intellect, in other words. Jin-Woo recalled the white phantoms he met back inside the Red Gate. It was now a well-established fact that, regardless of what species it was, intelligent monsters were quite difficult to deal with. Somehow, my premonition might be right after all. It was not a good omen, by any stretch of the imagination. What are you thinking about so seriously like that? The female hunter peered at Jin-Woo as if to bore a hole in him, just like how he had been staring at the jackals. Shoo! Jin-Woo raised his index finger and covered his lips. Step, step. Step, step. From the deeper parts of the cave, he could hear the matched footsteps getting closer. The real enemies are coming. Jin-Woo stood back up. Other hunters also belatedly realized something was wrong. Oh my god. Gat. Get ready for battle. Seong Ki-hoon forcibly squeezed his voice out. Finally, the real enemies revealed themselves from the darkness of the cave on the far side. The eyes of the hunters grew wide from shock. High orcs? What the hell? Why high orcs? Many well-trained high orc warriors now stood in rows before the hunters' eyes. Their number was 22. Not just any high orcs, but they were 22 high orc warriors, which meant they would be very difficult opponents to fight. Something's wrong. Someone muttered softly under his breath. To think, right after the attack of the low-ranked monsters, they now had to battle these high-ranked monsters famed to be the toughest even among the high ranks. The high orcs pointed their lengthy spears at the hunters. Looks like the momentum of the hunters and the high orcs are about even. Jin-Woo quickly retreated to a corner, so he could quietly observe the unfolding situation and find the right time to step forward. However, the female hunter obviously didn't share his thought process. You gotta keep hiding there, okay? You won't get hurt that way. That kind of infuriated Jin-Woo just a wee bit. He closed his eyes shut and took several deep breaths while working hard to calm his boiling head. Soon, the battle began. Cruor. Towards the attacking high orcs, Seong Ki-hoon activated his aggro skill. However, these orcs didn't really fall for his provocation. And soon, high orcs and melee-type hunters engaged in a bitter close-quarters battle. Swyish. Swish. Crack, dot. Blood splattered to everywhere and a scream reverberated out. You walk. Not too long after that, magic spells fired from the mage-type hunters slammed into the high orcs. Boom! Kaboom! The heads of the high orcs exploded after getting struck by the arrows of brilliant light. Unfortunately, there was no follow-up attack. The effects of magic spells were good, but there was the distinct disadvantage of the lengthy casting time. You walk? In a close-quarters battle, high orcs definitely held the upper hand. Heal. Heal. Hurry. The wounded appeared pretty quickly, and healers were kept very busy. Healer Nim. The female healer was also kept very busy, running here and there non-stop. I'm coming. Coming, dot. The female healer knelt down next to a heavily groaning hunter with a missing arm. She then quickly began chanting. One. And then, along with blinding light, the lost arm slowly grew back. That was the light of regeneration only the healers ranked A or above could perform. Just as she concentrated on the injuries of her patient, a tall shadow suddenly loomed over her. The female healer raised her head. A high orc, previously assumed dead, was holding an axe while breathing heavily right beside her. Ah! The female healer's face was drained of all color, then. Unfortunately, there was no one who could save her nearby. When the orc raised its axe up high, the female healer chose to hug her patient and shield him, instead. New. However, she couldn't feel any pain, no matter how long she waited. Each passing second felt like a minute or more. The female healer sheepishly raised her head up. And she got to witness a rather amazing sight. Cake. The orc was actually floating in the air, its entire body trembling quite noticeably. But, what was happening here? The female healer's eyes opened even wider. But then... snap! The head of the high orc was literally ripped off of its body, and then, even the part of its spine got dragged out, as well. Now that was a display of terrifying power. Plop! While staring at the headless body of the high orc now on the ground, the female hunter formed a totally confused expression. Because the separated head of the high orc was still floating in the air, that was why. Blood got splashed on my clothes. Jin-Woo frowned deeply and threw the head of the high orc. Pow! Another high orc was struck down rather unexpectedly by the head of its comrade and collapsed to the ground. Seeing that the victim's neck was twisted around in a bizarre angle, it coming back to life didn't seem very likely. That makes it two. Jin-Woo shifted his gaze. Currently, he was in stealth. Both the high orcs and the hunters couldn't sense his presence at all. Jin-Woo had been sitting back quietly, waiting for a right chance to step forward, because he feared being accused of interfering in other people's raid. But then, he belatedly recalled that he had the stealth skill. Wouldn't he be able to do whatever he wanted without running into problems with that skill? The corners of Jin-Woo's lips arched up. Okay, so should I get started for real now? And then... dash. Just in time, he spotted the leader of the raid team, Seong Jin-Woo, engaged in a life-or-death battle with 3 high orcs. Jin-Woo's legs moved swiftly. Chapter 85 Fin. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 86. Chapter 86. Chapter 86. A distance not too far, but not too close, either. Just a little push from his legs and he was instantly far above the ground. When he landed back on the solid earth, the wide back of a high orc dominated Jin-Woo's view. While landing on his feet, he began thinking. Dismantling these high orcs would be too easy at this rate. But, if he did that, there was no meaning in hiding himself with stealth. Hunters around him, including Seong Jin-Woo, were the elites of the Hunters Guild, often referred to as the best in South Korea. If these high orcs were ripped apart by some unseen force, then they would pretty soon figure out that stealth skill was involved here, as they weren't the same as the scatterbrained female healer. Well, it's not like there'll be trouble from getting discovered, but. He was only a day away from the result of his reassignment test being made public, so he didn't want to raise any unnecessary fuss today if he could help it. That was why he was waiting for the raid to fail completely, but the losses to the hunters would be far too severe by then. For example, that female healer almost got killed just now. That was why. A certain light flickered in Jin-Woo's eyes. So, choose only those that won't get me noticed. He decided to go with this type of method. It took him the whole of 1, maybe 2 seconds, to come to this decision. Right away, both the Baruka's dagger and the Night Killer were already in his hands, summoned out of sheer reflex, even before he could consciously order them to do so. When did they come out? A smirk formed on his lips. With the sensation of gripping tight these 2 familiar dagger handles, his wildly pounding heart slowly regained its calmness. What a relief it was. That no one could see his expression right now, as he was still in the stealth state. Well, he didn't want to be labeled as a lunatic for smiling all alone in the midst of a desperate battlefield where humans and high orcs were performing a blood-soaked dance with each other. Especially so with the leader of the raid team, too busy sweating buckets while being surrounded by 3 high orcs. He'd go mental if he saw Jin-Woo right now. First of all, that one. Jin-Woo moved. He crouched, and the reverse grip dagger drew a line on the Achilles heel of a high orc. Kawahak. The high orc warrior roared out in pain as the back of its ankle was sliced open without a warning. That was only the beginning. As if he was dancing, his smooth, unbroken movements led him to stab the Baruka's dagger into the side of his first victim. He then pulled the dagger out and proceeded to cut open the back of the knee of another high orc. Kurarek. Kuhark? Perhaps it was impossible to suppress the pain with the adrenaline of the battle. The high orcs froze up when they were attacked in their weak points when least expected. That was enough. Just like how the opening of the sluice gate caused a flood, Seong Jin-Woo seized upon the opening created by the high orc's fluster to start his counteroffensive. Stab. Kuru. Kururuk. Pant. Seong Jin-Woo raised his head. The long sword held out in his hands was piercing through the heart of the high orc. Kuruk. The glaring high orc and its trembling lips soon collapsed on its back, the whites of its eyes showing. Thud. Seong Jin-Woo clenched his fist. Yes. I can do this. Just as Seong Jin-Woo was crying out inwardly in elation while still cutting down the surrounding high orcs one by one, Jin-Woo was making himself busy by going here and there. Kawahak? Kuyuk. Inside the slowdown time, he moved about freely while avoiding being noticed, and he gradually tilted the balance towards the hunter's favor. Slice. Whenever Jin-Woo brushed past, wounds large and small appeared on the bodies of the high orcs. Kororak? Kuwak. The moment these high orcs froze up from wounds being inflicted on them out of nowhere and lost their focus, that would be their end. These highest-ranked hunters didn't fail to grasp the opportunity and continued to attack. For some reason. It's easier to fight now. What's going on? Could we be winning against this many high orcs without a casualty? Even though members of the raid team were growing rather suspicious, hope and excitement were filling up their hearts at the same time. They were resolved to lose 1 or 2 of their own before they had entered the battle, but exceeding their own expectations, they were fighting quite well until now. Pow! A mace swung by one of the hunters cracked open the head of a high orc warrior. It was then Jin-Woo got to hear a rather welcoming message. Level up! Oh! Indeed, there was a reward for him going around and spending his energy. His level had actually gone up. It seemed that him not actually killing the enemy outright or wounding them critically still netted him some experience points. And I did kill 2 of them with my own hands, too. He then aided in killing more than 13. Unless he was earning no experience points whatsoever, his level rising up did make sense. Even more excited than before, Jin-Woo's movement became a lot faster than before. Slice. Stab. Kawawak? Thanks to Jin-Woo's timely and sneaky maneuvers, this battle was rapidly coming to a close. Fu dash. Jin-Woo took a step back and stored his 2 daggers in his inventory, before having a quick look around himself. Well, with this much. The current situation seemed to be more or less settled now. And as an added bonus, he even leveled up once, too. Jin-Woo's gaze drifted lower. Around 20 or so corpses of high orcs were discarded haphazardly on the ground. Well, if I hunted these down by myself, I'd have gone up more than a single level, though. Too bad, this here was a dungeon that the Hunters Guild paid a handsome sum for the exclusive right to hunt. This would have to be as far as he could go. Good. With a satisfied expression on his face, Jin-Woo returned to the dark corner of the dungeon, a place where a porter such as himself should be hiding in the first place. Kruor. Having their positions reversed, and now being surrounded by the hunters instead, the last High Orc warrior cried out at the top of its lungs. Its scream rang around the interior of the cave rather noisily. While looking at the fall of that High Orc, Jin-Woo undid his stealth. Shururu. Meanwhile, hunters were panting heavily. They hurriedly scanned the vicinity, but no matter how hard they looked, there were no more High Orcs standing. Did we win? We won? Hold on. Just before everyone could revel in the sensation of victory, their leader Seong Ki-hoon confirmed the status of the injured first. Anyone hurt? Does anyone need healing? The truth was, there wouldn't be that many injured in a raid team with a high-ranking healer as one of the members. As long as that person was still breathing, any exterior wounds could be treated right away. So, Seong Ki-hoon wasn't asking about the conditions of the potential injured. No, he was actually asking if anyone had died in a roundabout way. When his gaze met the female healers, she shook her head. There were a few injured, but no deceased. And better yet, she had finished healing all of the injured just now. In that case. With that, ecstasy filled the faces of the members of the raid team. We won. We did it. Wah-ah. Hunters hugged each other and celebrated. Jin-Woo crossed his arms and with a gentle smile on his face, watched the jubilant hunters. Were these High Orcs supposed to be tough, though? From his perspective, well. Since he didn't have any prior experience in raiding high-ranking dungeons, Jin-Woo couldn't really get this loud celebration of the raid team. Jin-Woo had no idea that, when planning the raid of a dungeon ranked A or B, hunters not only took into consideration of its ranking, but they even minutely calculated the emitted magic energy before attempting to clear it. High Orcs were considered to be a higher-tier monster within the rank A dungeons. Not only were they not normal High Orcs but High Orc warriors instead, and there were 20 of them to boot. The current result was far closer to being a miracle than anything else, really. The main protagonist of that miracle, Jin-Woo, didn't even know the actual worth of his own actions and simply stood there, quietly congratulating the victory of the raid team. In the midst of that, the female healer approached Seong Ki-hoon with a determined face. That was a look of someone wishing to say something important. Jin-Woo focused his hearing in that direction. Excuse me, Ki-hoon appa? Yeah. When you were fighting against the High Orcs. The female healer cautiously described what she saw in minute detail. And that would be, the High Orc suddenly floated up in the air, and proceeded to rip its own head off before killing another orc with its severed head. She carried a dead serious face, too. Seong Ki-hoon was left utterly speechless. I'm telling you the truth. As the female healer and her reddened face protested the injustice of it all, Jin-Woo could barely suppress his giggles. They basked in the aftermaths of victory for only a little bit longer. The hunters soon gathered around their leader Seong Ki-hoon one by one. Captain, will we continue on? Isn't this going to be too dangerous? We aren't even that far from the entrance, yet we ran into a whole bunch of High Orcs already. How about a strategic retreat? Seong Ki-hoon cast his gaze over to the deeper part of the cave, his mouth closed tight. It won't be easy. Jin-Woo could sympathize with Seong Ki-hoon a little bit here. While working for the Hunters Guild that boasted 2 rank S hunters in its ranks, today's raid might be the one and only time Seong Ki-hoon would get to lead a raid team. And to think, he'd have to retreat so quickly in his very first hunt as a leader. Anyone in his shoes would be tempted to push forward and clear this place. However, if you were a smart, wise leader, then. As if he had made his mind up, Seong Ki-hoon's lips quivered slightly. Jin-Woo's eyes narrowed to a slit. Fortunately, as it turned out, Seong Ki-hoon wasn't a fool. For the time being, let's retreat. The leader's choice was absolute inside the dungeon. The unspoken rule said that as long as one was a part of the raid team, one had to absolutely follow the commands of the leader. One used to say that, before in war, insubordinate soldiers were executed right away, didn't they? In a certain way, dungeons were a far more dangerous place than any warzone out there. And so, the question of the team's survival or annihilation depended on who the leader was. Thankfully, Seong Ki-hoon didn't disappoint his team members. After hearing his order to retreat, everyone lightly patted their chest. Phew woo. I was really worried that Seong Hyun would insist on going till the end, you know. Seong Ki-hoon grinned and slapped the person who said that on the shoulder. I'm not a blind idiot like that. I know that. But, look here, Hyun. Look at my shaking hands. Jin-Woo picked up the luggage and placed it on his back. Along with Seong Ki-hoon's orders, the raid team began moving again, although their direction had reversed. Jin-Woo smiled wryly. And here I am, hoping to go in a little bit deeper. Regardless of what happened, he was nothing more than a guest. And as a guest, he had no right to run his mouth on this and that about the decision of the house owner, now did he? It was indeed a bit regretful, but it'd have to end here today. Arg. The female healer must have found the leader not believing her word a bit cold-hearted, because she continued to grumble as she got right next to Jin-Woo. But, it really happened, though. With a big pout on her face, she then stared at Jin-Woo, a single strand of hope still persisting in her heart. Excuse me, by any chance, did you see that high? I didn't see anything. Highing. Her hope had been cruelly shot down just then. Jin-Woo had to work very hard to make sure that she didn't notice him sniggering to himself. However, not long after they began retreating, the front of the group suddenly came to a halt. Seong Ki-hoon raised his right hand. Everyone, stop. There was confusion evident in his voice. The fatigued hunters walking cautiously forward came to a stop, and so did Jin-Woo as well. He had been keeping an eye towards the rear in case the monsters decided to chase after them. Rustle, rustle. The voices of the hunters rose up higher. What the hell is the meaning of this? What is going on? Why is the path blocked? Wasn't it fine when we entered earlier? Jin-Woo walked past the noisy hunters and got to the front, before reaching out with his hand. And his eyes widened as well. It's been blocked off? The path had been blocked off by an invisible barrier. He immediately recalled the instant dungeons. More specifically, the wall that demarcated the border between the instant dungeon and reality. But, he soon shook his head. No, this is different from that. He could detect a certain sense of artificiality from this invisible wall. Seeing that there was a trace of magic energy mixed in, this barrier must have been the result of a magic spell cast by a monster with high intelligence. But, why? Why block the path going out, and not going in? It was then, Jin-Woo's head swiveled to his rear. As if it was waiting for this moment, horrendously powerful magic energy waves crashed into the group like a tsunami from the far end of the cavern. How could this be? This was from the boss of this dungeon? The scale of the magic energy emission inside the dungeon was on another realm altogether compared to the one felt outside the gate. Other hunters also must have sensed that absurd amount of magic energy by now, because they began shivering as well. What the hell? Why am I getting goosebumps, all of a sudden? Watching the complexions of the hunters get paler by the second, Jin-Woo came up with a theory. If, let's say that there is a boss that can hide its presence, then the wall that wasn't there when they entered, and the boss that bared its fangs only after the barrier had been erected. No way. Did it lay a trap and wait for hunters to enter the dungeon? When thinking like that, a chill ran down Jin-Woo's back. And sure enough, from beyond the darkness of the dungeon's interior, the countless sounds of footsteps, far greater than before, reverberated loudly. Chapter 86 Fin. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 87. Chapter 87. Chapter 87. What happened next was a bit of a strange phenomenon. As the footsteps from the other side of the cavern grew louder and closer, the hunters were making less and less sound. Son Hyung. Dot. Soon, choking silence enveloped the group. Jin-Woo's ears were perked up, though, seizing upon the opening created by his surroundings getting quieter. Jin-Woo began counting the numbers of the enemies via their footsteps. Step, step. Thud, thud. Thanks to his already enhanced hearing, as well as high perception stat, he could separate out each of the footsteps to their original owners. 48, 49, 50, 51. There were a total of 51 different footsteps. The steps themselves sounded the same as those of the high orc warriors. Jin-Woo took a look around him. The nervous tension was clearly writ large on the faces of the hunters. It seemed to him that they also had more or less figured out the size of the enemy from the resounding footsteps. This raid team managed to eke out a victory against 22 high orc warriors. But now, 51 of them were coming. That was over twice as many. There is no hope of victory here. The raid team members were thinking of roughly the same opinion. Jin-Woo suddenly cast his glance down at his shadow. He momentarily thought that it was wavering ever so slightly just then. Woo! He even thought that his shadow soldiers were howling out, their desire to see blood intensifying. Jin-Woo raised his head back up again. Thump, thump, thump. His calm heart that stayed still until now began pounding harder. Wait for it. Now wasn't the right time yet. Consoling himself as thus, Jin-Woo silently observed the front. Eventually, the monsters revealed themselves. The countless marching high orcs came to a halt just a little bit of distance away from the hunters. Kururu. Korak. High orcs growled as if they'd pounce at any given moment. No words could adequately describe the bloodthirsty aura emitted from over 50 high orc warriors. The result of a battle was pretty obvious even without actually fighting them. This is crazy. How can this nonsensical crap be? You. Hunters spat out long groans. They continued to retreat ever so slightly after feeling the enormous pressure, but too bad, their path was still blocked off. So, what would they do now? The hunters were all ready for battle from a while ago, but no one stepped forward yet and simply waited for Seong Ki-hoon's instructions. Seong Ki-hoon's lips were shut tight in a straight line. God d***mn it. If only either Chairman Choi Jong-in or Hunter Cha Hae-in were here. Seong Ki-hoon's expression crumpled unsightly. Rank S hunters all possessed incredible powers that could overturn any unfavorable situation. If either one of those two were here, these high orcs would have been nothing at all. Just why, in a situation like this? Why weren't they here? Seong Ki-hoon had fought alongside them all the time, so he could acutely sense his powerlessness right about now. The absence of a single rank S was a bone-chillingly painful thing, indeed. Unfortunately, he couldn't continue to lament his misfortune forever. No, he had to make a decision here. Fighting here will definitely result in our death. However, with their path of retreat blocked off, he no longer had any choice in the matter. The day he chose to become a hunter, the day he stepped foot inside a dungeon for the first time ever, and the day he lost consciousness for the first time after getting heavily injured. Didn't he already guess that a day like today would come sooner or later? Right. That did happen, didn't it? Having resolved himself to meet his maker, Seong Ki-hoon unsheathed his longsword. Shurarurn. Seong Ki-hoon took a look at his comrades, and the hunters nodded their heads as if they had been waiting for the signal. Seong Ki-hoon's gaze shifted back to his front. He then brought the shield right up till his chin and glared at the high orcs, still not showing any signs of movements yet. So, did he finally make his choice, then? Jin-Woo also got ready. He hid his right hand behind his back, and the Baruka's dagger appeared there. He then closed his eyes. His wildly beating heart suddenly settled down completely as the battle drew near. Thump, Thump, thump. Get rid of distracting thoughts and control his breathing. Okay. When Jin-Woo reopened his eyes, a sharp gleaming light was now burning fiercely within them. Gulp. Hunters forcibly swallowed down their dried saliva, cold sweat soaked their foreheads. On the other hand, Jin-Woo was busy smacking his lips. How much experience points will these guys give me? A thin smile of anticipation spread on his lips. However, before anything could happen, one of the high orcs stepped forward. It roughly shoved aside other orcs and emerged from the group, its wild beast-like eyes looking in the direction of the hunters. Growl. This one possessed a far bigger physique than the others, and its fangs were noticeably longer as well. So, is that the leader? Jin-Woo narrowed his eyes. If he got rid of that guy now, wouldn't the fight become so much easier? What should he do here, then? Jin-Woo fiddled with the grip of the Baruka's dagger and pondered. Meanwhile, that high orc opened its mouth. Kyorak tu Shina, Wakoto Eric Naka. The creature's voice sure sounded loud. The glare of the high orc was fixed to the leader of the raid team, Seong Ki-hoon. Kyorak tu Shina, Wakoto Eric Naka. Rustle, rustle. Hunters' gazes busily darted about. What the hell, dot? Is that thing trying to talk to us? What is it saying? It was then. The facial muscles of the high orc began trembling. When that strange tremor subsided, a completely different voice from before came out from the monster's mouth. Humans. It was as if something else had borrowed the monster's mouth to speak. Oh, humans. When looking at closer, that normal-looking orc's eyes were now unfocused and blurry like those of a dead fish that died a long time ago. Heek. Hunters began freaking out as if the back of their heads were smacked out of nowhere. An orc just spoke a language of humans. How can an orc speak Korean? Is this magic? Could it be? Hunters couldn't keep their mouths shut at this utterly unexpected situation. The leader high orc continued to speak. I am Kara Galgan. I want to meet humans. Follow this. 1. A monster wished to speak to humans? There never had been any reports of such a case before. Facing this unprecedented event, not only Seong Ki-hoon but everyone in the raid team fell into a state of pure confusion. Ki-hoon Hyung, I hope you ain't listening to the words of a monster. Please, you gotta ignore it. Ki-hoon-ah, it's a trap. Regardless what happens, we gotta try to finish it here. But, still. If it's an orc we can talk to, maybe we can. Don't be an idiot. You've been inside so many dungeons already, so don't you know how they operate by now? In less than a second, their opinions had split up. Seong Ki-hoon maintained his silence for a while, before answering the monster's words. Kara Galgan. Did you block the cavern? That's right. I am the proud High Shaman of the orcs. My spells can't be broken by the strength of humans. Is there anyone stronger than you inside this cave? Who dares to oppose me? An incredibly loud roar exploded out from the high orc and slammed into the eardrums of the hunters. Almost everyone frowned deeply and covered their ears, but Seong Ki-hoon was simply nodding his head, still looking rather calm. His expectation was on the money. The existence speaking through that high orc's mouth was, without a doubt, the boss of this dungeon. Since it couldn't escape from the boss room until the time of the dungeon break, it was summoning the hunters to enter its lair instead. I don't know why it wants us there, but... When Seong Ki-hoon's answer didn't come right away, the leader high orc raised its large axe above its head. Now, choose. Die here. At the hands of my soldiers. Or Follow, my soldiers. We'll follow. Seong Ki-hoon's immediate answer prompted the eyes of the hunters to grow wider. Ki-hoon Hyung. Mr. Ki-hoon. Seong Ki-hoon interrupted his comrades trying to dissuade him and waited for the reaction of the high orc. Then, come. Human. With the end of those words, the blurred eyes of the leader high orc regained its original clarity. And that would be wild beast-like glare of bloodlust. The creature spoke up again. Ashu tu Rika. With that one sentence, the high orc warriors burning with fierce hostility withdrew as if it was all a lie. The leader high orc waited without withdrawing, and beckoned to Seong Ki-hoon, telling him to follow. Let's get going as well. Seong Ki-hoon was the first to start walking, and the hesitant hunters began to follow after him one after the other. What is he thinking? Jin-Woo stared with a puzzled expression on his face. There was little doubt that not only the boss but countless more high orcs would be waiting for them inside the boss room. Meaning, their odds of victory would be even lower on that side. So, it was hard to figure out what Seong Ki-hoon was thinking of when he chose to follow the monsters. Is he trying to negotiate with the boss? In order to get out of here alive? Although the odds of that succeeding was extremely low. No. Maybe, this was for the better. Jin-Woo originally believed that this raid would end with him hunting down a few mob creatures, but now, he got himself a chance to meet the boss, instead. He returned the dagger back to his inventory and slowly followed after the group. Just how long did they walk? Seong Ki-hoon slowed down his walking speed gradually and had arrived at Jin-Woo's side. And then, he called out with a hushed voice. Hunter Nim. Yes? Jin-Woo continued looking at the front while answering him. Seong Ki-hoon, too, continued to stare at the backs of the high orcs walking further up ahead. As soon as we meet the boss, we're going to attack right away. When that happens, regardless of whether our attack was successful or not, the B***** should not be able to maintain the magic spell blocking the exit. That made a certain amount of sense. Unless it was some kind of hex-type magic, one had to keep one's focus in order to maintain a spell. Especially if one wanted to maintain high-class magic, an incredible mental focus was a necessity. However, what about it? Didn't matter whether they succeed in killing the boss or manage to cancel the magic blocking the exit, they would still meet a dog's death right away inside the boss room after getting surrounded by the countless high orcs anyway. The odds of this raid team returning alive were still pathetically low. Perhaps to answer Jin-Woo's curiosity, Seong Ki-hoon spoke with a grave expression on his face. While their attention is on us, Hunter Nim, please escape from the boss room. Once you get out of the dungeon, you must alert the main assault force. By the time the assault team consisting of rank S hunters arrive here, everything would be over for them. Seong Ki-hoon was getting ready to die. Are you thinking of dying alongside the boss? Jin-Woo sneaked a glance at Seong Ki-hoon's expression. His face remained hardened, but there was no wavering in his eyes. Our job isn't to get out of this dungeon alive, but to close the gates. Many people outside are paying us a great deal of money for that purpose. Seong Ki-hoon's voice gained more conviction as he spoke. We will do our job according to what we've been training for. However, you're different. There's no reason for you to die here. I hope you can get out of this place alive. One could now hear the unwavering belief in his voice. His words contained his determination. Jin-Woo realized that nothing he could say right now would be of any help to Seong Ki-hoon. So, he simply nodded his head as his reply. Cha Hae-in finally arrived at the location of the second rank A gate. She had her baseball cap pushed down low, and as a result, only a few passers-by recognized her. The first thing she did was to seek out the mining team. A few hunters walked past her and sneaked a couple of glances, but they were all working for the guild anyway and none of them paid her any great attention after that. Eventually, she could see Foreman Bay in the distance, as well as the mining team around him. Thump, thump. Her heart began beating faster. Standing a little bit of distance away from them, she scanned the faces of each miner present. Where is he? She couldn't see Jin-Woo among them. How should she say this? It felt like all of her energy was abandoning her at once. Did he give up on being a miner? Why don't I wait for another minute? He could have left the spot for only a moment and is coming back soon. 3 minutes more. No, maybe 5. And so, she waited for another 15 minutes, but Jin-Woo didn't show up in the end. Phew. After spitting out a long sigh, Cha-haen turned around to leave. But, only after taking a couple of steps, she turned around again and returned to her original spot. She yanked her cap off and took in several deep breaths, before walking towards Foreman Bay. The gazes of the mining team members were directed to her now. Thankfully, the stink wasn't so bad, perhaps due to the ranks of hunters in the mining team being low. Recognizing Cha-haen, Foreman Bay quickly ran over to her. Cha Hunter Nim? I thought you were taking a break today? Hello there. Cha-haen shared a simple greeting with Foreman Bay, and after making sure that no one was eavesdropping on her, she cautiously asked him a question. By any chance, is there a hunter named Seong Jin-Woo working for you? Mr. Seong? Hearing an unexpected name being mentioned out of the blue, Foreman Bay formed a surprised expression. If you're looking for Mr. Seong, he subbed for a porter's job. A porter? Cha-haen gasped out in shock. Are you saying he actually went inside the gate? Foreman Bay nodded his head vigorously as if to show that he, too, couldn't believe it. Yes, miss. That's what happened. A rank E hunter volunteered as a porter and entered a rank A dungeon? And he didn't even have dozens of lives or anything, too. What was he thinking? But, when Cha-haen thought about it, didn't she find that man loitering around the boss room yesterday with weapons in his hands? Indeed, she did not see wrong back then. One more thing to be suspicious of, then. Even though she ended up letting go of yesterday's event as a coincidence, when she really thought about it in detail, it was a rather strange thing for a hunter with 4 years of experience getting lost inside a dungeon like that. I need to find out. She began thinking that she simply had to confirm what this hunter named Seong Jin-Woo wanted from her hunter's guild. And in order to do so, she had to enter the dungeon. Not only was she the vice chairman of the Hunters Guild, but she was also a rank S hunter as well. No one would try to stop her if she wanted to enter a dungeon where the Hunters Guild was performing a raid. Cha-haen lightly bit into her thumb while pondering her choices, before swiftly making her decision. I'll have to enter the gate myself. Chapter 87 Fin. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 88. Chapter 88. Chapter 88. Foreman Bay's eyes went extra round. Heek. Was there some kind of an accident? Should we ask the guild for additional personnel? No need. It's a personal matter. I just wanted to talk to him about something private, so you don't have to worry. Oh. I see. Cha-haen spun towards the gate. However, her side felt rather empty, then. Ah. My weapon. She felt around her waist, only to belatedly remember that she had left her sword back home. Since she never imagined that she'd be entering a dungeon on her off day like this, well. Cha-haen's forehead beautifully creased up. As a leader, Mr. Ki-hoon is someone totally trustworthy, and the rest of the team are made up of capable hunters. But it was still unimaginable to enter a dungeon without a weapon in hand. A short deliberation later, she turned around to face Foreman Bay once more. Is there something else, miss? Foreman Bay looked at her with confused eyes. Mr. Foreman, can I borrow a weapon from you? Pardon me? Foreman Bay hesitated somewhat, before calling out to a hunter passing by. Hey, over here, Mr. Sook. Please bring me one of our equipments. Yes, boss. The equipment Mr. Sook rapidly brought over was a pickaxe, as used by the mining team. Cha Hae-in's expression stiffened. Excuse me. Don't you have anything else? Such as? For instance, swords or spears. But, if you ask us for such things, well. Cha Hae-in sighed out under her breath. I understand. She then carefully rejected the pickaxe Foreman Bay tried to hand over and quickly walked towards the gate. He anxiously asked her as he watched her distancing back. Cha Hunter-nim, will it be fine for you to be empty-handed in there? Cha Hae-in came to an abrupt halt and stood there for a moment, before hurriedly walking back to take the pickaxe from Foreman Bay. He guffawed out in a genial manner. I think that's for the best, miss. I mean, it'll be dangerous to be weaponless inside a dungeon, regardless of what. Well, then. As she turned around to hurriedly leave, Foreman Bay unluckily didn't get to see her ears dyed in deep shades of crimson. The looks of determination were clearly visible on the faces of the raid team members. They kept their mouths resolutely shut as if to imply that they knew their fate already. Meanwhile, the female healer approached Jin-Woo and began rummaging through the luggage. Jin-Woo turned his head towards her and asked, "What are you doing?" "Hold on." What she took out was a small lady's handbag. "I kinda feel a bit uncomfortable if I'm too far away from my bag, you see." He didn't even ask her, yet she provided him with an explanation oh so kindly. She took out a memo pad and a pen from the bag and then began jotting something down on said memo pad. Because she wasn't looking in front of her, she kept bumping into Jin-Woo's shoulder with her head. Eventually, though, she closed the memo pad. Her bag, which she slung around her shoulder while writing on the memo, was pushed back inside the luggage again, but that memo remained in her hands. Jin-Woo observed her with a bit of interest, wondering what she'd do with that, but she simply pushed the memo towards him instead. After taking it, Jin-Woo tilted his head, prompting the female healer to tearfully spoke up. I wrote down what I wanted to say to my family. When you get outside, please make sure that they get it. Please. If he burst out in laughter, she'd probably get hurt, no? Jin-Woo suppressed his rising laughter and pocketed the memo. I'll hold on to this for the time being, but I'm pretty sure I won't get to deliver this. It's going to be fine. The female healer nodded her head. With High Orc warriors zealously keeping tabs on us like this, it won't be easy for him to get out of here unscathed. After all, Mr. Porter was only a rank E. She hadn't figured out yet what Jin-Woo meant, though. Soon, their eyes caught the sight of the boss room. The anxiety felt by the hunters came over the air and could be felt on his skin. They were greeted by a huge open space. Jin-Woo scanned the boss room. It was smaller than yesterday's boss room with the giant in it. However, quite unlike yesterday, he didn't get the impression that the boss room was huge at all. And that would be all thanks to countless high orcs completely filling up the chamber. As a matter of fact, there were over twice as many orcs here as those that escorted the raid team. At least 100, no, maybe it's a bit more than that? While there were no monsters inside the rest of the dungeon, they had been gathered inside the boss room instead. Seeing the masses of high orcs waiting inside, Seong Ki-hoon's complexion paled in an instant. If this many high orcs managed to escape from the gate, then this was a large enough horde to utterly destroy a small city, even before the top hunters had the chance to do something about them. Cold sweat trickled down his backside. At the very least, we gotta eliminate the boss. Just like how he resolutely swallowed the dry saliva, he did his best to keep his determination burning in his heart. The high orcs of the boss room parted to make way. Ah, shark. The leader high orc beckoned again. The raid team and the escorting high orcs walked over to an altar located in the corner of the boss room. Over there. One of the hunters pointed towards the top of the altar. And that's where the high orc shaman stood, dressed in all manner of accessories adorning its entire body, including a mask, bone necklace, and earrings. So, that's the boss. Seong Ki-hoon's expression hardened. He immediately realized that the terrifying magic energy filling up the interior of this dungeon was being emitted from that creature. And then, surrounding that B***** was. From the 4 guards possessing an air of alertness standing around the boss, he also sensed a rather ominous aura as well. This isn't good. Could the raid team get past those guards and kill the shaman in one fell swoop? The hunters were all thinking roughly the same thing. The hunters stopped in front of the shaman. A certain intangible tension flowed in between the high orcs surrounding the human hunters as they kept a certain distance away. Ka-keek. However, the shaman didn't seem to care about the mood of the place. It simply opened its rather malformed jaw, visible below the mask, and cackled out. "Oh humans, welcome." The hunters of the raid team exchanged glances. As soon as Son Hyung gives us the signal, we attack together. Aim for the shaman, no matter what. It was for the purpose of coordinating their attacks. However, suddenly, the air around them began freezing up. Hunters of this raid team were some of the very best out there. They all shifted their gazes at the same time at this sudden outpouring of chilling aura. The source was the shaman. The creature finally took the mask off. When it did, the magic energy it had been hiding until then exploded forth, unchecked and unhindered. Rumble dash. The freakish magic power spread out in circular waves with the boss as the center. As if they were normal, powerless civilians that ran into a lion or a tiger, the hunters froze up on the spot like a bunch of statues. Oh my god. How can a magic power of such magnitude be? We gotta fight against something like this? Despair, lamentation, resentment, even regret. The shaman formed an ominous grin when facing these varying forms of hopelessness. Are you scared of me, humans? Seong Ki-hoon bit down on his lower lip, hard, and took a difficult step forward before asking a question. Why did you summon us here? Your warriors would have been enough to kill us back there. The shaman grinned again. Simply looking at the grin chilled the backs of the hunters. It's for entertainment. What? Seong Ki-hoon was left utterly speechless. Were they brought here just for that purpose? The shaman continued on. While we wait out the remaining time, I will kill you one by one and entertain the soldiers. Wah dash. High orc warriors all roared out in frenzy and excitement. Hunters were ruthlessly forced down by the enormous pressure emitted from the orcs and couldn't even breathe properly. One of them even began crying, no less. However, the shaman briefly stopped talking, then. The boss's gaze shifted and stopped at the rear of the humans group, where Jin-Woo was. I see that a strange being is mixed among you, humans. It was then, Seong Ki-hoon's eyes gleamed dangerously. With the shaman looking elsewhere, this is my chance. Veins bulged in his neck. Now! Seong Ki-hoon roared out at the top of his lungs, unsheathed his sword, and rushed out. However, it was eerily quiet behind him. How come? He glanced behind him while running and discovered his comrades rooted to their spots, not daring to move an inch. They had lost their fighting spirit a long time ago from the display of the boss's overwhelming might. Seong Ki-hoon's heart fell to the pit of his stomach. Ah! Still, someone had to do this. He couldn't stop now. His gaze shifted back to the front. Perhaps his attack wasn't expected, the shaman was still smiling, and its guards weren't showing any urgent reactions either. This could be his one and only chance. Didn't matter if it was pure luck. He'd accept fluke, too. As long as his sword could reach. Seong Ki-hoon fiercely rushed forward and cocked his sword behind him. You away a dash. But, even before he could swing the sword with all his might, he collided with something invisible and was flung away. Boom! At first, it was shield magic. Ki-ok. Flung away from the rebound, Seong Ki-hoon landed on the ground and rolled backwards. But that lasted only for a short while. Looks like we have our first volunteer. Along with the shaman's mocking words, Seong Ki-hoon's body was lifted up into the air. Whoa! And now, it was the anti-gravity magic. The lips of the shaman were moving up and down non-stop. When Seong Ki-hoon was lifted up as high as a 2-story building, the shaman began chanting a different spell. Next to come was gravity acceleration. Kaboom! Seong Ki-hoon was slammed into the ground. Ki-oh-heek! He didn't even have the time to writhe in pain as he was lifted up in the air again. Anti-gravity. Ka-keek! Not only the shaman, but the rest of the high orcs were cackling in derision as well, their fangs fully bared now. Kaboom! Ki-oh-heek! Woong! Boom! Ki-ok! The shaman continued to toy with Seong Ki-hoon by lifting him up and slamming him down. When he landed on the ground for the 4th time, Seong Ki-hoon vomited out a mouthful of blood. Seeing that scene, the complexions of the hunters got paler and paler. However, none of them dared to step forward to stop this. Ki-hoon hyung. They simply stood there trembling while witnessing Seong Ki-hoon being broken into pieces. Plop. The female healer collapsed on the floor as if she no longer had any strength left in her legs. Eventually, the shaman raised Seong Ki-hoon in the air for the 5th time. You sure are a tenacious B*****, aren't you? You. A pained moan leaked out of Seong Ki-hoon's mouth. However, he still didn't let go of the sword as if he hadn't given up yet. Wong! Slam! Wowaning! Slam! Wowan! As he was thrown up and down between the air and ground several times more, Seong Ki-hoon finally lost his grip on the sword. Clang! It happened then. Just as Seong Ki-hoon was thrown down to the ground once more, he vanished from the view. Ing? The shaman's eyes opened wider. Where did the human disappear to, when all of his bones should be broken by now? The shaman searched for the whereabouts of Seong Ki-hoon. There, in a corner not too far, it discovered Seong Ki-hoon, unmoving on the ground. And at the same time, found a certain man crouching nearby. Of course, it was Jin-Woo. Jin-Woo carefully laid Seong Ki-hoon down and glared at the shaman. Hey, Mr. Leader. I want to ask you something. Until now, Seong Ki-hoon hadn't figured out what happened to him. Will it be okay if I kill all of the monsters in here? You? What are you? The shaman frowned and gestured with its chin, and one of the guards swung about its scimitar and ran to where Jin-Woo was. As Jin-Woo glared at the monster rushing towards him, a light of fury lit up in his eyes. He reached out with his hands. Ruler's reach. When he did, it was as if a giant, invisible hand grabbed the orc guard, and the monster was cleanly picked up from the ground. Korua? The monster kicked and struggled in the air. What? The eyes of the shaman opened wider. Jin-Woo pointed down towards the ground. Slam! The guard crashed down to the ground. The impact force was so great that deep cracks spread out on the ground. However, Jin-Woo didn't stop there. Just like how the shaman manipulated Seong Ki-hoon's body, he lifted the guard up in the air again. Slam! Boom! Kaboom! Like a basketball bouncing between the ground and one's hand, the orc guard continuously slammed into the ceiling and the ground non-stop, a helpless cry coming out from its mouth. Eventually, its head pierced into the ceiling. Kaboom! Scatter! With that, debris from the ceiling fell down. While staring at the dangling orc guard with its head buried deep into the ceiling, both groups of the high orcs and the hunters couldn't hide their astonishment. Seong Ki-hoon trembled and questioned Jin-Woo. You? Just what is your? I'll ask you again. This here was a hunting ground the Hunters Guild paid for. And there was only one person present that could speak for the guild at the moment. Jin-Woo asked for the last time. Monsters in this place. Can I have them all?